twerk for? How many strip clubs that you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for? I can tell a lot about a girl on the first twerk, 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 twerk. I can tell a lot about a girl on twerk.
You waited all night for me to come back. Oh, why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe, I'm on my own. This ain't a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say it. You've been messing with greatness, space, and stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck on your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your take it back. You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but
they never even seen us. And nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season. And if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and then. Whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and then. Whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
Ding ding. Ding ding. Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding.
after today, we will see the other two teams that will go ahead and go to the Challenge Finals, and they will be competing in Jakarta. Hello, my name is Rafael, and you guys are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Season 5. Let's play the intro.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome, everyone. Today we'll be having 5 amazing matches, and it's not going to be just me. I got a friend with me today, and coming in, Terrence. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. You're looking sharp. I like it.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm just testing out new things. I'm not having a lot of clothes today, so I was like, might as well get creative.
Okay, I like
Yeah.
it. You know, a little bit of TMI, but I can't imagine what happens if you take off everything, you know.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
just going to be a purple shirt. But
All right,
anyways,
fair
for
enough.
you guys at home, make sure you guys grab your tickets because it only costs 10,000 IDR. You can buy now at esl.gg/MLBB-MLBB-Tix-EN. You guys can scan the QR code as well. And for the first 1,000 to buy, you guys can get goodies up to 65,000 IDR.
Exactly here. Be sure to check out the website here and just click it. You know, the first 1,000 gets the chest here, and rumor has it as well is close to almost finishing as well. So be sure to book your tickets early, book your flights as well if you guys are not from Indonesia itself. So be sure to get your tickets fast and then travel to the actual event. But nevertheless, here today we are going to be looking for something new, and that is going to be 2 new teams to join the ranks in the challenge finals by the end of today. It is going to be the LCQ, the last chance qualifier here, and also known as Group E.
Yes, like Terrence said, today is going to be all about the last chance qualifiers, where if you keep on winning, you only need to win twice. But the moment you lose, you have to play 1 additional game if you want to make it through. So definitely the same kind of story all throughout the Snapdragon Pro Series. If you win, you're in the clear. The moment you lose, you have more games to play.
Exactly, and on top of it all as well, all the teams that's going to be playing in the last chance qualifier here has their lives completely reset. So all 4 teams has pretty much lost a game before that, but now going into the LCQ, they pretty much have a second life again. Only difference is that if you lose a game means, again, like Rafael said, you have to play more games. So in total matches here, if you lose a game, if you want to qualify, you got to play a total of 3 series thus far. If you win 2 series, you're in the clear.
Yeah, but now we got to refresh our memories. What happened yesterday? Because you guys have voted for the play of the day. So let's look. What did you guys vote, and which one is the play of the day? And the play of the day that we're looking at here is between Evil's Holy going up against Evil. And we're looking at Annabelle using the Hayabusa with the Sky Piercer, making quick work of Evil. Just look at him, just one-tapping everyone.
You know, we talk about rumors being assassin meta coming into the play as well. Annabelle was a perfect example of why assassins taking advantage of the Sky Piercer is a force to be reckoned with. And for him to bring it out yesterday, it was just, I don't know, was it skill, was it luck, or do you think it is going to shift the meta here?
Oh, it was completely because of the draft, because I remember that game Evil took a lot of squishy heroes, so it gave a reason for Annabelle to pick up an assassin. But now we got to look at the qualified teams for the challenge finals to see who has already made it through. We got 6 teams already: Fnatic, Onyx, GigFam, ID, Falcons, AP Brand, Homeboys, NIP Flash, and see you soon.
And of course, the qualified teams previously, the 4 teams that qualify has undefeated throughout the group stages here. It's going to be RSG Philippines, Yudu Red Giants, Bigatron Beta, as well as Smart Omega. So again, by the end of today, we are going to be looking for the final 2 teams to join the ranks here in this competition. And by the end of today as well, we are also going to have the lucky draw session. Sorry, not lucky draw session. Or the draw session,
the draw session
for all these teams who's going to be facing off each other in 2 separate groups.
And now we got to look at the last chance qualifiers. We got to see who is competing for the last 2 slots. It's going to be Evil's Holy and Rebellion. They'll be facing against each other. And then Falcon will be going up against Team Liquid BH, where the winners goes on through. They win one more time, qualify to the challenge finals. If they lose, they got to go down to the lower bracket and have to play more games to qualify to the challenge finals. So we got to look at today's schedule to see which teams are going to be playing first. And we saw the brackets. It's going to be starting with EVOS Holy going up against Rebellion. Afterwards, it is going to be Falcon Esports going up against Team Liquid PH. Once we have both teams ready, we're going to have match 3 as well.
Yep, and of course, match 3 is going to be decided on the results on how match 1 and match 2 is going to be happening as well. Going to have a total of 5 best of 3s by the end of today. And of course, on the last segment after match 5 is going to be the draw session for all the teams that is participating to see who is going to be facing off against each other in the upcoming weeks.
Now looking at this, we got 2 Indonesian teams, one from the Philippines, one from Myanmar, so it's definitely going to be very, very interesting. No matter what, EVO's Holy going up against Rebellion Esports, at least for both of them, they got a lot of information. Team Liquid PH, as well as going up against Falcon, it's all about the information that they have watching the Snapdragon Pro Series, which you can take with a grain of salt because it is the new patch, so maybe teams still have a lot hidden in their sleeves that they don't want to show just yet.
Yep, and on top of it all, I think during the entire course of the Snapdragon here, it was 2 different sessions and 2 different patches came in between the matches itself. And even the most recent ones as well, it's barely been a week for them to kind of adapt as well. And I think one of those teams that adapted really well was Team Liquid PH, because the first patch came in, they get completely dumpstered by CFU, but after that, CFU came back again, round 2, ding ding ding, TL, they got the revenge.
And as you guys can see on your screen, it's going to be EVO's Holy going up against Rebellion. We're going for a short break, but after this, it's going to be that match. We'll be seeing which Indonesian team will be moving through.
Here we go!
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into awesomeness. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat, code, run it again with it. XOX cutthroat, code, run it again with it. Steady jump design,
to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, not there. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, not there.
Welcome back, and again, it is going to be between EVOS Holy going up against Rebellion eSports in a best-of-3 to see who moves forward and gets one step closer to qualify to the Challenge Finals. My name is Lafel. Alongside with me is going to be Terrence, and we'll be calling this match, and we'll see if there's going to be any changes. Will NFL is going to be able to do anything for this game?
Well, that's, I think, a lot of us has been talking about Annabelle throughout the entire SPS series, right? Like, he's an up-and-coming player here. He's one of the youngest junglers coming into the tournament itself, and he was able to deliver some unique aspect of a jungler that not a lot of junglers are capable of. And so far, he's been able to play as a tank jungler and an assassin jungler, which makes his variety of hero pool a lot bigger than a lot of other junglers you've seen throughout other teams.
Yeah, right now we got to look at the lineup coming in from EVOS Holy to see who's going to be playing for today. It's got to be recognizable faces because it's going to be Fluffy, Annabelle, Clawkun, Brands, as well as Dreams, where, again, this entire lineup has proven themselves where there were doubts before, but now, they're really showing up.
And of course, when it comes to their gameplays as well here, we have to talk about the standard of a gold laner as well as a mage mid laner in terms of just MLB competitive, right? Brands as well as Clawkun is going to be those guys that fits those standards. If you want to be at the top tier of pro levels here, Clawkun and Brands is got to be the minimum standard if you want to be able to compete with the best of the best. And so far, EVOS Holy, they have not disappointed yet in SPS.
Yes, for EVOS Holy, definitely one of the key factors is the flexibility of the players, allowing the coach to have a very good time in order to get a very good draft. But again, it's going up against Rebellion, where Rebellion as well has been showing a lot of good plays coming in from the Snapdragon Pro Series. Let's introduce the lineup coming in from Rebellion. It is going to be Cars, Vincent, Swalo, D, as well as Audi TZ.
Now, when it comes to Rebellion eSports as well here, we saw a couple of shaky moments in yesterday's games as well. But at the same time, they have been sticking to their unique signature, which is sticking to their comforts of playing both the Moskov and those heroes. They are going to be able to come up on top. And even yesterday's games against Monster Vicious here, it took a little bit of a convincing for us to actually close out the game here, but eventually they were able to stick as 5, play in unity and then just overcome their odds against Monster Vicious. And a lot of instances where, in quote-unquote, Rebellion should have been wiped out in this particular moment as well, but they were able to find cracks onto his Monster Vicious and then came out on top.
Audi TZ showing flexibility, allowing to play a healer composition or a setup tank, which is going to be very good going up against EVOS Holy, because the moment you pick up a healer, it kind of gives Annabelle an opportunity to use the assassin. So they got to make sure they hide their roamer a little bit before Annabelle shows his assassins, because if not, it's going to be a little bit more dangerous. But either way, I would say a good and bad draft is pretty subjective now, just because of how the patch has been showing us. We've seen success in damage junglers, and we've also seen success in tank junglers.
Yeah, we've also seen a lot of integrations onto a Sky Piercers onto it, in particular to fighters as well as assassins, right? Mostly it's going to be the assassins that has benefited the most, but so far we've seen a couple of Roger games, some still prioritizing first item Sky Piercer. In yesterday's game, we saw Monster Vicious just getting, I think Uni got a Sky Piercer 4th item instead, which is, I think, a little bit weird so far, but it comes down to how well they adapt to their usual playstyles, right? So I think the biggest issue is that understanding what fits what and when their timings and power spike is going to be the key factor for them to actually execute the game plan.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Talking to Monster Vicious every single time, we're like, oh, why didn't you guys buy the Sky Piercer? And they're just like, we forgot. Which is pretty unfortunate considering it's a pretty good item and you want to pick it up as fast as you can. But this is going to be between Evo's Holy going up against Rebellion, where, again, Annabelle is an amazing assassin jungler. We do have to see what conditions have to be met first before the assassins come out, because as of now, in Snapdragon Pro Series, which is different from MPL ID, where sometimes he does force out the Ling, over here, it does look like he wants to see if the comp is going to be relatively squishy. It's going to be an easier time for him to use the assassins. If not, if it's going to be a comp that wants to focus on the lords, on the turtles, then yeah, probably he will be going on the Baxi, on the Fredrin.
Yeah, I want to see how a little bit more Ling here. We saw a lot of Ling bans in yesterday's games, especially when, like you said as well, Sky Piercer being a big factor, as well as a finisher for a lot of this heroes, which they've got so much burst, but they just don't have that one-shot potential. But with the Sky Piercer, it is very possible. But in this case, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ling being a priority coming from Evo's Holy if they decide to set it on away. But like you said, conditions need to be met.
Yeah.
Certain requirements here in order to allow this assassin to have free, uninterrupted farm, which I think in yesterday's game, even for Team Liquid PH, they have brought in a strategy where they just focused on shutting down the junglers and stopping them from playing the game.
Yeah, I still remember a game yesterday between Falcon and Arkeyoshi where Falcon forced Arkeyoshi to pick up the Ling, and that was not a good game. That was, yeah. The Fredrin is still very strong going up against the Ling, so it's not necessarily free. So I feel like it really still depends on what supporting staff that you have around the Ling, around the Hayabusa, that makes it so much better for you to pick up an assassin. But either ways, I kind of feel like a pick that is still strong no matter what is going to be the Roger, where the Roger with the Sky Piercer, doesn't matter if he's in the gold lane or in the jungle, his potential to go in, burst down the target, get out, and then get a neutral objective is very high. We're going into the draft where we're going to see who's going to be first pick and who's going to be second pick. And it looks like Rebellion first pick, Evo's Holy second pick.
Okay, based on the bans here, I do see Xborg, Luoyi, Ling being a priority ban coming from Rebellion, so they don't really want Annabelle to be playing that. So that means they are going to open up heroes like Valentina as well as the Faramis potentially if they decide to go for it. But all in all, it seems
Angela?
like do they want to prioritize that Roger first, which is something that I think Rebellion has been doing that a lot when it comes to prioritizing their gold laners. And yeah, I can see the Angela, but yeah, you're right. It is going to be the Angela priority coming from Rebellion.
And then pick up the Roger here because, again, the Roger is so flexible. You can put in the goal, you can put in the jungle. Roger pick up. Now if you... Okay, Valentina, so that you can steal away the Heart Guard. One priority that we have seen shooting up as well is going to be the Terizla, where the Terizla is flexed between mid as well as EXP. Personally, don't like him mid, but I can still see a world where the Terizla is still very strong there. If not, maybe pick up your gold laner now before he gets taken out. Maybe they want a Natan. The Moskov is banned out, so priorities like Natan, Claude. Brody seems pretty strong, but we don't see a lot of teams picking it up just yet.
I think Beatrix is also a good mention, but so far, besides Beatrix as well, I think Clint is going to be one of those heroes that a lot of people I've seen being spammed in the ranked games as well, so they might consider bringing in the Clint just because of value, true damage coming in from the team. But no, they're not going to pick Monster Ranks first. They are going to pick their power picks. Baxia would be the priority, as well as the Yu Zhong. Yesterday's games, almost every single series, we've seen Yu Zhong make it into the second phase, the second stage of the first phase for first pick for almost every single team. So I think when it comes to this situation, you know, they like those crowd controls. They love to get very disruptive in team fights and then just peel them apart.
Right now, I'm wondering whether they want to pick up the... I think Assassins here is going to be very difficult, so I feel like you got to conceal that for a little bit. So it looks like they're going to prioritize the Grok. Again, the Roger can be flexed into the jungle, can be flexed into the gold. I feel at this point you might want to take out priority gold laners just so that you're forcing Rebellion into a bad pick, and then you can see whether the Roger can win against that matchup, or if somehow they find a hero that wins against the Roger, they can just switch the Roger into the jungle.
Now, 3 heroes that actually comes to mind right now in terms of previous power picks here is going to be the Matilda, Fredrin, as well as the Barats. Completely ignored by both sides right now. Not sure if Rebellion is going to decide to ban towards that direction here to have an easier matchup for this Baxia, or, like you said, maybe Evo's Holy might consider just bringing the Assassins here, which I think looks pretty hard here considering the fact that Grok is pretty much the only one going to be zoning based off this composition in the early phase of the game.
Looks like Rebellion is going to ban the
Ooh,
Nolan
alright.
because having the Baxia as well as Angela, looks like they have a pretty good comp to go up against the Fredrin. I would say a safer tank jungle for Evo's Holy would be the Akai. If they don't want the Akai, they can do something that they've done before, which is bringing in the Xborg jungle. So they can pick up Xborg in the 4th pick and then decide where they want to flex it into the EXP or in the jungle.
Huh. This is interesting. Seeing Rebellion has been leaning onto the usual healing composition here, they have adapted a very, very unique Ube strategy, right? Even in the games yesterday where Rebellion was going all against Monster Vicious, they tend to like to go for very, very sustained compositions. Ruby is going to be something that they might consider bringing out to the table if they decide to play a Ruby role and go send the Angela as a mage role. Again, like I said, they are going to go lean towards a sustained composition, whereas Evo's Holy, they have to find a way to break those healings that are going to be coming from Rebellion Zion, but I don't know. It feels like Matilda was out of position. They don't really have a lot of sustains. Maybe Evo's Holy might consider just a burst composition where they just one-shot somebody and get out.
Right now, we already see the mid duo having the Valentina as well as the Grok. You would probably grab your EXP here just so that you have the flexibility. But in terms of EXP, I wonder what's strong here going up against the Yuzong now that the EDIF has been banned. I would say a strong neutral pick is the Terizla, but the Terizla does not win lane going up against the Yuzong.
I think it's either Benedetta, or Xborg coming in from Evo's Holy.
Xborg.
These are the 3 heroes that comes to mind for me if they are going to set it up for Fluffy for Evo's Holy. Do they want to get the XP right now? I don't think they should. They should prioritize on their jungler right now. Like, getting the Fredrin right now wouldn't be too bad if they want to kind of mirror against the Baxia. But no, they go for the Alpha, so they are going to go towards a true damage here. So this is Animal on that Alpha.
Not sure I like it because historically he's not been performing well using the Alpha against this kind of composition as well. So many divers onto him. I don't know. I kind of feel like it is going to be very, very risky. Going up against the Baxia, I might even consider using the second talent to be Festival of Blood so that you can sustain a little bit more, because based on personal experience, I kind of feel like even War Axe is not enough for the Alpha to sustain going up against a Baxia.
Even with the new War Axe?
Definitely not enough. I've tested out the Baxia. Having the life bin as well, is not enough just yet. So again, primary marksmans here, Natan is still open. Either the Faramis as well. Yeah, I think just War Axe isn't going to be enough. Unless you do War Axe and you just go full damage. Then your healing will be enough, because if it's like a hybrid build, I don't think it's going to be enough.
I actually like the drops coming from Rebellion, right? They've got so much sustains, they've got counter engagers as well, they've got a decent amount of CCs. As long as the Natan doesn't die, he's going to get free hits all the way through. Whereas Evo's Holy, you've got this Alpha, which I think the idea is to sustain through and also potentially dish out a decent amount of true damage. So if they want to double down on this, bringing the export isn't too bad. But again, they're not going to be able to outlast Rebellion in all these team fights.
I feel like you need a Benedetta, a Lapu Lapu, something that can dive in and destroy the Netherrealm quickly. So they're gonna pick up the Lapu Lapu here. I kind of feel like between both drafts, Rebellion has the easier draft to pilot. Evo's Holy, they have a lot of conditions to be met. If the Roger can snowball out of control with a Sky Piercer, then the win condition is heavily going towards Evo's Holy, just snowballing the game, making it so that the Natan doesn't get his Holy Crystal. But I don't know. Rebellion, they just have to play a normal game, while Evo's Holy, they gotta play against a condition that Brands has to do well.
Okay, this is a very, very tough win condition, right? Like you said as well, it comes down to Brand snowballing on this Roger. That means that he needs to be able to win his first 4 or 5 minutes of the game and then snowball out of control, while Rebellion eSports is just gotta wait and chill and wait for the power spikes.
Yeah, I'm thinking Brand should think about skipping his boots and then go straight for the Sky Piercer just to make sure that he gets it by the 3rd minute, so that he can actually burst down D using the Natan. Because if he doesn't and is waiting for a while, I don't know, looking like more of a Rebellion game.
Well, let's take a look here because this is going to be the first series of today here where we decide to find out who is going to be the ones that advance further here in the last chance qualifier. This is going to be Rebellion eSports going up against Evo's Holy, game number 1 in these upper brackets.
And now we're looking at both junglers starting on the orange buff, so they won't be really looking at each other, but I kind of feel like Vincent really wants to go inside of the jungle, try to see if he can still camp. If he can't, it's totally fine because going up against NFL using this alpha is definitely punishable whenever he's going up against a Yuzong that's having the war cry. The war cry is going to make it so that he wins the lane quite well, and then going into the turtle phase, it's not going to be a good time for Evo's Holy to deal with the 8% extra damage coming in from the Yuzong.
Oof, that's a lot of damage here, especially in the early stage of the game, right? Like, Yuzong isn't that super strong in level 1, but once he gets to level 2, level 3, this is where he has to respect it. And on top of the wall cry, it's something that he has to be a little bit more patient. Even see here as well, Cars is starting to just harass Fluffy because of this, which is a little bit annoying here. Neville starts to hit his 4. He's looking to try and potentially start his first invade, but it's still shy away from 2 minutes from this penalty into the jungle penalty.
Yeah, looking at the top lane, it does look like NFL wants to try a gank here, but the Boxer is already there. They're going on to Fluffy. NFL wants to fight back. He's really thinking about it.
Oh, he's got the 4. He's looking to go in for the pull as well, but they're taking a little bit too much damage. Sway low, chunks them down low with a huge margin. Fluffy, first of all, that's going to be first blood in the hands of Rebellion eSports.
That's going to set up quite a big situation here because Rebellion now, they have priority over the turtle. NFL has used his Spear of Alpha as well, so there's no way for him to get inside of the turtle pit. I feel like Dreams has to let this go. Don't trade too much HP here because Rebellion's going to get this for free. Now Evo's Holy, they got to play from a deficit.
Now this is a great start here from Rebellion. You get and see they're immediately trying to pressure down mid lane here. Dreams has no choice but to recall back. And throughout all this fight, Dreams was nowhere in position to secure his level 4. So that's going to be a very, very huge factor for him if he needs to actually, you know, counter-engage for the team, which unfortunately Rebellion eSports was just a little bit quicker.
It's unfortunate that Evo's Holy allowed Rebellion eSports to pick up an early Boxia as well as an Angela. It makes it so that a lot of the tankier junglers not really usable because Fredrin is really relying on his regen, and having the life bane and the sustained healing coming in from AudiTZ makes it so that Fredrin is not really viable. Akai is viable-ish, but it's also one of those heroes where you can potentially make a mistake on. NFL on this Alpha, again, historically on the Snapdragon Pro Series hasn't been doing quite well. We've seen him miss the Spear of Alpha, so that's not a good start here.
Well, in this case, Evo's Holy, they've shifted their focus right now. Instead of prioritizing Annabelle, they are going to be making sure that Brands has a good lane. In this case, he just got his Sky Piercer. So would he start to get out of control? But the question here is, can anyone peel for him?
They don't have to peel. Dreams already has his ult. He can really just go down, use his ult, and then let Brands finish it off. And have one other person there as well. Because confirming Brands 2 kills can snowball his lane out of control. Dreams is there, have 100%. It doesn't matter if it's Clockun, if it's Annabelle, they can do it. But so far, the setup is not there just yet.
Oh, it's going to be a little bit difficult as well. They are Rebellion eSports giving up a lot of map control down middle as well top lane, shifting their focus with this Angela, making sure that this gold lane is going to be secured by B. But again, you know, that's the plus side of Rebellion, right? Like, this hard guard, if it's available, he can join the fight anytime soon. But in this case, you see Rebellion already standing things up for this turtle. Dreams gets a nice reset, so that's going to buy a little bit more time. But again, for what?
A little bit of mistake coming in from Vincent, trying to leash the turtle that far away. Usually against the Grok, you want to go inside the turtle pit. Lighter Conform use, finds Annabelle.
Well, now they are going to try and zone them off as well. Petrified to try and harass his way through hard guards up onto his in, but Annabelle is so tanky. But Fluffy is going to want to set the tone for the turtle fight here. That means Evo's Holy is going to be go time. They get the counter to the realm, and now they flip the table, they turn the tide, and Rebellion is going to be the ones that back off. There's just so much damage, and Annabelle somehow manages to get away with 1 kill in this fight.
That was Klakun being clutch. And looking at the bottom lane, the Natan is almost get taken down by Brands. Brands was able to win that 1v1. It looks like he's going to have a lot of HP here getting taken down. And he might even get the entire turret here, especially because Dreams is there, potentially slowing them down. But no, Brands is going to exit. He's not going to risk his life trying to get this tower. And no, he doesn't get it.
Oh, Dreams? Okay, he got cancelled. But again, you know, that was a really good fight for Evo's Holy. Yeah, like, I was expecting Rebellion to potentially win that, but Annabelle getting on top of everyone and not dying is just a force to be reckoned with here. And it seems to me he just got his War Axe as well. So it makes a lot of sense of where sustainability is coming from here.
And we see 2 War Axe on Evo's Holy and 2 Glowing Wand. Looks like a rush for the Glowing Wand after the absence of the Necklace of Durance, skipping the Enchanted Talisman. So it looks like for both Rebellion as well as Evo's Holy understands the potential of healing for both sides. So prioritizing that Glowing Wand to make sure that the team fight isn't as extended as it's supposed to be.
Yeah, this is really good for Evo's Holy. Like, once they got that, it makes a lot of sense why the Angela heals doesn't really heal that much anymore. And this kind of stops the tempo. And I like how, because of this item power spike coming from Evo's Holy, they were able to win the trade, which forces Rebellion eSports from getting super out of control. But as of yet, we haven't seen a single kill of our Brands yet, so that Sky Piercer hasn't been seen to make a lot of work yet.
Yeah, but still, Evo's Holy almost 3,000 gold over 1 team fight victory shows their presence in the map. And the bottom lane, the tower is still standing. The moment they get that tower, they're going to have a big spike of gold as well. Now Vincent has to contest for the turtle, but Annabelle is already on that. It looks like he's not going to be able to contest.
Okay, Vincent pops into toys with Sans, but he is going to drop a little bit too much damage here. Hardcut comes in, but it doesn't matter. He gets bursted down rather quickly. Now here comes the Black Dragon with the Hard God on top of it. Evo's Holy will just settle with just Vincent, and that's a big win for Annabelle.
You know, all the while looking at the top lane here, it looks like Dion and Natan is going to get isolated with the tower, so he's probably going to get that tower for free. But Evo's Holy, they want this mid lane turret to make sure that they have a big opening inside of the jungle of Rebellion. So Evo's Holy is winning by a lot here, and Rebellion, they're just trying to get trades wherever they can on the map.
Yep, very, very good stuffs here coming from Evo's Holy here. Now, with a little bit of pressure here, Annabelle, look at him. He's going to try and out-sustain this here. The Toys Persons is used on Vincent, but it doesn't matter. He got chain stun. The Nether Realm comes in. It's a little bit too late to save the day. Both sides use their own Nether Realm. But again, under pressure is going to be Rebellion here. Look at this. Annabelle looking for the flank angle. He has the ultimate here. He's going to try and go with Spirit Alpha. He misses, but it doesn't matter. They're taking a little bit too much damage here. But somehow, Suelo was able to find a trade as well. But D will fall in the process. And Rebellion eSports, they trade 1-for-1. But a gold lane for a jungler.
Yeah, I feel like Rebellion, even they weren't expecting that much damage to come out of Evo's Holy, because we saw Suelo was very late with his Nether Realm, because he was like, yeah, I probably still have a little bit more time before he gets super low. And then after that, it's just both teams being forced into a fight. And Brands definitely tried to optimize his Sky Piercer by getting as many people low as possible, but Suelo is making it a little bit difficult. Same as Auditizi, healing people up, making it so that it's hard for him to burst.
Oh no. Speaking of bursting, here Fluffy forced popped out here, but no, D will be able to snipe him at the edge, and that's going to be a kill in the hands of Rebellion eSports. They are able to push back now, and that's a big, small victories that Rebellion eSports need to kind of have that breathing space that they need.
It's a good victory because it's able to delay the game, and Rebellion, once they have Holy Crystal onto D, it's going to be dealing quite a lot of damage, and he will be able to burst down the Nether Realm very, very quickly. So Evo's Holy, they're in a very good lead right now, but they do have to be careful allowing Rebellion eSports to get into their power spike.
Ooh, speaking of power spikes here, no flickers up on the side of Evo's Holy for this Lord Dance. So it seems to me they might try and bait this out before this next Lord comes in. Rebellion as well, they're waiting up on the perfect execution. In this case, Suelo, 25 seconds on the flicker. And I don't think they want to risk this fight anytime soon unless they find someone out of position. Klakun gets the Nether Realm, but the Lord drops down a little bit low, so it seems to be Black Dragon comes in. They are going to try and force the fight. Annabelle going to be a point of interest here. They're going for Petrify, but Annabelle with the Spirit Alpha still gets the Lord. And now with the counter Nether Realm as well, Evo, they're just dropping like flies, so much damage, and Brent is able to mow them down one by one. But Suelo is able to get a big Ghostbusters and turn the tides. It seems to me it's only Brand Snap alone. He's getting kited around, but eventually Rebellion still comes out on top. What happened?
That was the wipeout. I have to ask the same question. The EVOS Holy had so much HP getting traded by the Lord. I don't know. I mean, like, I saw NFL go in, and I saw that Clockun use the Netherrealm to make sure that they are not taking too much damage. I don't see a Holy Crystal on D just yet, but I guess the simplest way to say it, Carlos was the big difference maker because he dealt a lot of damage and a lot of kiting coming in from Rebellion eSports with the healing coming in from Auditizi. It really helps a lot.
Oh, Desperation's coming from Fluffy to try and make a play here, but it looks like the disengage comes in. Zipper, we got to pull up the replay here on what happened here because that was a very chaotic fight coming from both sides because that is something that I think it looked really good on EVO's Holy's side to actually start to engage and win the Lord, but it seems like I think Suelo was the guy that just was able to find like 5-man Ghostbusters and just chunked them down so low to a point that EVO's Holy just wasn't expecting the amount of sustain coming from Rebellion eSports.
Something that I wonder is because Karas, the Yuzong, he didn't receive a lot of damage, so perhaps EVO's Holy just completely avoided him. And Vincent goes in. Oh, they want Dreams.
Dreams. He might be in trouble as well, but the Netherrealm is going to be able to save them as well. They're all kiting down. The Black Dragon has been used to try and zone them out. Annabelle looking for the finish. He was able to trade off Sway Low, but at the same time, Brad going for the finisher, gets a triple. But look at this, Cars with the Hearts Guard. He's just so tanky, doing so much damage. He's able to trade 50-50s, but on top of it all, despite all that, Rebellion eSports, they trade 3 for 3, but Sway Low has a very, very small spawn timer.
I like that now Auditizi is like, okay, you know what, forget you guys, I'm just going inside the Yuzong. This Yuzong with the War Cry, oh my goodness, deals so much damage. The fact that he has a Hunter Strike as well, we gotta look at the instant replay here and look at the Yuzong. He is gonna be surviving because of the Netherrealm. Gets out, and then look at the amount of damage that he's able to put in once he's inside the fight because he gets the War Cry stacks, 8% extra damage. He at this point, he might as well just build the Sky Piercer just to end the fight that much sooner.
I think even that fight as well, EVO's Holy, they thought they could have won the fight, right? Think about it. Annabelle was able to connect so much damage on the backlines here, but the only one that was not focused here was the Yu-Jong. So they killed 3, they should have won, but again, when a Yu-Jong with Angela in play, how do you kill that? Think about it. Like, he does so much damage, he's got so much sustains, he's got the heals from the Angela. It feels like EVO's Holy is put in a spot where the only way for them to actually start the fight is that they need to pick Auditizi before the fight even begins.
And again, we talked about the condition where Brand says they do very, very well early in the game. This is mid-game, so even though he's doing well now, the timing is a little bit off. Speaking of a little bit off, looks like EVO's Holy got one person from Rebellion eSports, unknown who.
Oh no, they forced the Netherrealm, the most awkward situation here. And now Rebellion eSports, they are going to try and interject. Fluffy is going to be the first one to fall, and the rest of EVO's Holy just not prepared for that fight. Rebellion eSports comes out on top, but again, Heartsguard now kind of wean off right now. They are going to try and heal back up.
Oh,
and as you can see, the pull coming in from Sway Low, dragging Clockun in. No chance to try and capitalize on this. Rebellion, they get the full reset, and EVO's Holy now has to do this 3v5. Lord down towards half HP. Annabelle looking for the Steel's Dreams, trying to go for the reset. Annabelle forced to use the Spirit Alpha to get out to safety. So that's going to be the Lord Secure Dreams now. Stranded goes for the wall charge, flickers out of there. But can he escape? Vincent doesn't clap the stun. The immunity saves his life. And he is going to be A-OK. But Rebellion still comes up on top.
Oh yeah, on top for sure. The Lord has spawned down bottom lane. Fluffy taking a bit of damage coming in from D. It looks like the Lord is going to be a non-factor because Annabelle is already there to deal with it. Oh, but look at this. Cars wants to fight back.
Oh, bottom lane there. Cars and Angela fighting against Annabelle. He's trying to out-sustain this. We do see a little bit more damage here. Annabelle somehow drops Cars down low, but he's alone, all by himself. No backup whatsoever. Brent's thinking about helping him out, but guess what? He gets caught out of position, and he will fall too. Rebellion eSports finds not one, but 2 big key players for EVO's Holy.
It's unfortunate, but Brand's timing is off. Like, he wants to make himself a big deal right now after the Holy Crystal they built by E. off timing.
Oh, it's gonna be tough now. Fluffy being caught off as well. Now the NetherRealm to try to secure things. Dreams gets picked apart. Double kill for D. Clawhood all by himself. It's gonna be a wipeout there, and Rebellion Esports flips the table, turns the tide, and takes game 1 against Evo's Holy. What a turn of events.
Rebellion dropping the number 2 team from MPLID for one game. 1-0 goes to Rebellion. Can they do it again for a clean 2-0? Or Evo's Holy wants to show, you know what? Game number 1, a fluke. We're going to return with a 1-1 victory, but Evo's Holy definitely got to look back into the draft because delaying the pick for the jungle for Annabelle seems costly for them.
Yeah, but in this case, Evo's Holy, they might have made a little bit of mistakes here. Game 1 seemed like there were a little bit of hope with Annabelle, which we did see in the final moments as well. Annabelle, he has the damage, he has somewhat of a sustainability here, but the follow-up seems to be a little bit lacking here. And I'm not sure. You were liking the Lapu Lapu? Personally, it doesn't matter what they pick. Yuzhong just...
Yeah, Yuzhong is way too strong. Yeah. Yuzhong with the wall cry, it's insane. Like, imagine if he was like, you know what, I'm going to go full damage. Oh, that would have been a little bit too much. But definitely in this game, it does look like Evo's Holy, that draft is, like, the win condition is very niche. Brands, if you get, like, 2 kills by 5 minutes, then, okay, we're looking like we're in a pretty good spot. Brands was able to get 4 kills, but that was, like, around mid-game when the Natan already had 2 items, and he was already on the way to building the Holy Crystal. Once the Holy Crystal has been built, the Natan's damage is way too much for Evo's Holy to really handle.
Yep, and based on this stats as well, you can see his itemization. By the end of the game, he was able to max out every single team. And eventually, when this... It's 2 things you got to worry about, right? Like, it's either the Yuzhong or the Natan. 2 very, very important heroes in terms of just dishing out damage. But if you focus on Vincent every single time, great. You take away the Tortoise Passons. But guess what? You're getting free hits after free hits, which in this case, Evo's Holy was just a little bit confused on who they should be focusing on.
I would say the big turning point was when Rebellion, they won the fight around the EXP lane, where they were able to drop Fluffy down very, very fast, and then Annabelle just had nothing to do around the turtle fight, because once your EXP has lost his lane, you can't contest the turtle anymore. If you try to force it out, you're gonna straight up die. So Evo's Holy, I would say the early game needs to be fixed a little bit to go up against Rebellion.
I think we talked about this during the draft, right? It came down to a situation where Evo's Holy needed to somehow find a way to win the early game to kind of enable Brands to get out of control. Did not happen. Rebellion was the one to set the pace and then just completely shut everyone down. Now, let's take a look at stats as we're damage dealt here is going to be favoring towards Rebellion. Cars have 44,000, but D65 Suelo 56,000 on this Faramis. Every single time Evo's Holy comes up, he's going to be the guy that dishes out the most value damage in D-fights.
Yeah, and again, looking at how the team has played, the only person that actually rotated into Brands' lane was Dreams. Clawhood was staying in the mid, trying to clear the lanes, making sure that not a lot of rotations coming in from Rebellion. And Annabelle didn't have a choice. He had to continue farming because he was already losing in terms of farm because he's losing turtles. So I understand how they couldn't really help the gold lane out that much, but if only Brands was able to do more, much better. So I kind of feel like if they're not willing to have a better early game, then maybe draft something that's really strong come mid and late game.
Yeah, I guess so. And even in total heals as well, you can see that Annabelle is trying to kind of compensate for the heals that Angela brings to the table. But the problem here is that you have an Angela as well as a Faramis, which is something that I think they were, you know, too much to handle in terms of just outlasting here. But despite all that, let's take a look at the graphs here. We do see that the early 5 minutes here, you know, Rebellion Esports, they won the first hurdle, they were able to get a couple trades, but ever since they made one small mistake, Evo's Holy was the one that came out on top, which I think they had a lot of lead, but what happened which resulted them just completely dipping down?
I feel like it was the point where we saw Cars got 3 or 4 kills whenever Evo's Holy secured the turtle, if I'm not mistaken. Was it a turtle or was it a lord? But Rebellion, Carlos was able to get a lot of kills after that. They got an entire team wipeout, and then cost them the victory. But the MVP is going over to D, 8-2-6 KDA, 828 gold per minute, 78% kill participation. And again, this is the key to victory. Let him get his Holy Crystal, and he'll be carrying the game.
Oh, interesting enough, he actually went for the firmness emblem instead of the usual attack speed on his first emblem. So he's looking to out-sustain here. He's got the heals. As long as he's alive, he's going to be able to dish out damage. But of course, in case you guys missed out on the highlights here, this was a very, very good steal for Vivo's Holy with the Lord. They got the Lord. Unfortunately, Annabelle was just free hitting. Sorry, Cars was getting free hits after free hits with his huge arm, which I think forced Evo's Holy in a very, very awkward position.
Yeah, no one was attacking him. And the moment Brands came and attacked him, we see that quite a lot of damage gets hit onto Cars. If they target him from the get-go, maybe it would have been a different ball game. But it's something that Evo's Holy has to consider after this. Their targeting has to be fixed, or more or less like we have to consider Cars is a threat. We got to take him down to make sure that the team fight goes smoothly.
Yeah, and I think here comes the situation where Evo's Holy start to crumble a little bit, which allowed Robolet Zion to kind of find opportunities, right? Like, got the kill on Annabelle. Oh, great. He looks like he was able to 1v5, do a little bit of a freestyle TikTok there, which we do see Alpha from time to time can 1v5s, but unfortunate to say, his 1v5 almost succeeded, but it was just completely kited from the side of Rebellion Esports. So a little bit unlucky, but at the same time, good job to Rebellion Esports because now they're one game away from advancing into the upper brackets.
And now Evo's Holy, they have a lot to talk about. So we're going to go to a very short break to give time to both teams to really think about how the draft is going to be shaping up for the upcoming game. After this, it's going to be Evo's Holy against Rebellion Esports.
Here we go!
And we're back. Evo's Holy, again, they had enough time. Now we got to see how they use their time. Either they're going to change the draft or they're going to change how they play the game. Welcome back. My name is Lofel. Alongside with me is ICBB12. And for you guys have got to make sure you guys grab the tickets because it's selling out fast. It's only 10,000 IDR. You guys can get it at esl.gg/MMABTix-EN. You guys can get it on the QR code as well. And for the first 1,000 of you guys that managed to get the tickets, you guys will get 65,000 IDR worth of goodies.
Yes, and if you guys want to get those free chests very, very quickly here, what I heard is it's selling pretty fast as well. It's down to, I think, the last 100 tickets probably in terms of rewards, in terms of rewards. So you gotta get it fast. But even if you don't get the rewards, it's okay. Don't you want to feel the vibes on what SPS is going to be bringing to the table here? Something different compared to the usual MPLs. You know, I'm not going to lie, SPL brings a different kind of vibe here. If you guys enjoyed last year's SPS in Indonesia, and you know what I'm talking about here, guess what? We're going to have it again one more time. But now, nevertheless, jumping back into the game here, this is going to be game 2. Evo's Holy have to rethink their strategy if they want to survive and try and make it to those upper brackets, because little they know, if they lose here, it means they have to go down to face off 2 other teams for that slot in towards the Challenge Finals.
Now there's a difference. Evo's Holy will be the first pick. Rebellion will be the second pick. So if Evo Holy want, they can actually get the Angela for themselves or just change up the draft. Try to get a Boxia early, because I feel like, judging by how the performances of the tank jugglers has been, it does look like Boxia is a little bit stronger compared to the Fredrin that has been nerfed how many times now, and Barats hasn't been seen at all.
You know, it's interesting to see Boxia completely untouched, right?
Boxia was touched. He was balanced. He was like, the early game is a little bit weaker, but his damage reduction has increased.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but still, at the same time, damage reduction means that he's still very, very relevant.
He's much tankier
fight, right?
than before.
Yeah. So, and I think when it comes to, you know, Skypiercer being introduced into the game, like, Skypiercer's intention was to kind of shut down low HP outplays, which we see from Benedetta, heroes like Paquito, you know, 1 HP clutch situations. Paquito takes it on a different level. Like, he's going to be able to tank everything to a point that I don't think the Skypiercer's threshold is going to be able to hit him because of how high his damage reduction is in the early game.
Honestly, Paquito is a good hero to use the Skypiercer as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Honestly, it's like, Paquito is a very strong hero, but it looks like teams haven't been willing to use him just yet. And honestly, looking at the performance of Yuzong looks pretty strong, man. I feel like it is going to be a very, like, as strong as Yuzong was before, much stronger now with the Warcry. And if teams want to use the War Axe on Yuzong, honestly, even better. You know, more penetration. The only thing that he's missing out is the movement speed compared to Hunter Strike, but some teams are willing to take that trade.
Huh. This is interesting coming for Evo's Holy. They switch up the drafts a little bit here. This time they prioritize on banning the Florin. And now Angela, you know, still up for grabs here. Do they want to deny it away from Rebellion? Or do they want to try and take the Valentina as a safety net in this game here? But if you guys missed out on the previous draft here, we did see a little bit of mix up coming in. Export being let through. Oh, okay, makes a lot of sense now that why they didn't go for the Expo. Expo was actually banned in the early phase of the game. In game 1.
Okay, I didn't see that, so
yeah, I didn't see that too.
But either ways, Angela first pick, denying Angela and Boxia combo. I feel like Boxia is still a good pick, so that you lower the healing as well as the shield generated by the Angela. But this time, having an Angela does allow you to pick up the Fredrin if you want to use a tankier jungler. Or this time, if you want to go back on the Alpha, it's a little bit better because you have the help of Angela. So I feel like fighters with the Angela does feel more like a tank, so it's pretty good as well.
What are your thoughts on the new patch on Matilda Barats? Because, you know, I don't think it's that much changes, except for Barats getting nerfed a little bit here. But from
I mean, we haven't seen Barats at all. We've seen Matilda.
I seen one game yesterday, but didn't really do too well. Like, he was able to win the game though against a Fanny, but that's against Monster Vicious, right?
Okay, I think I didn't see that game, but the games that I've casted, I haven't seen a Barats just yet, so really hard to talk about that kind of matchup. Looks like the Yuzong is gonna get picked up early by Evo's Holy, and Brands is gonna get his signature Claude. But going up against a Roger, it is gonna be a difficult matchup if D is feeling like a bully today.
Oh, I like the idea that Evo's Holy is focusing on the NetherRealm in this game, right? In the previous game, they were struggling to actually deal with it. Here, you talked about the Lapu Lapu being the solution for the NetherRealm, but this time, doubling down Claude as well as the Yu Zhong is a great way to deal with it. But the problem here is they might not get the Valentina this game.
Yeah, but why? They could have picked up the Valentina, but I guess they really prioritize on the Claude, and maybe they have the idea that this Angela is gonna go mid anyways. Baxia gets picked up by Rebellion.
No.
So
here we go.
Yeah, here we go again. Rebellion starting with a very strong 3 pick. Evo's Holy has a strong 3 pick as well. I feel like they really don't want to run the risk of the Claude getting banned out. But again, the matchup between Claude and Roger is won by Roger. If the Roger can hit the Claude a few times. If the Claude is able to survive, then I guess his skills a little bit better. But I don't know. I'm feeling more for Rebellion for this one.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think the problem that we kind of saw was that did they want to mirror the healing composition for Angela, right? Like they couldn't really draft it as well. They didn't decide to go for Matilda. They didn't go for maybe even a Rafaela to a certain degree to kind of force somewhat of healing here. Even the Minotaur was kind of completely ignored by Evo's Holy. But this time, I want to see how Rebellion takes this approach, because now no healing, Florine's out, means Angela is going to be in the pool. Do they force the Minotaur up on Rebellion to make sure they have somewhat of a sustainability?
Actually, I feel like Minotaur is a very good shout for Rebellion. I feel like Evo's Holy, if they want to ban a hero, actually banning out the Minotaur could be good, because the Minotaur can counter the Claude as well as the Yu Zhong. The moment they go in, just use the Minnow and Fury, and then they all get knocked up, and gives a lot of time for the Roger to reposition. So, but they themselves ban it out, so they have something else in mind.
Okay.
What do they want, like a Grok?
Okay, so I think Evo's Holy has played this before, where they decide to go either for the Minotaur, to play like a full heal composition, right? Like look at this, Yu Zhong, insane sustains, Angela, insane sustains. With the Minotaur, it sets up a tempo where if the boxer goes in to try and offset the anti-heals, he is not getting anything out with those stuns with Minotaur. So I think that's the idea that Rebellion just doesn't want to deal with if they decide to go for that route, so which is something that they are known for.
Yeah, so now what does Evo's Holy ban out? Do they ban out something like the Edith? Because again, Paquito is a very good ban. We talked about it. And CC, completely forgot about the CC as well. So now what does Rebellion want to pick here? In terms of roamer, I guess the Grok is still open if they want that. Quite a lot of aggression, and it can potentially deal with the Claude whenever the Claude wants to go in.
I think the biggest problem right now for Rebellion is that how do they kill this dragon, right? Like, Roger is not exactly the greatest to deal with the dragon, just because he's going to be finishing people in melee form. So you need somebody to actually poke him from afar. In this case, I don't think there's a lot of junglers that can do that unless they go for like an assassin, which I don't think with the Heartsguard is going to be able to burst somebody down. But they go for the Edith. Edith was banned in the previous game, so that is going to be the XP Edith coming from Rebellion.
So he was Holy again.
Unless this is a roam Edith.
I guess it could be a roam Edith.
Yeah.
I guess they pick it up just so that they can see what the rest of the composition for Evo's Holy is going to look like before making a decision. Because again, quite a lot of roams are still open. Quite a lot of EXPs are still open as well. They can pick up. Again, I've been mentioning him. Terizla is a good shout. If they want to pick up something like a Ruby as well, maybe fight sustain for sustain.
I think Ruby is something that Evo's Holy might consider because of the amount of sustains they bring to the table, right? So the question here is, who is going to be the mage? Because if they go for Ruby roam, who's going to be the mage? Who's going to be jungle?
Oh wait.
Yeah. They're doubling down on the Alpha, but this time with the Angela, but they bring in the Tigra. So that means this is a Angela mage for Evo's Holy. Yay or nay?
I feel like if there's an Angela, then the Alpha is okay. It's just that their early game is really dependent on the Alpha. If the Alpha does well, then okay, because they can't rely on their mage to really deal a lot of damage here. So
I'm not liking this rough. Like, I like the idea that Evo's Holy is going for, but they just don't have enough of magic damage to deal with Rebellion. Like all Rebellion needs to do is just itemize physical defense, and they're good. Like, the only one that can pierce through that is pretty much the Alpha with the true damage, but even then, so what? You know? They get the Matilda, so they do have the sustains now, as well as the escape mechanics. And I don't know. I like Rebellion's draft a little bit more this time.
Yeah, again, I kind of feel like we both feel the same way because Rebellion's draft is a little bit more straightforward, easier to execute, where Evo's Holy, they put conditions on themselves. Like, if they hit the conditions, then of course it's going to be looking good. If, say, Annabelle wins the turtle and then gets 1 or 2 kills because he has the protection from the Angela, he's able to move forward, especially Fluffy gets a 3-man petrify, and then everything will be looking good because if the alpha is able to snowball, then the alpha looks absolutely amazing. But again, it's a lot of conditions. If you hit the conditions, you're good. If early game, somehow Rebellion wins the fight on EXP, then it's probably going to be Rebellion's game.
I'm curious to see, does Rebellion get full Purifies here because of this play, right? But now with the Matilda, Purify isn't that bad of an issue. Like, you still have a get out of jail free card coming in from Rebellion. Whereas Evo's Holy, they're banging on them going for the Purifies. And yes, I was right. Triple Purifies on Rebellion here. Oh boy, it's going to be a tough game for Evo's Holy, but we shall see. Ladies and gentlemen here, this is going to be LCQ. Game number 2, Evo's Holy going up against Rebellion here to fight on whether who will be advancing into the upper bracket finals for this match. Evo's Holy versus Rebellion.
For this game, I really want to see how each player will be playing the side lanes because for Evo's Holy, they want their EXP to be winning quite a lot. For Rebellion Esports, they want their gold laner to win by quite a lot. So Rebellion as well as Evo's Holy, they have an early win condition when it comes to the laning phase that they want to achieve. The difference is Rebellion, even if they don't achieve that win condition, the game still looks relatively okay for them compared to Evo's Holy, where they're a little bit more reliant on their EXP winning the match.
Huh. What happened to Sui Lo? He popped his Purify rather early as well. So that's a... I think it may be Dream trying to offset it here with the drag, but at the same time, it feels like Rebellion Esports just doesn't really need to do much. They just need to react to what Evo's Holy is doing right now. But speaking of reaction here, they are going to force an issue with Fluffy, able to get a little bit of harassment, but they just don't have the damage right now.
Now, I feel like it's just to make sure that Evo's Holy can't go heavy onto cars. It's just like, okay, I'm here. You guys should know that I'm here. If you guys want to fight, we're all ready. Because we know you guys want your EXP to win. So this is on Rebellion Esports, understanding the win condition for Evo's Holy and preparing for it.
Well, speaking of preparation here, Evo's Holy and Rebellion Esports, they have been focusing on the XP lane to make sure either the Wolf or the Mage gets those XP. And guess what? They're able to react this time. Not this time, Rebellion. We know what's up. Game 1, you did it to us, but not this time. But it seems to me, oh no, mistakes were made. Fluffy right at the edge. Cars wasn't able to pull it back right at the edge where the tower is able to do enough damage to kill him off. Oh my goodness, it happened the first time, but this time, Rebellion Esports, a different variation.
It happened again. It's on the same person as well.
Oh boy.
Now, cars can say, like, with or without you, Zong, it doesn't matter. You're losing the lane. Dreams tries to make a play here.
Implosion comes in, wants to reset this. Swalo secures the turtle. Here comes the dragon coming in, trying to isolate the fight. But NetherRealm is there to keep them all healthy. They get the full reset. Guess what? Heart's Gun is about to expire. Annabelle is trying to best kill off guards, but the Primer Up coming in. He's buying so much time. He was able to survive, but now Fluffy almost dying there. He narrowly escapes, but he's going to be able to get out there. Rebellion Esports 2-1. Seems to be a closer match than previous game.
Yeah, definitely closer. This time is a good thing that Fluffy was able to get a kill, so they equalize a little bit in terms of the EXP matchup. Fluffy almost died there. If he died, I don't think it's going to be worth it. And now he was going down to the bottom lane to make sure that the goal lane is going to be won.
Oh boy. Now, speaking of winning the fights here, because as of now, based on this engagement from both sides here, Rebellion, they have to be a little bit more cautious because as we had, they may have win the gold economy, but Evo's Holy seems to be having a little bit of fight in early game because of all this sustains because in this early fight.
Yeah, especially because, again, we can't forget how much damage that the Yuzong can deal now with the Warcry. Looks like I don't think he will change the build so much. I feel like he's going for a Hunter Strike still. Looking at the Roger, he's going for a Windtalker, not going for the Sky Piercer. So I guess they understand they're not going to be winning that lane as hard, so they don't prioritize that item.
Oh, interesting. To see a little bit of adaptations has to be made, right? But top side, we do see a little bit of ding 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 round 2, right? Fluffy might be in a little bit of trouble. Going for a stun. Fluffy was able to bait something out. They force reactions coming in. Rebellion not gonna be able to capitalize on this, but Audi is gonna recall back out to safety. So they are gonna be prepping for this next turtle.
Yeah, it looks like Fluffy understands Car's movement now because it's like, okay, if you're jiggling this way, you're probably thinking of wanting to gank me. But now the turtle is gonna spawn. Looks like both junglers are prime and ready to start the turtle. Just that in terms of the numbers, looks like Rebellion eSports, they're going to be moving towards the turtle a little bit faster compared to Evil's Holy.
Oh, Evil's Holy needs to drop it quick as well. The rest of Rebellion is here. Black Dragon has been used to try and zone off Vincent. His focus is going to make sure he doesn't get this retribution, but he still gets it anyway. They're all clumped up. Brands gets a free blazing duet to try and zone them up, but they just don't have the damage. Fluffy not able to get on top of Rebellion. He is going to take a little bit too much damage here. Sway low with the Ghostbusters. My goodness, just 2 targets is all he needs. And Clockwood and Fluffy is too scared to commit. And now tier 1 in the hands of Rebellion here. Everything that could have went right for Evil's Holy just completely went wrong in that fight.
Yeah, I don't know who dealt the most damage, but looking at what Swaylo did with the Ghostbusters, we have to assume it was him. Because again, the Evil's Holy was an okay kind of engage. Oh, Oddity goes on to Brands. A little bit below half HP, but again, he does not have the Sky Piercer, so he's not going to be fully engaged onto anyone just yet. Oh, but Vincent and Swaylo is here.
Vincent, he's thinking he wants Clockwood, he wants to stop the hard gun before he commits as well. NetherRealm comes in. Wait, the Tortoise was songs. Wait, Clockwood, he can't even get out. Now Implosion comes in, but it's a little bit too late. He's going to try dragging under the turret here, but the NetherRealm is going to keep him alive, and he's going to be able to get out. A drive-by hit and run by Vincent.
I feel like we saw this yesterday, where whenever an Angela is picked up, the opposing side just picks up a Boxia and do exactly the same thing. Just hard engage onto the Angela, and there's legit nothing much the Angela can do. The buff on the Tortoise Poissons, or the passive, makes it so that the Boxia barely receives any damage, even against marksmen. So, yeah, I don't know. Based on the patch, I kind of feel like of all the tank junglers, Boxia got the most love.
Yeah, but speaking of which here, damage leaderboard here, Swaylo's got 20,000 just 6 minutes into the game. So he's doing a decent amount of damage, and Evil's Holy slowly fluttering away in terms of sustainabilities, because as of yet, I do see Blade Armors up on Vincent as well. So that means the physical damage from Evil's Holy in these upcoming fights is not going to be very relevant, especially when Brands won't be able to sustain the Blade Armor's burst.
Yeah, the meta update as well. A lot of heroes are practicing. Oh, before that.
Oh my goodness. Circling Eagle into Dream. No implosion. And now the Enduro comes in. The Dragon just completely ignored Brands. Finally drops the blazing duet, but he's taking a lot of damage himself. He needs to be a little bit careful here. Turtle in the hands of Vincent once more, but Evil's Holy, they lost 4. Everyone is crumbling. They don't have damage. Friends, he needs to run. The last auto attack, Wind Talker not going to be able to proc him, so that's not going to be the wipeout. But the damage is done once more. Rebellion, they get absolutely everything for absolutely nothing.
That was basically a wipeout, because like you said, almost everyone from Evil's Holy gets taken down, and Rebellion did not have to trade anyone. Dude, Swaylo on this Faramis is so dangerous. Evil's Holy, the #2 team of MPL Indonesia, is crumbling against Rebellion.
Oh no, this is not looking good. Glowing one up on Swaylo is gonna completely further negate Clockwood's relevance in terms of sustain here. Rather early in this game, indeed, he doesn't even have the Sky Piercer, baby. He doesn't even need it, because right now, look at him. Wind Talker, Endless Battle, and the Malefic Roar, just 8 minutes into the game.
I feel like with Sky Piercer Barry, but the thing is, look at the items. Brands only has 1. And,
oh no.
And D has 3.
Yeah.
That's a very big difference. 2,230 gold difference. And now Cars having the Blade Armor as well. The interaction with Blade Armor nowadays is pretty crazy, that a lot of tank junglers are actually picking up Blade Armor as the very first item, completely denying this attack speed heroes.
Oh no, Brett's is not gonna have a good time at all. His blazing duet is gonna get reflected, not just by 1, but 2 heroes here. It's gonna be Vincent as well as Cars. Oh boy, this is not looking good for Evil's Holy in this draft, because Rebellion is looking to try and continue the journey, but because now Annabelle, we do see the Brute Force Breastplate, which I don't think is gonna help him out that much anytime soon.
Yeah, something about this Alpha. I know it's a good hero, I know it's a strong hero, but something about Evil's Holy, they haven't been able to make it work just yet. Annabelle has been struggling on that hero, even with an Angela, unable to really make it work, unable to do enough against Rebellion eSports, where even though they have answers towards this Faramis, the Faramis still is doing very, very well.
Yeah, it is indeed. Sway Low just dishing the most amount of damage, right? Like he's gonna be the guy that Evo's Holy is gonna be trying to focus on, but what can he do? They've got triple purifies. The implosion of a Dreams just hasn't been able to find the perfect catch yet for them to actually set up this fight. And I think Rebellion now, with the Lord crashing in, they are going to try and make an attempt, but can they chip away this tier 3? They need to somehow defend. Vincent is going to try and jump on Fluffy first. The Toys was on to try and clear the minions, but tier 3s will fall. Looking to try and traverse a little bit more. Evil's Holy clears the minions rather quickly, even forcing the retreat up top. So that is going to be a big plus, but the Lord's still holding on as long as they can. But the damage done. Rebellion, they took one. Looking forward to trying for an attempt again, but Evo's just has to just back out. They can't really overcommit to this fight.
Right now, Rebellion, they're just poking away against Evil's Holy because no matter how much sustain they have, they can't deal with this much damage. And looks like even Yuzong is taking quite a lot. He has to back away. Rebellion, they're not dropping back. Look at their HP.
Oh, Implosion 4-man comes in, but the Netherrealm comes in, saves the day, and they cannot do anything. They're getting completely dropped. Annabelle trying to dish as much damage as possible. They're not able to get a single kill. Instead, Cars is able to trade him off. Dreams, Annabelle down. Cars now with the Primal Round, and the guiding with the save is there. Now they are going to come in once more. Fluffy is dead. Mega kill for D. Crystal exposed. 5 men still alive. They're trying to top up. They're trying to reset. They're trying to close out the game. But Evo's Holy trying their best. Brands tries to come in, but he drags back in. He's dead. It's over. Rebellion eSports takes the first series against Evo's Holy. The first finalist for the LCQ upper brackets.
Wow, Rebellion dropping Evo's Holy. Whoa. Evil's Holy still has a shot to go to the challenge finals, but definitely a much difficult path this time. And I hope they learn something to go up against Rebellion, because Rebellion made it look easy.
Rebellion definitely made it look easy here. A complete one-sided game for not just game 1, game 2 as well in terms of the drafts here. And they really did their homework here, and it paid off tenfold.
It's not even like, oh, it just happens once. Like once or twice, okay, maybe they were lucky, but how many almost wipeouts did they get?
Yeah, almost.
Right, every single time Evil's Holy tried to go for a fight, and the Rebellion's like, no, and then they just retaliate and get majority of the kills. And I feel like even Evil's Holy is like, how did all of us die?
Yeah, I think it comes down to just getting out after the getting out item in terms of itemization as well. Double blade armors with the glowing wand, just a little bit too much to handle for game number 2, and not having enough magic damage as well is a problem for Evo's Holy game 2.
The only thing that I have to say, maybe they trained the Alpha a lot, but it's not working out. Or if they want to use the Alpha, they got to change something here, because it's really not working. But although, to be fair, the Faramis was a big deterrent. Like if the Faramis wasn't there, perhaps they could have won more fights.
Yeah, I think if the Faramis wasn't there, technically Evo's Holy was able to win that final fight.
Yeah.
For sure. Like, Annabelle was doing a lot of decent amount of damage. But even then, look at him. He's got War Axe, he's got Proof of Split. He needs one more item, at least 2 more items to actually outscale on the guys from Rebellion here. But again, problems here. They've got Dreadnought armors, they've got the Blade armor on Edith as well.
And what, 13,000 gold difference?
Yeah.
In 11 minutes?
This is too far apart of a match for them to actually consider having a fight. And even here, look at this, Clockhood. He's a mage. He's got a Flash of Oasis. But as compared to Auditizi, he's a roamer. He's got the Winter Crown, Enchanted Talisman, and the Flash of Oasis.
Yeah, I was looking at Swalo, but yeah, you're right. Auditizi, the roamer, having 3 items, and Clockhood only having 1. That's a big deficit, man. Like, Evil's Holy, they gotta figure out about the jungle, because Suelo, he was able to prevent a lot of deaths, but he also dealt the most damage, 4,661 damage per minute. D having the highest GPM. Now, I want to look at the numbers, man. I want to look at the damage numbers. Oh, look at the damage coming in from Evo's Holy.
My God.
No one dealt more than 20.
That is so unlucky coming
I mean,
in
look,
from
Clockwood did 16,000, Annabelle did 16,000.
Suelo did 51,000. That's almost triple the amount as well.
How can the Angela deal as much or more damage than an Alpha? The Alpha deals true damage. The Alpha has a War Axe.
I think it comes down to itemization, right? Rebellion, first item.
The Clockwood has a Flask of the Oasis. Clockwood has Flask of the Oasis. Annabelle has War Axe. If Clockwood had, I don't know, a Lightning Truncheon, maybe. But... okay, yeah. I really feel like it was Holy they really need to figure out the jungle matchup. Because I feel like the lanes, I think, are fine. It's just the jungle matchup they have to really refine.
Personally, I think the biggest issue for Evo's Holy was that they drafted Angela expecting it to be a mage here. They needed an XP or a jungle, which deals out a decent amount of magical damage, right? In this case, Edith was picked away, which forced them in a situation where what's another hero that can compensate and give a little bit of magic damage?
Sylvana.
A Sylvana role? Final pick for Evo's Holy?
Oh wait, yeah, they already picked up the Yuzong. Yeah, you're right.
It was so hard.
Oh yeah, as a roam.
Yeah, it was such a difficult spot to be in for Evo's Holy, and Edith being stolen away put him in the spot. Like I think Edith on Evo's Holy would have been the perfect fit to kind of compensate if they want to force Clockwood to play the mage here. So the Angela Mage to kind of have somewhat of a magical damage, which I think, again, Rebellion eSports, the first item here, Blade Armor, Dreadnought Armor. What can Annabelle do? And it makes a lot of sense why Annabelle isn't dealing a lot of damage because of these two items rather early in the game.
Yeah, like I said, the draft has a lot of conditions that, oh, they have to do this, they have to do that, and then things happen. But again, early game, Fluffy got killed, so completely denied. The MVP, Vincent. Again, something about Baxia. Baxia feels really strong in this patch, and first item, picking up the Blade Armor and the Impure Rage. We gotta talk about the Impure Rage as well, because now it deals damage based on your max HP. So the Baxia can actually deal very, very well against tankier junglers, because the higher your HP is, the more damage the Baxia does.
Yeah, and even in this couple of fights as well, we saw that Rebellion here. This was the early stage of the game, right? Like Evo's Holy had somewhat of a fight before things get super out of hand. But the things kind of got out of hand was when, I think, a couple of fights right here where Vincent was able to get his Blade Armor, Cars had an early dominance size. And now that I think about it here, by the end of the game, he's got Dominance, he's got Dreadnought, and he's got Blade Armor into the game. How do you kill this Edith?
I mean, like, it's very easy for him to itemize that way, because which magic damage are you worried about, right?
Not Angela, for
sure. Not Angela.
Not Angela.
You don't have to think about Athena Shield. You don't have to think about Radiant Armor. So it's all armor. So in a way, it's a bit easier for Rebellion to itemize. And it feels bad for both the Claude as well as the Alpha, because they don't have to split their defense. They just have to choose one path, and then they're able to kill two birds with one stone.
Look at Rans right there. One auto attack on the Baxia and the Cars. His health dropped 20%. Just one auto attack. That is a little bit of a tough spot here. And it's just difficult. Like, even with the Blazing Duet, he just couldn't do anything about it.
Well, if you guys want to play rank and you guys still want to play tank jungle, try out Baxia and maybe even consider first item Blade Armor if the opponent is a Moskov, a Claude. What else is attack speed kind of hero?
I think Moskov is a very, very good shout, right? Like, Moskov is a perfect example. Like, one auto attack equals to 3 auto attacks for him. So if 3 guys gets Blade Armor rather early in the game, he's not going to be able to sustain. No, unless he gets this Cast Claw and DHS.
No, because yesterday, even a carry against Baxia, who would win? The carry, right?
Carry, yeah.
The carry uses the ult, hits the Baxia, and then the Baxia almost one-shot the carry by reflect only. Ouch. So imagine even the carry is having a tough time going up against a Baxia with Blade Armor, and he didn't have any other armor items. The rest is like magic resist.
Yeah, it comes down to a situation where, you know, even if you get Trinity build, which I think 3 core items, is not going to be able to sustain a Blade Armor. So that's why Marksman has had a very difficult time unless they get like full items here, maybe last item, Cast Claw, then they are able to out-sustain the offset coming from the Blade Armor.
Well, patch notes changes, you gotta adapt. Now we gotta look at the LCQ brackets to see how the movement is looking like. It was Holy lost 0-2 against Rebellion. Now it was Holy will be waiting in the lower bracket to see whether they will be fighting against Falcon or Team Liquid PH. Winner fights against Rebellion, loser fights against Evil's Holy.
Now, Rebellion Esports is one step closer to qualifying to the Challenge Finals, but it's still an uphill battle because Falcon, Team Liquid PH, these are two. Whoever that advances is going to be a very difficult team to face off in the upper bracket final. So I'm excited to see who's going to come on top here. But after this, it's going to be Falcon going up against Team Liquid Philippines. This is, you know, I don't know, like I'm a big fan of the Falcon brand, but at the same time, TLPH, it was like, oh, MPLPH champion got dumpstered by CFU. Surprise, CFU, we were just messing with you yesterday. Revenge. And now it feels like I don't know where the Team Liquid PH is. Like, are they there? Or are they just playing around? I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know as well, but before we go into that match, again, just a reminder, that is going to be the next match. Team Liquid PH going up against Falcon. We'll be going to a break, where after this is going to be that matchup. We'll see you guys after this.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding.
Believe it or not, we're actually starting our second match of the day, where it's Falcon eSports from Myanmar going up against Team Liquid BH, all the way from the Philippines. Where again, in this match, whoever wins will fight against Rebellion to qualify to go to the Challenge Finals. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Season 5. You're with me, LaFell, as well as ICB12.
Peace out, brother. But this is going to be an exciting one as well here, because we have been talking about this for yesterday. Like Falcon versus Team Liquid BH here, two very, very strong teams going up against each other, where there were a lot of questions here whether or not can they actually perform. So I want to see the best teams in MLBB to compete in the best of the best.
I mean, I don't know. The only question I have is, hey, how do you buy tickets? I think you got to go to esl.gg/MLBBTix-EN. Scan the QR code to make your life a little bit easier. We're going to let it stay there for 1, 2, 3. And if you miss it, you miss it. Because we got to let you guys know the first 1,000 gets 65,000 IDR worth of goodies. So make sure you guys are the first 1,000 to get it. Because if not, well, that's it. We only have 1,000. We don't have 2.
Yeah. Maybe if you buy it enough here, you know, if you get sellouts here, we have got everything sold. Maybe, just maybe, SPS might be a little bit generous, might offer up a couple free phones here and there, you know, during the events, you know, maybe some really, really cool SPS jerseys here and there, maybe some Monster Energy drinks for you guys on top of it all. I don't know. I'm just asking for freebies.
I mean, who knows? We have no clue what the mystery gift is, but speaking of no clue, I did not thought that EVO's Holy against Rebellion would be a quick 2-0. So Falcon going up against Team Liquid BH. You guys in the comments, you guys can start commenting. What do you guys think is going to happen? Because we would assume you guys think Team Liquid BH is going to have an easier game, but who knows? Falcon could take it. Let's actually introduce the lineups, the teams that we'll be playing for today. First, we got to talk about Falcon eSports. It's Royal Milk, Dax, PX7, Benny, as well as Kid Axe.
Now, Royal Milk is going to be the guy that is going to be the biggest highlight when it comes to yesterday's game, right? He was able to get a almost unofficial savage with Royal Milk on his Yu Zhong plays here. He almost actually got he got a maniac for sure. But at the same time, he actually made the highlight to a point that as an XP laner, he's going to be the biggest threat in this game from Falcon eSports.
Yeah, either CC, the Yu Zhong, he's got it all, man. Like, this is one of the moments where it's an unofficial mania, but a lot of kills definitely gotten over to Royal Milk. And we saw that Benny was able to show off with his Brody Sky Piercer first item and then getting like double-digit kind of kills. So far, we've seen that Dax still wants to play on that Fredrin, but perhaps against Team Liquid BH, he'll switch things up. Maybe he has a different jungler that he wants to show off for today.
That was a sick outplay coming from Royal Milk as well here. He went in for the interruption, backed off, anticipating getting dived on. Guess what? Skylar popped in, instantly got knocked up. So very, very good foresight coming from him here. But nevertheless here, let's talk about another team who is a legendary team. Arguably one of the best in the world right now. Team Liquid PH. We have Sanford, Kaltizi, Sanji, ManyQT, and JP.
I mean, if we're going to talk about EXP leaders, man, the conversation has to be all around Sanford because arguably one of the best players in general in Philippines. Definitely got to watch out for him because if Royal Milk is able to use the Yuzong that well, Sanford made his name on the Yuzong. Carl Tizzy as well having the pedigree of an assassin jungler, but so far he still wants to go on that tankier heroes. He still wants to use the Baxia. Yesterday he did show off using the Julian against CFU Gaming. Team Liquid PH, they had something to prove. They want to make sure that it's a high kill score kind of game.
Yeah, even in yesterday's games as well, Team Liquid PH was one of the teams that actually adapted really well to the Skypiercer in particular here. ManyQT was able to get multiple high kills here. It was just snowballing out of control with this Roger. And it's not just one. Both games in particular, he was just absolutely bonkers to a point that CFU Gaming just could not do anything. And again, they were able to get their sweet revenge of just kicking CFU out of SPS.
I mean, I would say one of the easier things to go up against Team Liquid PH. Do not let the Roger go, man, because ManyQT with Skypiercer, it becomes unfair because it's hard to outplay when you don't have enough HP to outplay with in the first place. So, I don't know. Definitely one thing that you got to consider. Ban out that Roger. We're in the drafting phase. Team Liquid PH, first pick. Falcon, second pick. And it looks like Team Liquid PH, they'll be banning out the Angela, the Faramis, and the Moscow for Falcon. They ban out the Roger and the Chip as well as the Harry.
Now, I can see the respect bans coming from TLPH, right? Like, they're banning off the Faramis, knowing that PX7 has been phenomenal on the Faramis throughout their journey here in SPS. And the beauty about SPS is that this is, even though a tier, technically quote-unquote, a tier 2 tournament, but at the same time, it is the closest thing to an international tournament when it comes to matchups against other regions. And so far, Falcon, again, you talk about stats, they don't really have a lot of it. It's all based on SPS data so far. And TLPH, they've done the homework. They know PX7 is a monster, but they do get the Yu Zhong and Lo Yi for themselves alongside with the Baxia.
I don't know about you, but I feel like Snapdragon Pro Series, I think it has qualified as a tier 1 tournament. Because again, international teams are joining, S-tier teams are joining. This is one of the top tournaments all year round. It looks like Dax still wants to go on that Fredrin. But again, we've seen how strong the Baxia is. And we talk about Sanford on the Yuzong. If I'm looking at Team Liquid PH, Sanji getting his hands on the Lu Yi, Sanford on the Yuzong, and then Carl Tizzy having the Baxia, I feel like this is the strongest opener that Team Liquid PH can have.
Ooh, okay. Speaking of the openings here, what do they need? Because right now, both sides, they need gold lane. They need either XP or roam for Falcon, for TLPH. Yeah, both very similar.
I would say Falcon, this is highly likely a roaming Arlet. Because that's what he used yesterday. Going
flex
against,
picks, I guess.
Yeah, it is definitely a flex pick. Falcon, they just gotta make sure that if they ban out the Natan as well as the Claude, maybe we're gonna look at Team Liquid PH to pick up something like the carry, unless Falcon wants to take it away. But again, based on yesterday's performances, the carry will have a difficult time going up against the Yuzong, the Lu Yi, as well as the Baxia. So perhaps Falcon may have to go for something like a Beatrix.
What are the chances that this might be a double meech coming from Falcon? Like Novaria support instead and have this Arlet in the XP lane? I don't think so, right? Arlet versus Yu Zhong isn't that great. Oh, it's tough, but they do ban off the the Florin here, so that means if TLPH decides to go for a little bit more of a healing composition, Falcon is gonna have a little bit of a problem in that vicinity. But Minotaur's still open though.
Yeah, they don't have to force the marksman pick right now unless they have a priority, because ManyQT, I kind of feel like with this draft, he might want a Beatrix. So either Falcon takes it away, or they have used the Brody yesterday. Not sure how good it is going to be in this composition, but it's definitely an option.
Natan is still in the pool.
No, Natan has been banned.
Oh yeah, Clint is still there. Like it's got a little bit above. He can kind of deal with the tankiness coming from Baxia as well, Yu Zhong. But again, I think carry is something that is going to be a comfort as well if they decide to go for it.
I mean, right now, Team Liquid PH, they can pick the carry up for themselves. But again, if they don't want to, they can still go for the Matrix, which Benikudi is still very good on the Matrix still. In terms of the roamers, the Grok is still open if they want to go very, very aggressive. And if not, they can go for something like a Minotaur.
Okay, Marksman. TLPH, do they want to pick the carry or do they want to pick the clit? But yep, you're right, it is going to be the Beatrix. But on top of it all, they bring in the Kaja to try and isolate someone from the fight. And
They want to isolate Arlet here, making sure that Arlet is a non-factor.
that's good. That's really, really good coming from Team Liquid here. Falcon, final pick. It's got to be the Marksman. Who's it going to be? Brody versus Beatrix? I think Clint isn't too bad. Clint or carry coming from Falcon. They don't really have much options.
I feel like carry is quite difficult because we got to think about the Kaja, right?
Yeah.
Not many marksmen now that has a lot of mobility here. And they need damage. They desperately need damage. They might have to just force out a carry because what else are your options here? Because other marksmen, they take a long time to scale.
Do they want to bring the clip? No. Nope. Okay, it is going to be the carry coming from Falcon. Nothing super crazy here.
The draft, I'm definitely going for Team Liquid PH.
Yeah.
They have a lot of answers for the questions that Falcon has.
I think it's pretty 50-50. Like, it's more like Falcon eSports, they have a very decent amount of AoE controls. They've got slows, they've got information, they've got very, very nice control. But TLPH does have a little bit more damage compared to Falcon because Falcon's composition is designed to go for a very, very guerrilla team fight. Very grouped up 5 catches, you know, which kind of enables the Loi, in this case, Sanji, to get free hits all the way through.
Yeah, for Falcon, they got to make sure that they are able to handle Stanford because looking at their lineup, they don't really have an answer for the Yuzong. So if the Yuzong is able to get onto the carry for free, then it's done. So honestly, if Carl TZ gets himself on the carry as well, even if the carry is able to kill the Baxia, I kind of feel like the Baxia will be able to get a trade there. So again, you gotta make sure that the engages coming in from Team Liquid PH is handled. If Falcon eSports, if they win the first Turtles, I feel like they're in a very good spot to win the game.
All right, we shall see, ladies and gentlemen. Here we're going to be jumping into the second series here in the last chance qualifiers. It is going to be Team Liquid PH versus Falcon for the slots, and this is going to be an interesting one here. Will Team Liquid be able to snowball and rise up to the challenge, or will Falcon deny them that opportunity?
Yeah, Falcon, I would say they're the team that really wants to establish some kind of jungle control going up against Team Liquid PH, but again, it's going to be a bit difficult. JP goes in, tries to harass a little bit, but he has to remember extra 20% damage against him when he's inside the jungle.
Yeah, seeing how this is... Okay, kids. Oh, wow, Sanji, he's just bullying him out right now, kids. He's got to run for this, but he's actually going to try and commit here. PX7 canceling his recall to try and commit to that fight. Tries to get him out to safety. Is able to try and slow down the rotations here. Mid lane seems to be an all-out brawl to try and get dominance over control. And Sanji, he didn't even recall yet. No.
Yeah, I'm guessing Kid X felt confident because he saw Sanji doesn't have that much mana. So it's like, he's not going to use everything on me. But yeah, Sanji, quite dangerous here. He has to make sure that he avoids all the shots. And this is not good because Carl TZ takes a little bit of the minion. So Sanji is going to get his level 4 a little bit later.
Kid X just so confident, and just like that, Team Liquid PH kind of lost a little bit of a priority control down mid lane, and because of this, Sanji is still late to the XP lane. So Falcon is going to be able to get those 4s rather early for this first top engagement here. PX7 already on the top side. They are going to try and set up for this turtle fight, and they will be able to get the PX7's Astral Echo right now.
JP almost level 4. Carl TZ wants to engage onto the jungler. They got him.
No,
they got Dax.
They got Dax. That's going to be the jungler down right now. And now Sanji gets free hits all the way through. Royalville forced to back off. Kid X trying to set up the tempo to go for a counterplay, but they made the mistake. At Team Liquid PH, even though they were behind, they got the big catch.
Oh, Benny's taking quite a bit of damage coming in from Benny QD. Both Bennys here. Sanford trading his life, but that was a worthwhile trade because Dax as a Fredrin does not do that well going up against the Boxia, and we can definitely see that he is not as tanky because he doesn't get to regen his HP. And like we discussed before, JP is going to make sure that Kid X on his Arlet is not going to be moving a lot. So now that he has the Divine Judgment, Kid X have to really consider how does he engage into the fight.
Oof, tough one indeed. But as we get Ben and QT, you know, guys had a little bit of control here. Kid X reveals himself. JP also scouting things out. Falcon just not in position to try to commit to any sort of fights here after losing a major one early on to Sanford.
Right now for Falcon, they did lose, but they didn't lose too much because looking at the goal difference is only a 500 goal difference. The question is, which lane do you attack? Because going up against Benny Cutie, JP is taking care of it now, so they're attacking mid.
Okay, they find a big catcher. Luo Yi was the biggest contributor in the damage vicinity from the previous fight, so that's going to be a little bit breathing room for them. So nice pickoff coming from Falcon eSports, but again, it's still rather early, right? 34 seconds for this next objective here. It's not that big of a deal for Team Liquid PH just by losing Sanji in this fight.
Yeah, it looks like Royal Milk as well as Sanford. Even though Sanford is an EXP above Royal Milk, it looks like Royal Milk is not trading too much against him. Oh, JP goes on to Benny.
Oh, JP with a Divine Judgment. It dropped everything on Benny. Perfect. Ultra instinct moments coming from JP. He knew exactly where he was.
Yeah, and that was a big catch because now Team Liquid PH is 1,000 ahead and the turtle has spawned. We gotta note that JP does not have his Divine Judgment.
Oh no, Echo Divergence from behind. He brought in 7. He's got 3 men right on top of them as well. And Falcon, they need to get out. Royal Milk narrowly escapes, but the damage is done. Benny QT finds one. Kid X next to fall. Double kill for Benny QT, and Team Liquid PH is back.
Oh yeah, Benny Cutie starting the game as a ultra late game marksman with 3-0-0, and I believe he's gonna complete his Blade of Despair very, very soon. This spells trouble for Falcon Esports because ultra late game marksman, in the sense that his items or her items are extremely expensive. Got the most expensive item by 5 minutes compared to the carry that just completed the Corrosion Scythe. This is not a good start going up against Team Liquid PH.
Oof. What are the chances that Ben and QT go for the Sky Piercer as well and go for the one-shot long-range
Yeah,
snipe?
might as well.
Like, technically, if he goes full damage item here, one out of the snipe can literally just one-shot any target almost instantaneously. But it seems to me we do see a concealed play. Kyle TZ, they are going to try and make an attempt onto with Benny. Kid X with the final slash. Dragon tier 2. Novaria with the Echo coming in. But TLPH says, I'm out of here.
Yeah, but look at Falcon. Right now, Dax is trying to find as many farm as he can. He goes inside the jungle, takes as many camps as he can, and Benny Cutie is able to get a Scavenger Crab. Looks like Falcon, they are prepped to fight around mid here, but Sanford is the one controlling the mid wave, taking quite a lot of damage from BX7.
Okay, you know, JP not resetting yet here. He's finally going to go for the recall. He still has the Divine Judgment here. Seems like they are going to back off to prep for the turtle up top. See, Kyle TZ also not going to be forcing a fight yet. He does have information on where the Falcon boys are as of now. And the rest of Team Liquid, they are not in position yet, but they will try and contest this by clearing out the minions first.
Yeah, Sanji has the diversion, so we got to look at how he's going to use it. He's aiming for it now. Is he gonna bring Benny Cutie into the fight?
I think he's gonna try. At least try and go for a flank there. Yu Jong is already on the top side here. He doesn't need positions for those Black Dragons. But the turtle gonna drop very, very quickly here. They need Benny Cutie. Here comes the Divergent. Black Dragon starting the zone off. Next, Cartesi still wins the turtle, but they need to get out. Benny Cutie in the fight right now. 4v5. They need to go in for the poke, but Kid X, he's stranded inside the turtle, but he cannot get out. He's going to be mowed down, and Benny Cutie gets a kill. Falcon immediately just backing off after seeing Benny QT.
Yeah, now they want to get this mid lane turret. Carl TZ is going to try to zone him away. BX7 has to use a flicker to make sure that he doesn't get taken down. Team Liquid PH, 3,000 gold lead, able to get the mid lane as well as the turtle. All 3 turtles are for Team Liquid PH.
Yep, Falcon, you know, they didn't really have a choice here. They saw 5-man, they can't commit. Benny is all the way down below. They have to trade the tier 1 down bottom, but aside from that, there's just nothing really much they can do because of this divergent play. So nicely done from Sanji, but TLPH again now going to be shifting their priority, trying to shut down Royal Milk, but this is Turistla we're talking about here. It's going to be very difficult to do so here. Sanji, you know, getting a nice little bit cheeky plays, but instantly they're just backing out. Very fast reactions.
Yeah, very good respect coming in from Team Liquid Cage, understanding that they don't have the numbers in order to contest against Falcon. Carl TZ finds Royal Milk. But again, like you said, going up against the Turisla is going to be very difficult.
Sanford, he's all the way to the back lines as well. He's going to find one. Yu Zhao now going to be going for the Petrify here. He catches the Novaria, but DX7 is going to try and get out. Black Dragon comes in. Royal Milk being mowed down pretty low under tier 1. No backup from Falcon. Completely zoned off by Sanford. TLPH, they go in, they kill one, and they get out.
Medicuty is having a perfect game right now. 5-0. Oh, even without the Sky Piercer, he's getting all of the last hits, so the gold generation coming in from this guy is insane. I believe he even have a Malefic Roar, so he's prepped and ready to go up against anyone tanky. And look at Falcon eSports, quite a lot of tanky heroes on their side.
This is insane coming from Team Liquid here. They understand everything perfectly well. And Akaja, Divine Judgment is just still a big problem for Falcon eSports to actually deal with. And so far, they haven't been able to find a counterplay because of this divergent plays. JP now looking for the play. Doesn't use the Divine Judgment yet. Not worth target for now.
Looking at Luyi, the San duo, both Sanji as well as Sanford, they are preparing to make a move. But looks like all the bushes are covered. Carl TZ finds Royal Milk.
No, doesn't need to cover right now because they are going to try and force him out. Penalty zone comes in. They will try and take down JP. He's going to be able to get out. Royal Milk finally goes down, but Benny actually bleeds out to Sanford. The Kid X as well, taking a little bit too much. Sanford still alive on this Dragon, and Falcon eSports just too strong. But oh, Benny guilty! What was that snipe? I'm pretty sure he didn't see that. He could not. He just anticipated and just shot him down. 3 down. Falcon, no retaliation. Lord in the hands of Team Liquid.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep note. Betty Cutie still has it with the B-Tricks. Changing into the Wesker just to make sure to get the Lord super fast. Oh, this is going to be an anticipated pick coming up for MSC.
Oh my goodness.
We got to look at an instant replay here and look at the engage. Even though JP was taken quite low, they focus all the way onto Royal Milk. And now, okay, just.
Oh my goodness. I'm pretty sure it's like.
Oof. That was a beautiful snipe. And yeah, like you said, he might not even have vision of that.
Yeah, that was crazy anticipation here coming from Bandit QT. He's definitely feeling himself for that shot. Team Liquid PH 10-2. Complete absolute
Now he has
dominance
the
here.
Sky Piercer.
Okay.
I kind of feel like he doesn't need it, honestly.
Oh,
but
you'll be surprised.
But he was like, you know what? Might as well. Might as well.
I saw this YouTube video as well. If you go full damage on Benny QT without the shoes, just get the Bladed Despair. Second one, any squishies get shot without, instantly gets felt. Yeah, and it procs the Sky Piercer.
Yeah, no, the thing is, I kind of feel like even without the Sky Piercer, he's like one-shotting everyone from Falcon. Now with the Sky Piercer, it's like, yeah, you guys can sell your defense items now.
Now the question here is, does he build stacks off kills or does he build stacks after he gets item? Okay.
After he gets the item.
Okay, so he's got 0 stacks now, so that's 6% lethality up on Benny QT. But I don't know, can he just one-shot Benny right now? Without but no, okay, Divergence comes in. Okay, he still got the kill with the lethality. Just one out is all he needs. Okay, sure, whatever, man. Like, broken. Hello, B-Trix, broken, Sky Piercer.
I mean, like, it's hard to say because this is Betty Cutie we're talking about. Look at how he's playing the Bitrix. I don't see anyone playing the Bitrix like this just yet. If multiple people, then yeah, maybe Bitrix is just that strong. At this point, I say it's just Betty Cutie.
Okay, he's got the snipes available. Kyle TZ getting zoned off, dragging a little bit of commitment here. He goes for the snipe, connects on the Frederick. Not exactly the target he's looking for as well, but Benny drops half HP with the Vesker. The Nibiru coming in here, but Benny QT now just doing so much damage across the fight. Lightning Truncator and PX7, does it matter? I don't think so.
I mean, like, anything helps at this point, you know? I feel like it's fine because I feel like his target is going to try to get onto Ben Cutie. Because if you can kill Benny Cutie, imagine the shutdown goal. He has 8 kills and 0 deaths. So that can swing maybe 2,000 gold for Falcon Esports, dropping the gold lead from almost 8,000 to potentially 6,000, which 6,000 advantage is still a lot, but it's better than 8. Now the Wishing Lantern has been built by Sanji.
Oh boy, that's a lot of damage coming in from Sanji as well. But at the same time, I want to see how far away that Falcon Esports is going to be bounce back here. Right now, 8k net worth deficit here. They need some kind of breathing room. They need some kind of space coming in here. Because Team Liquid PH, if they get this door, that means they are going to crack open the inhibitor. Echo comes in, but they just get the info. But aside from that, nothing much coming from Falcon.
Benny now having the Blade of Heptacy, so his Renner shots are going to have a lot of impact. The on-hit damage is going to be a lot. Carl TZ is trying to use the Lord to bait out Falcon, even though he's taking quite a lot of damage. Oh, Divergent.
Oh, no,
Divergent.
Divergent.
But
Okay.
they're not going to take it.
Okay, they've got vision. They don't really want to overcome into this, but Liquid, they're just playing hostage with this Lord right now. They're just not overcommitting, expecting that Falcon Esports might make the play. Echo comes in, sees the information. The X7 goes for a little bit of play, but Black Dragon comes in, but he's completely whiffing. Falcon, they might have overthink this, but I guess they're just securing the Lord as a safety net.
I mean, like, Team Liquid BH just wants to prepare for any kind of bad situation. They had no idea where Falcon is. They had the educated guess based on their divergence. Like, okay, they're not around the buff area. Perhaps they're around the tri-bush, maybe around the bush next to the buff. But yeah, Team Liquid PH overestimated what Falcon Esports' attention was. They really did not want to contest that one because they know how dangerous of a situation to go up against Team Liquid PH against the Lord when Team Liquid PH has secured every single turtle.
Oh boy, Filipino snipers on a different level right now. It seems to me Benny Cutie is of that gold standard. In this case, now Royal Milk, does scout under the Divergent in case Team Liquid makes the play. Echo comes in, scout the back lines, but Benny Cutie one-shots Royal Milk. What is that damage? Sanford going to be pushing out the back lines. He finds Benny. He's down for the count, but look at this. Benny Cutie, he's mowing down Kinex. One auto tank is all he needs, and he's going to get a double kill. Now, looking for the triple. Next, it's going to be all that he stands for as well. But Benny Cutie, he loses for a PX7. Now he's going to be out of position. He's in trouble as well. He gets sniped off himself. Overcommits, but the crystal open as well. Down to his 1 HP. They will take it down, and Team Liquid PH takes game 1 very convincingly against Falcon.
Complete control from the start of the game all the way to the end of the game. Benny Cutie had an amazing game. If he didn't get caught by Fredrin, it would have been a perfect game by him, but a perfect game overall by the entire team, securing every single neutral objective that they can.
What a game from Team Liquid PH here. What a snipe. Near perfect game for Benny QT here. Despite that last death, trying to make a play, but still, is this undeniably the Filipino sniper, man?
That's Oheb.
Well, he's close.
Oheb's the Filipino sniper.
I know he's the Filipino sniper, but I think he's close.
Yeah, but Benny Cutie, man, like, he's showing, like, yeah, just give me the Matrix, I'll show you what I can do. Up to this third item, he's like, okay, I don't know what else to build, might as well build Sky Piercer, and getting double digits. I swear, not every single, most players getting the Sky Piercer gets double digit kills unless the team has 2 or more Sky Piercers. Then you have to divide between the 2.
You know, if you're afraid of people stealing your kills, guess what? Sky Piercer will secure the kill for you. If you don't like your teammates, you don't like him, you don't like your marksmen that actually gets a lot of farm, pick a tank. First item Sky Piercer, steal it away from the marksmen.
Although to be fair, I feel like the most optimum person to build a Sky Piercer is the marksman. Not the jungler, not the XP, it is the marksman. Because you want the goal to go over to the one that needs the goal. It's a 15-minute game, 14 kills over to 5. And in this entire game, Sanford is acting like the real tank, always opening up the fights. But the one ending the fights is going to be Benny Cutie.
Yeah, and so far this Loyi first pick coming from Team Liquid PH is something that they have been known for, right? During MPO PH's days as well, like even during their champion debut, they have been prioritizing on Sanji with this Loyi. So this is nothing out of ordinary for Team Liquid's usual playstyle. And Falcon, they need to find a way to deal with this because Loyi is one of the most annoying macro heroes in the game. And so far, Sanji has been really on point on those decisions on who he should be sending in the back lines. Could he be Sanford? Could he be just helping Benny QT get into team fights a little bit more safer here? Sanji has been the guy doing all those housekeepings for the team.
The problem is like they know they have to ban the Roger. And then once you ban the Roger, you let the Luyi through. And then Sanji just reminds you that, dude, I'm pretty strong on this hero as well. You got to consider this as a ban. It becomes a situation where it's a lose-lose situation for Falcon, no matter which hero they ban out. One amazing hero will let through for Team Liquid PH. And the damage numbers, Benny Cutie, 54,000 damage. No one else in his team or the opponent's team is close. The closest is BX7, 45.
Yeah, but that's the Novari we're talking about, right? Like, I think when it comes to damage output here, there are some mages that just do a lot of effective damage, and there are some that just do chip poke damage. And I feel like Novari is categorized as one of those that just pokes and chips. Is not gonna convert into something of a huge value unless he secures the kill. So I guess it comes to this situation where Falcon, they just couldn't group up, set up a fight in their favor, knowing that Team LPH has a Yuzhong in your face. They've got a Divine Judgment in case Royal Milk decides to get a little bit funky and just get completely shut down. So well done for Team Liquid with this draft.
Yeah, Falcon's draft, they have very three beefy boys where they can force a turtle fight, and if they win, then they can start controlling the map. And when they start controlling the map, they can enable Benny on the carry to move away from the lane and try to get advantages elsewhere. But the fact that they lost all the turtles doesn't enable them to really play their draft. And that's why I was thinking that Falcon Esports needs to win the first two turtles, and then they can start ramping up where Betty can start being relevant into this game. But the fact that they lost the turtle means that they lost the majority of the power spike that the draft provides for their damage dealer. So looks like going up against Team Liquid PH, hoping for the turtle is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I think the only time that Falcon Esports was able to get that upper hand in terms of out-rotating TLPH was that one time before first turtle. But nevertheless here, let's talk about the MVP here. It's going to be Kao TZ on the box here, 0, 1, and 12. He was the guy that secures the retreat every single time. He's just making the meat shoes for the team here. But I feel like if Benny QT didn't die in the final moments, he might have been the MVP.
Oh yeah, definitely. But again, this is showing how the Boxia might be the premium jungler, like S tier, S plus tier, where before this, that spot was for Fredrin. Fredrin has been nerfed multiple times, enabling this Boxia to be the top choice. And again, Barats hasn't really shown his face just yet. So I feel like Dax has to figure out either take the Boxia away. The Carl TZ is amazing on the Fredrin as well. So I don't know. This is, again, it's like no matter which hero you pick, which hero you ban, you will feel like it's a waste, because then Team Liquid PH be like, huh, you fall into my trap. I wanted this hero, not that hero that you just banned out. So congratulations to Team Liquid PH winning the first game against Falcon Esports.
Yeah, this is a very, very difficult game here coming from Falcon Esports here. They just got completely out-macroed in the entire game as well. First pick, Loyi was great from Team Liquid PH here. After that, it was just, you know, getting the mix and matches on what they want to play. You talked about the Boxia being a priority here. Yeah, Boxia, they could have taken it away here from Falcon Esports. Didn't exactly work out. And also being out macro because of this Loyi just forced them in a very awkward situation.
Well, we got to see how Falcon Esports respond in game number 2. We're going for a break, or after this, we'll see. Can Team Liquid PH close out with a 2-0, or will Falcon strike back?
Here we go!
Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
Ding ding. Ding ding. Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding.
Team Luka BH opened up strong going up against Falcon eSports. But again, Falcon eSports, they have one more chance to be able to fight against Team Luka BH. And you guys have a chance to get your tickets because again, it only costs 10,000 IDR. Make sure you guys grab it while it's still there. ESL.gg/MLBB TIX-EN. Scan the QR code. If you guys want it now, it will go away in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's gone. Because for the first 1,000, you guys will be getting 65,000 IDR worth of goodies. So again, make sure you guys get it as soon as you can because paying up 10,000, getting 65,000, that's a profit of 55,000. Quick maths.
So 6, 5, 55, 65,000? 55,000 profit?
Yes, I just said that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's
I
pretty
just
cool.
did the math for you, but now
Yeah.
we're jumping into the game. Falcon will be the first pick, and they're going to pick up the Angela. Just a quick recap. They ban out the Louis, the Roger, the Arlet. Team Luka BH, not really hesitating. Quickly pick up the Baxia as well as the Valentina. And again, the Baxia is a very good counter towards this Angela.
Okay, now at least now with the low Yi gone, they at least have a little bit of a macro presence here with this Angela pickup coming from Falcon. But TLPH, they have the Baxia. Matilda is something that they can still bring to the table. We saw it in the previous game here between both Rebellion Zion as well as It Was Holy, right? They brought in the Matilda. It kind of helped out in their favor in terms of out-rotating the opponents. They gave them a little bit of a macro placings, but chips being banned, gone. Fine. Yu-Jong's still a priority, which I think Falcon eSports should deny it away, but no! They gave it away. They prioritize the Angela CC instead, which I think in yesterday's game we saw it in their games.
It is like more of a comfort because as strong as Royal Milk is with the Yuzong, but it looks like Royal Milk really likes this CC. And now Fairmans and Angela is going to take a lot more for Team Liquid PH to kill them, but Team Liquid PH, they can get the Nether Realm as well. So I don't know. It's kind of like a negative becomes a positive. So yeah, it cancels each other out. I like what Falcon is going for, but what Falcon is showing is that we don't care. We're going for comfort.
I think when it comes to this as well, I think even before the 2 patches that came, right, MPL ID during their entire playoff season as well, Angela CC was very much more popular there compared more fairly used in that region compared to PH as well as Malaysia. So I think when it comes to the situation here, think about this. Like for Ramis, Stampede, you know, you can pull people, like you link somebody in. CC comes in, you are going to be linking somebody in. So whoever from the side of Team Liquid PH comes into this fight, they are going to be chain stun all the way through. So there is a lot of linkage coming from Falcon Esports. But the question here is, do they have the focus fire burst damage? That's something that I think Team Liquid PH can still somewhat get away with it here. Either very tanky, Baxi are very tanky. Not exactly a big issue to deal with. So for Falcon, they need something to threaten these 2 very tanky heroes right now.
Shouldn't the question be why they banned the Chang'e?
Sebab boleh, dek. You know, maybe they might pull an innocent, which I don't know why. I hate Chang'e. Like, you were laughing about it. You went viral for it. Like, I personally hate Chang'e marksman. Like, I hate it. Don't pick it on your ranked games.
Either way, Chang'e and Ling has been banned out. So Team Liquid PH still respects the possibility that the Ling can be used alongside the Angela. Falcon, they ban out the Natan. Now they got to consider, do they want to ban out the Beatrix? Because the CC can handle well against attack speed kind of heroes. I know they just want to ban out the Yuzong. But again, Team Liquid PH, they can opt to go for an EXP Edith.
Okay.
And Team Liquid PH is not banned, so they just quickly grab the Claude.
I don't think they even care about the U-Jump pickup. Edith XP, no problem coming from Team Liquid PH. If they decide to go for the Kaja, it's...
I mean, like, honestly, Team Liquid PH can pick up the Lapu to go up against the Paramis.
Yeah, fair enough. They need something to clear the Nether Realm. Blazing there is great, but yep, you're right. Lapu is going to be the game plan here. They've got Edith, a lot of AoE control. We've got Toys for some of the tankiness here.
Falcon's draft is all about protecting Brody because everyone has their own way of peeling. And this Brody is going to be a Sky Piercer Brody, so they're really looking at Benny to carry this game. So it's again a draft that is very conditional, but I kind of like the way that Falcon draft because this is their comfort and it's risky. I'm not saying it's an amazing draft, but I'm saying that I like that they're trying to keep it simple. Understanding our win condition is Benny. Get Benny kills, we win.
Yeah, I think it comes down to out-sustaining the team fights as well,
Yeah.
which is something that they've got heals, they've got the Nether Realm here, which we see as well has been a big problem for a lot of teams to deal with. But fortunately for Team Liquid PH, they have a Nether Realm of their own, which is going to be the Sanji on this Valentina. So I think it's going to be a very much even matchup compared to the previous series here. And Team Liquid PH still has a very decent chance here to fight off. But nevertheless here, without further ado, we're going to be jumping into the second game. This is going to be Falcon Esports versus Team Liquid PH for who is going to be advanced to face off against Rebellion Zion, or who is going to be going down to face off US Holy.
Now both junglers are starting on the same part of the map where they're starting on the purple as well as the orange buff. Looks like they're rotating towards the EXP lane. Royal Milk seems like he's able to push the Lapu Lapu away. PX7 winning against Sanji. Sanji taking quite a bit of damage. And looking at the emblem setup here, looks like no one is really using anything new for now. The only thing you can note is that the quad is using Tenacity.
Tenacity on Claude. Okay, maybe a little bit more
against Benny using the Brody. I guess it makes sense because you don't want to get one-shotted by the Brody in the early game.
Yeah, but seeing how this is going to be a little bit different here, we do see a little bit of replication from what Falcon Esports is trying to do game one here. Slow down rotation, setups, be the first ones into the XP lane for that first level 4 to try and jump a fight. And that's going to be Team Liquid PH also understanding this. How easy, scouts this out. Does he get the crab here? No, unfortunately he doesn't. So Dax is going to be able to get it out. But no retrieve for this upcoming fight, but I think it's a decent amount, so he's going to be able to get it out before the next turtle.
Yeah, but this is already a better start for Falcon. Royal Milk bullying Sanford. making it so that Sanford is staying inside of his own tower. Sanji taking a little bit of damage. Benny Cutie as well is losing in terms of the lane. They're really just trying to win the turtle, and even if they don't, they gotta wait for Benny to complete his Sky Piercer, because I believe that's gonna be his first item.
Yeah, speaking of first item here, Benny going for Sky Piercer is... I don't know, man. Like, it might be a hit or miss here. If he's able to get a lot of stacks, it's great. But Falcon now having control in Turtle. Team Liquid PH, they're looking to try and shut him down. No Yujon's going for the play. Royal Milk now with the hard guys. They're trying to isolate the fight. Team Liquid PH, they're going for the fight. First blood, they get Frederick. And NetherRealm now comes in. Royal Milk still not going to be able to chip away on anyone from Team LPH. NetherRealm gets full utilization. And Kaltizi easily takes the turtle. And now Royal Milk needs to make a run for it. Kid X actually forced a flicker out of Team Liquid PH. NetherRealm comes in and they actually get Kaltizi. What?
That's a good trade. Now, the thing is, the reason why Falcon lost that turtle is because BX7 was still level 3. He did not get the NetherRealm. The NetherRealm was used by Sanji from Team Liquid PH. In fact, Kid X hit his level 4 faster than PX7. If PX7 was able to rotate to the EXP lane, grab the EXP, get level 4, they had a better chance, because Team Liquid PH, they ignored the turtle and they just went straight for the kill. They wanted to get Dax first, and once Dax is done, then they start focusing on the turtle.
I think that's it comes down to the beauty of what Valentina's passive do, right? Like, if you're higher level, you're going to be able to get more XP in terms of value whenever you do damage onto his hero. So I guess that's the reason why he was able to get his level 4 a little bit earlier from PX7. But nevertheless, here Falcon, they made a little mistake. They are still able to trade somewhat 50-50s evenly because of one mistake coming from Kaltizi. So it's not the end of the world yet for Falcon Esports, which is a very, very good sign. But they have to be very careful on this next approach, because right now Benny might be the focus here for Team Liquid PH, and I was right. JP is gonna try to overcommit for this fight, but fortunately for Benny, he is gonna be able to get out to safety. So great positioning coming from him.
Completely aware that he is gonna be a massive target. Royal Milk going up against Sanford, looks like it's not a lot is going on. They're trading blows, but they're healing against each other. Sanford now has the Hunt Strike. Kid X finds Carl TZ. It looks like Team Liquid PH, they're the ones that have to go back into the turret. Benny is making sure that he doesn't overextend, trying to get his minions. He is willing to sacrifice some minions to make sure that he doesn't get taken out of the fight.
Well, speaking of the fights here, Team Liquid this time, they have turtle control. Falcon gonna do a little bit of housekeeping. They have to find somebody. Sanji got the stolen NetherRealm himself. Kaltizi gonna force fight. Zoi's first on comes in. They're all grouped up. They use the first NetherRealm on Falcon. Here comes Sanji. Try to save the day. And guess what? They flip the table. They turn the tide. Dax secures the turtle. But Team Liquid PH, they are able to find Royal Milk. Kaltizi first to fall. Nice drag back coming in from PX7. And they get 2 from Falcon Esports. And seems to me Falcon Esports was able to find an opportunity right there.
They got to be careful, because they just gave a kill over to Benny. And I believe Benny has the Sky Piercer. So whenever he's joining the fight, the threat of him just escalating into monstrous proportions is going to be there. Where his next item, I believe, is going to be the Malefic Roar, to make sure that he can take down JP, Carl TZ, as well as Sanford as fast as he can. The moment he has that, then he can start transitioning into either a Blade of Heptases or even a Hunter Strike for more movement speed to chase after his targets.
Oh boy, now conceal play from JP, looking to catch on towards Benny for now. Dex looking to try and save the day, but bottom lane here, Royal Milk, he gets dived on. Kaltizi finds Royal Milk with the hard cut. It doesn't matter. But at the same time, Kid X, he needs to make a run for it here. Sanji might look for the finish on him, and it seems to me he's going to be fine. TLPH is going to try and trade the tier 1 down bottom. Meanwhile, Falcon just not able to do anything up top.
Royal Milk, unfortunately, as comfortable as he is using the CC, he's being too comfortable by overextending quite a bit, giving options for Team Liquid PH to actually take him down. Dax finds JP. Looks like they're not going to commit into the fight.
Yeah, they can't. But they are able to trade a tier 1, which is a little bit of space coming from both sides. But middle turret is going to be the priority from both sides. They need those turrets. And in this case, TLPH, they lost the middle turret. Means there is more space for Falcon to try get a little bit more juicy with those rotations. But 10 seconds left for the turtle. That's something that I think Team Liquid PH needs to be a little bit aware of here. Kaltizi cannot be the first one to fall.
Yeah, we have to look at the timing for the nether realm because in the previous one, Falcon used theirs first, so they were in the deficit. Oh, before that, Royal Mill gets caught.
Okay, Royal Mill, he's got the kills from hard gun. They're not hard diving this fight yet. JP taking a little bit too much damage to the Kaltizi, even some toys for Son, but Sanford going to the back lines. He's going to try and force out onto his Banny here, but the stolen nether realm keeps things alive. They try and drag this out. Sanford needs to get out, but PX7 is able to bleed him out, so he's going to take a little bit too much damage here. Sanji make a run for it here. Royal Mill looking to try and go for the outflank, flickers away. Benny QT finally joining the fight. He's got the blazing duet. He's still holding on for now. He's not dropping it anytime soon. Turtle, that was the final moment here. Kaldizi, does he get it? Yes, he does. He's gonna go away, but the CC link comes in. They find two. They will trade him off instead. Benny QT finally drops the blazing duet. Is it too late? Yes, it is, because Falcon now is gonna try and run him down. The taunt comes in. Dex is gonna finish him off, and Falcon eSports in one fell swoop. They wiped them all off, and now Sanford is the only one that remains, and he dies again. Double kill for Benny. A full wipeout for Falcon eSports.
Just like that, Benny 5-0-1. Do not, again, do not underestimate the power of a Sky Piercer. Benny was able to take down Team Liquid PH, and even though he might not be the one to deal the most amount of damage, but again, getting those kills now with just one team fight, he got his Demon Hunter sword. His gold is much higher than the Claude right now, the Claude that's being used by Benny Cutie.
Oh boy, Team Liquid PH, they need to get a kill on Benny to reset the stacks up on this Sky Piercer right now. He's got 5 kills, means that he's got an additional 11% lethality. So any health dropping below 11% means you are going to get one-shotted on top of the ton upon memories. That's instant death for anyone coming from Team Liquid PH.
The fact that Benny has the Demon Hunter sword means that he's not even reliant on the burst. He has attack speed now. He has the DPS. So he has penetration and he has damage based on current HP, so it's gonna be hard for anyone from Team Liquid PH. The squishies, the tanky ones, even Sanford just now tried to make a play. Absolutely couldn't.
PX7 gonna try and make it a reaction coming from Team Liquid PH, but this time Team Liquid PH, they might need to shift their focus here. Pay attention to this. PX7 doesn't have Purify, so if they focus him down quickly, he's not gonna be able to drop the Nether Realm anytime soon.
This is actually, now that you mention, it's good discipline coming in from Falcon eSports to make sure that PX7 does not get caught. Because, yeah, he does not have the Purify. So the fact that he hasn't been focused down means that he's concealing his presence that well. Now the Lord has been started. PX7 is a little bit further in front compared to the rest of his team. And looks like this is going to be a Lord dance. They're taking it slow. They're not going to be bursting it down super fast. They want Team Liquid PH to contest this.
Dax is taking a little bit too much damage here by the Lord. He's going to try and juggle his way through, but he's a little careful here. Doesn't have the charges for those appraisals wrap. Kaldizi still looking for the drive-by. Does he commit to this fight? Royal Mill gets stunned down as well, but Kaldizi needs to make a run for his ball. He's taking a little bit too much damage. Two-man stun coming from Dax to try to taunt his way through Royal Mill, looking for the finish, but the Lord gets resetted as well. Dax finds the kill on JP. Now with the Nether Realm trying to escort the rest of Falcon to try and mow down Team Liquid PH. Sanford looking for the fight here, but he is gonna die to Royal Mill. No follow-up from Team Liquid PH. Benny QT doesn't seem to be able to find an angle, but Kaldizi looking for a second attempt. Does he commit to this? But it seems like it's not worth it. Falcon gets away with everything.
The kill score is 12-4. Falcon eSports is having a better time going up against Team Liquid PH. And PX7 on this premise is a big game changer. I kind of feel like this hero's got to go in game number 2 because even the Valentina getting the Nether Realm looks like it's still not enough.
Well, first game, it was banned. Second game, PX7 gets it, and he's going to show you how it's done. In this case, Falcon eSports now just putting the MPLPH champions in a very difficult spot. Lord crashing on a tier 3. TLPH now going to try clear it off. They do have those items. Benny QT still very far off with those max itemizations, but at the same time, it makes a lot of sense why he's not committing to this fight, right? Like, there's a plate armor up on Dax, and it's going to be very difficult to actually pierce through those defenses.
Team Liquid PH stuck in their own base doesn't mean that they've lost just yet, because they have the outplay potential if they can get Benny, which, to be fair, Sanford has been on top of Benny quite a few times. I'm talking about the Benny in Falcon eSports. If the Brody gets taken down, the Claude can roam free, and the Claude can deal with everyone from Falcon eSports, because without Benny, the damage is going to be significantly less. PX7 can still deal a lot of damage, but still, you don't want that Brody in the team of Falcon.
Yeah, especially when Royal Milk has just got so much sustainabilities alongside with the heals with Angela. Big problem here for Team Liquid PH to try and face him off. But as of yet here, they have to find a pick. It's Sanford now. They're gonna try and open up map, but purple buff in the hands of Dax. That means no purple buff up on Kaotizi. But Benny Cutie, he's taking so much damage. He's gonna try and commit to this fight. One Ghostbuster from PX7 drops him half HP. Oof.
Yeah, if Benny was there, he would have flickered and just... Even just an auto attack, be like, bye-bye, Benny Cutie. Benny Cutie right now is 0-1-0. He has joined a lot of the fights, but the fact that they can't translate it into kills means that he's getting his items a little bit slower. 10,000 gold for Benny and 8,000 gold for Benny Cutie. A rough difference of 1,400-ish.
Well, in this case, it doesn't even matter, right? Like, even if it's 1,004, it's not just one item difference, right? You have to take into account that his Sky Piercer is max stack. And sorry, almost max stack. It's like one more kill away from max stack. So that means it's what, 12%, 11% lethality. So if your health drops below that threshold, in this case, one PX7 skill, maybe one ton, he's dead.
Well, Benny is full build now. He has the Husk Claw, so he wants a little bit more survivability and a little bit more crit. Now the Lord has been spawned. This is going to be an enhanced Lord. Sorry, a Luminous Lord. It's going to be something that Team Liquid PH wants to prevent Falcon eSports from taking, because Falcon, they only have their inhibitors. If the inhibitor is gone, it's going to trigger the super minions.
Yeah, this is tough. Blood Wings up on Sanji. They are trying to build up a little bit more sustainability, but as long as Benny's still alive, it's going to be very hard for Team Liquid PH to actually going for this kill, so they need to buy time and reset those Sky Piercers before they get out of control. But Lord Ant coming in. Team Liquid PH looking for the flank here. Kaotizi looking for PX7 here. They shift their focus on the guy with no Purify. But PX7 very good with those mobilities. Lord down to his last 20% here. Dax looking for the big taunt here. He finds two. Sang-Ji and Sanford needs to get out, but the Lord is going to be focused down. Kaotizi looking to move him down. He secures the Lord. He gets out now. They need to run for the knife. Down with the Nether Realm. They are going to try and get out to safety. Royal Milk trying to run them all down. Kaotizi left alone. He's going to fall. And Falcon eSports not too happy with that mistake. Lord stolen, losing only Kaotizi. Team Liquid, they're able to buy a little bit more time.
Oh yeah, that was crucial. Kaotizi securing the Lord was big. Sanji to the side lane, no one is paying him any mind. The Lord's gonna get taken down.
Wait, trap. No, they need to get out as well. Tornado Power Memories almost drops him down. No, Sanji needs to run away, but no! Benny QT! One normal attack with the Sky Piercer. He's on max stack. He's down. 3v4. Benny still alive. And Team Liquid PH, they need to do something about this here. Benny QT still has the stacks. He's got the CC out on him, but it doesn't matter. They are able to hold on and defend against this. The minions are shopping the bottom lane. Falcon, they need to back off. Kaotizi, they're trying to pull them back into this fight. Royal Milk now looking for the commitment here. Benny with the hot gun. Do they get the finish? He is going to be able to get out. Sky Piercer doesn't proc on Kaotizi. So Team Liquid able to buy a little bit of breathing room for now. But look at the bottom lane. Huge minions here. But it seems like it's going to be fine.
Yeah, if Benny had his torn apart memory, that would have been done. So the fact that he already used his ult earlier in the fight made it so that he couldn't get a last hit on to Kaotizi. Now the 10 kill difference between Falcon eSports going up against Team Liquid PH. Looks like Benny is selling his boots for a rose gold meter to make sure that he doesn't die, to make sure that the stacks don't go away. And now Team Liquid PH, we're in the spot where almost everyone is full build, so everyone is in danger of getting killed, and everyone is in a spot where they can do a lot of damage. Benny Cutie as well has full items for now. Damage leaderboard, PX7, 56,000. 10,000 below him is Benny, but Benny just got to make sure that he ends the fight. He doesn't have to contribute that much in terms of damage, but Sanji doing well, Benny Cutie doing well, Sanford unable to get his prime targets, which is Benny and maybe even PX7.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of time here, but it's all comes down to out-sustaining each other here. The Vengeance up on Royal Milk has been a problem. Blade Armor now on Royal Milk means he is going to double the reflex coming in with those Vengeance. And Team Liquid PH now, they have to worry about how Benny QT is able to close out this fight. So far, we haven't seen that big blazing duet out of him yet. It's just so hesitant of just committing to this fight, but it makes a lot of sense, right? That everyone from Falcon can just take his life anytime right now.
Right now, they're waiting for the Lord. Falcon, I would say they made a little bit of mistake where they let the Lord go a little bit too low, and Team Liquid PH was able to resume the aggro so it doesn't actually get resetted. If Falcons wants to do that again, maybe they have to hard reset the Lord first. But again, for you to bait, it has to look plausible for your opponents to steal it. And now it looks like they don't want to bait it. They just want to take it for themselves.
Royal Milk is going to try and start force fight here. Hot Gun comes in. They're clumped up a little bit low here. Netherrealm comes in. Caldeezy, he's looking for the steal. He doesn't get it. Dax still comes in. Blazing Duet comes in as well. He's going to try and mow them all down. And Falcon, they're losing left-right members here. They got the Lord, but at what cost? They're losing everyone. They need to get out. Dax Benny is down. Kid X, he's going to try and run for it as well. PX7 plays out of the map, and he's going to be able to get out. But Team Liquid PH finally gets the first reset on the Sky Piercer.
This is why fighting for the Lord is so risky. Falcon gets it, they lose members. Team Liquid just now, they got it. They lost members. Now, after you get the Lord, you gotta get out because there's no way that you get the Lord without casualty. Now Benny Cutie, he has the Sky Piercer for himself.
What?
He sold his boots for it.
Okay, now they're going to try and force a fight here. PX7, he might actually die to this Benny QT, going for the blazing there. He's going to try and prop the Netherrealm. He wants to get those stacks, but no! Look at this! He's taking so much damage. Benny QT, he got the swap on the immortality. He's going to try and extend the fight. TLPH, they are able to fight PX7 eventually. But what a clutch coming from Benny QT. Wow!
Honestly, Benny QT now having that Sky Piercer, the Lord dance is going to be much more dangerous because Team Liquid PH, they can allow the Lord to chunk down the majority of damage or the majority of HP from Falcon eSports. And all that Benny has to do is just to go in. Blazing Duet, 5 procs of Sky Piercer, that's going to be insane. So I feel like that's a very good item. And I can understand why he doesn't pick it up much earlier because he doesn't have a lot of bursts. It's not going to be easy for him to get that proc.
To be honest, I don't even know what Benny QT did right there. Like, he sold something to get immortality, got back in, he sold the immortality, and now he's got the Winds of Nature, and he's not died yet. So I don't know what happened here. Like,
I think he sold his Wind of Nature and then bought the immortality and then buy the Wind of Nature again.
Oh boy, this is crazy. Like, he didn't die to the immortality, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a bit weird here, but that was some fast reactions coming from Benny QT.
Like, yeah, one of the best marksmen in the world, a world champion as well. No wonder he has that kind of reaction. But now Team Liquid PH and Falcon, 20 minutes in. Now, Team Liquid PH, they really want this win. And Falcon is like, we're not giving it to you because they want to extend this all the way to game number 3. But Team Liquid PH has shown that in terms of team fight, they are very good themselves. PX7 has been taken down. Benny now has a Blade of Despair, so he wants to make sure that his damage is very, very bursty.
Well, this is a little bit of a tough spot here coming from Team Liquid PH, but Falcon, they could have closed out this game, but they dragged it out really, really close now. You see the Cypher chase on JP. Sanji swapping the Divine Belief as well. Try and force a couple of fights. Lord finally respawns on the top side. Lanes are in a good position for Team Liquid PH, but are we going to see a potential rat play? That's something that I think Falcon eSports may be up for game, but it all comes down to immortalities here. I don't see any immortality on Falcon, while everyone feeling PH can swap it out anytime.
This is a very dangerous situation because now it's an enhanced Lord. It's 21 minutes in. This is going to be a very strong Lord, meaning 2 people might not be enough to take the Lord down. Conceal play use.
Oh, EX7, they're looking to fight a Caldeezy. They're going to try baiting it out as well. Netherrealm comes in. Sanji saves the day. Try and hold the fight. Caldeezy fights Benny again. That's huge. They take down the marksman, and now Royal Milk will be mowed down. Benny QT saves the day. They find 2. 50 seconds on the sidelines. They have to go in for lane control. They lose an inhibitor for themselves, but now they have to focus on the Lord. 5v3 Falcon. They still have Dax. Do they want to commit to this? It's 21 minutes, and the Lord, very difficult, but it seems like they're not going to fight this.
Oh yeah, it's going to be very difficult for them to fight this. The Lord needs more members to have that damage reduction reduce. But eventually, Team Liquid secures it. And how did they do this? It looked like Falcon eSports got this game in the back, but Team Liquid BH with their immense amount of experience. Even Kid X has a Sky Piercer now.
Oh boy.
They want to make sure they don't care who gets the kill, just kill them.
Okay, interesting. Interesting to see Kid X getting the Sky Piercer here. You know, getting in the hard guard, hoping that maybe Royal Milk gets some kills somewhere. But it's gonna be a last-ditch effort here because now with the Lord crashing in the bottom lane, Team Liquid PH finally being oppressed now, gonna fight back, looking for freedom as they fight for liberty. Now JP now looking for the setup here. He's got Immortality, he's taking a little bit of damage. Goes for Primal Wrath. Use the Netherrealm for the escort here, but they're taking a little bit too much damage. Sanford does have the Winter Crown. He's going to try and hold things out of here, but eventually he will fall. He's got the Immortality. He's going to come back, but he still goes down. Lord still hammering their way through, but Falcon is able to push them back. They take down Sanford. Now it's all about the rundown, but Falcon, again, they hold on.
Yeah, Falcon has so much damage there, especially PX7. Whenever they're clumped up together, the Ghost Boosters deal a lot. At this point, even PX7 might consider selling his boots for the Sky Piercer just so that he can have that big burst damage. But Team Liquid BH, they honestly, for both teams have taken down inhibitors. 2 inhibitors, in fact. So this is going to be a very difficult macro play coming in from both teams. If Falcon wins this one, the third game is going to be exhausting for both teams.
Yep, still 50-50s. It comes down to who still has those immortalities. But as of now here, let's take a look at the items real quick here because I'm not sure how many Sky Pierces are in this game. Is it like Benny, Kid X as well? But okay, damage output here. PX7, 91,000 damage. Whoa.
Almost 100,000 again. The more Team Liquid BH clump up together, the more damage that PX7 is going to do with the Ghost Bursters. He has a Holy Crystal as well, so his on-hit damage is very, very high. He has the Glowing Wand, so high DPS. Team Liquid BH, again, gold lead doesn't matter at this point. It's really about swapping your items. And like you said, for Falcon, they don't prioritize on getting the immortality. They just want to have straight-up defense or straight-up damage. Speaking of which, Kid X haven't died just yet, and he has 100% kill participation.
Wow, that's crazy. Like, oh, well, yeah, he's got 1 kill in 15, right? So 16 kills for Falcon eSports. But now we finally get the glimpse on the items here. So 1 Sky Piercer on engine. Oh, come on, Zipper. Come on. But as of now, it makes a lot of sense here. Fight's about to break out. Caldeezy gonna try and find PX7. Unfortunately, doesn't find the right target. So he's gonna Toys Persons out of there. Oh,
Falcon.
boy.
They are aware that they want to get Carl TZ, but the fact that he has immortality, they don't want to use everything against him. Team Liquid BH, the timing is when they use the conceal. Once the conceal has been used, Falcon eSports, they gotta be able to retaliate. We gotta look at Sanji as well. Does he have the Netherrealm? Yes, he does. He has the Netherrealm, so this is gonna be an extended team fight. The fight around the Lord, who gets the Lord, honestly doesn't matter. Who wins the team fight is going to win this game.
Yeah, but at the same time, it feels like the Lord is going to be tough to hold on to, right? Like, usually the Lord dance, we expect them to kind of held hostage on the Lord, but it's 26 minutes in the game. This Lord is going to hurt so much to a point that it's just not worth holding it hostage unless you're looking to try and clear it yourselves. But Falcon, are they going to try and bait this out here? Looks like they just don't want to have an auto attack here. Even JP is just afraid of getting hit by the Lord. Benny QT does have the sustains. Okay, he's good. He's going to be able to hold on and try to take the Lord himself. So he's going to use himself as bait, while Falcon still hasn't seen the rest of the members from TL.
What's the crown bought by Sanford? Sanford's gonna engage, and then he's gonna freeze. KidX is still waiting for a moment for him to use the hard guard to get onto anyone. The question is, oh, they got Dax!
Oh, JP. Dax forced to back out for now, but here he comes. JP taking a little bit of damage here. He gets linked up, but the Lord, do they get the reset? Dax still holding aggro on it right now. Team Liquid, they're trying to get value off the damage coming in, but Kaldizi, he's taking too much. He might die to this here. He needs to mold it down. The Toys was on. He bleeds the first immortality here. Sanford forced to come into the fight, but the Lord still comes in. Does he get it? No, he does not. Unfortunate for Team Liquid, and now Falcon, they find Sanford. They get the Lord. Mistakes were made, and now Sanji, he needs to run. Can he run? Royal Milk tried to mow him down. Last tick of health. Does he get the life steal? No, he dies, and he is gonna die a second time with the crown. Doesn't matter. PX7 finds Kaldizi. Falcon eSports now does finally find 4. Everyone is near dead. It's only JP left. Looks like we are gonna see a game 3. JP trying to hold on, but can he do anything? Absolutely nothing. The minions are here. Falcon, they get the wipeout, and we are gonna see a game 3 here.
I mean, if you want proof that Sky Piercer's strong item, look at Falcon, man. They got 2 of them. One on the gold lane, and one on their roam to ensure that anyone is slow gets taken down. Team Liquid BH loses game number 2.
That is so close of a match of a Lord Dance between both Falcon and Team Liquid PH. We had a banger game number 2 there. And damn, I feel bad for Kaldizi, man. Like, he had the right idea. Okay, Lord hitting on Fredrin. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, wait. That swing from the Lord hurts. I'm down 1 HP. What do I do? The Toys Persons died. Oh, wait. I've got immortality. Came back. Died again. Oh, so unfortunate.
And actually, I'm pretty sure he did not notice his health was that low.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure he was looking at the Lord, and then when he looked back at his own characters, like, wait, where did my HP go? And this is what JP has said themselves. The Lord Dance is the hardest for them to adapt because Philippines is the best at the Lord Dance. But now it's so punishing. Imagine a region that does this the best, and even their jungler gets taken down multiple times by the Lord. That's how strong the Lord is right now.
And it was like, what, 27 minutes? The Lord was just hitting so hard to a point that one swing. And this is a Baxia with full max tanky items. And
I mean, 100% physical penetration. Tank items don't matter. 100% physical penetration, true damage.
I'm at a loss.
He doesn't
of
care.
words.
You can build 12 tank items and it won't matter. True damage, man. That's how strong the Lord is. And it's over 20 minutes. So we got to look at his stats. We got to look at the itemization here for both teams. I believe KidX did not die at all in this entire game.
Oh boy. Now, nevertheless here, let's take a look at the stats here. Yes, you are right. KidX has not died a single game. 2-0-17. Benny sold off all his items. It's fine.
He just said, I just need Sky Piercer.
Hey, Sky Piercer Gaming, man. Then look at this. Like, even
I sell
KidX
everything.
got himself.
I sell everything else. All I needed was Sky Piercer. Benny, but for you guys, I got you. He went Sky Piercer, Malefic Roar, and then Demon Hunter Sword, and then afterwards he went for a Haas Claw, and then he sold his boots for a Rose Gold Meteor, and then eventually he sells the Rose Gold Meteor for a Blade of Despair. So there you go. If you guys want to, use the items, those are the items that he used.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, I think KidX had his, I would say, Sky Piercer in his final stage of the game as well. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to proc it at the last moment, but it was enough to scare off almost everyone from side of TLPH, right? Like, I think in the final moments where Kaldizi was trying to hold on to his Lord Dance here, I think he was chipped by both the Lord Swing as well as a random Ghostbuster coming from PX7, which kind of bounced off his teammate and hit him.
Yeah, again, like, someone, like, I know most teams are trying to figure out how do we play around this new Lord. PX7 dealt the highest amount of damage, 4,068 damage per minute. Benny Cutie highest gold per minute, 746 gold per minute. And again, we're gonna look at the damage numbers here. PX7 did 112,000, Benny 73,000. Sanji and Benicudi were close. They were 86 and 84,000 damage respectively.
Hey, this is why
Actually, look at Royal Milk, 87,000. He dealt so much damage in this game.
most of his damage came from the Vengeance and his Blade armor to reflect Benny QT and the rest, right? But personally, I saw KidX's number here. This is a late game Angela with full mage items. This is why you don't play Angela mage. You play it as a roam. Like, he's not going to be able to do a lot of magic damage here. He's there to support the team, and he's doing a fantastic job, not going to lie. But nevertheless, I feel like this game was super close. Like, it could have gone either way.
Hot take, Pharym is banned in the next game.
Yeah, it has
Hot-
to, right?
hot-
it,
hot
it
take,
has
you
to,
know.
right? It is a PX7
Yeah.
special.
Like, honestly, imagine Sanji with that hero as well. Like, yeah, no, just take it off the table. It's been proven, at least in this situation, the Pharym was too much. That was like, what, 27 minutes? Almost 30 minutes. And look at his game. The game was more or less for Falcon eSports, but at the later stages of the game, I believe this is where Team Liquid PH was able to counter when Falcon wanted to get that Lord, and then they were able to get the majority of kills. And then after that, they started holding on to the game for a little bit longer. But yeah, Team Liquid PH, Falcon, this is why I like that draft. It doesn't have to be meta. It is their comfort. They understand how the win condition works. They understand how they want to play around objectives. And that's why they won. KidX, the MVP. 2-0-17, 19% kill participation. You were joking about Roamer using Skypiercer. KidX was like, actually, that's not a bad idea.
Well, he did really, really well here. But in case you guys missed out on the highlights here of a banger game, Falcon eSports, they were able to come up with top in the earliest stage of the game, especially with Benny with a 5-kill lead in terms of Skypiercer stacks, which kind of forced TLPH to play so defensively to a point that they have to be max items in order to fight back.
It's Benny using the Brody, by the way. I know it's confusing.
Yeah, it's
there's
so
two,
confusing,
There's
I
two
know, right?
Bennys. There's one Benny Cutie. Just Benny is Falcon. Benny Cutie is Team Liquid PH. Why did they decide on the same name?
No
God
idea.
knows. Look at
Oh,
Carl
yeah, this
TZ.
final fight.
I feel like he did not notice for a bit. And it's like, wait, why did I die? And it's like, oh, the Lord, that's
Yeah,
right.
the swing was so painful, and to a point that he was thinking he was back off. The stomp came in, and Dax was able to get dips on the Lord with that retreat. So it's so unlucky for Kaotizi, and there was nothing really much he can do, because if he got the Lord, maybe they could have bought a little bit more time. But Falcon was in such a dominant position at that stage of the game.
Again, like, this is good early and mid, transition into late. And now we're at a 1-1 score. There is a situation like Team Liquid PH, champions of MPLPH, could be taken down to the lower bracket by Falcon. And kudos to Falcon. That was an amazing game.
Yeah, that was a freaking amazing game here. I'm excited to see how Game 3 is going to unfold here, because Game 1, complete outclass come from Team Liquid PH here. Falcon, you know what? Not like this. Never again. We're going to show you the Myanmar special, and they did it. They soared high, they fly high, and now we're seeing Game 3.
And now we're going for a break because God knows we all need a break. We'll see you guys right after this.
Here we go!
Diablo!
We're about to start game number 3 between Falcon going up against Team Liquid BH, where Team Liquid BH had a convincing win in game number 1, but Falcon, they're like, you know what? We still got stuff that we want to show you guys, and they were able to win the second game. Now going into game 3, what's going to happen? Welcome back. My name is Lafel. Alongside with me is ICBaby12.
Well, this is going to be a very, very interesting match here coming game 3. Do they let the Faramis through? This is a PX7 special. It's a comfort pick. Every single time he picks it, he just does so well in every single game. Game 2, it was a complete one-sided early game because of the Skypiercer, but somehow Team Liquid PH was able to drag it out that long. So it could have gone either ways.
I really would rather just let go of the Angela and just ban the Faramis, man, because the Faramis really showed his worth, not just in terms of how you maintain the health of your own team, but dealing the damage as well. Highest damage in the game, 112,000 damage. That is a lot, and that is way too much when you start to put into perspective, like you said, during the Lord Dance, where it's just splashing all over the place, where it feels like free damage.
Yeah, free value damage across the map. And of course, let's talk about the sequence of the draft right now, because when it comes to draft here, it feels like, if I'm not mistaken, Faramis was led through to Falcon eSports in first phase, second pick here. So this time, well, like I said, not happening. Goodbye, Faramis. All right, sure, whatever. No Faramis. PX7 plays something else. They bring in the Loyi again. This is something that worked for Team Liquid in game 1, and they're gonna use it again.
So this is a repeat of game number 1, except the Natan gets picked up. Falcon, this is the first, this is the same picks except for the Yuzong. They got the Fredrin, they got the Novaria. They had a different EXP laner. It was the Terizla. So now they have the Yuzong, and Liquid probably will bat out the gold laners here. So for Falcon, maybe bat out the EXP laners so that
No, I think Falcon is going to stick with banning the Florin later here. But now, yeah, they got to respect the Kaja. The Kaja was something that they brought in game number 1. Well, it hurts a lot with the Loyi. You pretty much can't get out the yin-yang reaction. Minus magic resist with the Divine Judgment as well. Loyi just hurts a little bit too much. So makes a lot of sense, but do they want to double down on just banning on Florin as well? That's something that I think... Was it Falcon that did it?
Yeah, it was
Falcon that did it in game 2. Game 2. Game 2.
Let's hear a quick recap.
No, it was game 1 actually. Yeah, it was game 1. Florin game 1.
Oh.
Yeah, game 1 banned in that game, so not game 2. Okay, so now they do repick this. CC still up in the grabs, but with no Angela this game, so I don't think they would try and bring the CC for Falcon this game. They have the Yuzong already.
All right, so Falcon gonna ban out their last hero here, and it is going to be the Florin. You called it out. Now Team Liquid BH, did they ban out the Claude?
Okay.
All right, Lolita. I keep forgetting whenever you get a Natan, you gotta respect the Lolita.
Yeah. I think TLPH, they banned the Chang'e in game 2, which was a little bit weird. But what snuck through this game is gotta be the Ling this time. So with no Florin, Ling still... Okay,
they both
got junglers. They don't need Link, yeah. They don't need Link. But they bring the Paquito and the Minotaur for Team Liquid PH. So that's a lot of value coming in from team fight controls from Team Liquid.
Especially because Team Liquid can put the Skypiercer on the Paquito, so everyone else doesn't have to build that item. Because the more games I'm looking at, I feel like 1 is more than enough. You just need 1 Executor. The rest just has to be the damage dealer. Falcon... They already know their last pick, what it's going to be.
What's it going to be? They need a marksman. So, Brody again?
No, Brody Ben.
Okay, Beatrix then? Okay. It's going to be...
It's the Ixia! Okay, Ixia wins lane, so that's number 1. And Ixia is good in team fights with the... I already forgot what the ult is called, but... It's potentially good, especially when you don't have a backline diver. The one that can really dive into the backline is the Baxia. The Paquito, you need a flank angle for you to go there, but Ixia, very interesting pick here.
I'm curious to see how Falcon plays this year, because it seems like it is going to be a little bit different approach coming from Falcon to try and deal with this, but I don't know. It's weird, but I want to see how they pull this off.
Full barrage, there you go. Forgot what the alt's called. Full Barrage. It's such a cool name. I can't. Oh, why did I forget that one? But either ways, this is going to be an interesting match. I will definitely be looking at itemization for Ixia because traditionally you just go for attack speed items. Perhaps that's still the case. You don't want to change that one, but yeah, definitely a different way to play the game.
Yeah, I want to see how this works with this Ixia here because I'm not sure how Benny's going to be able to pull off here, but considering the amount of slows and amount of CC controls, he's going to be able to get a lot of safety nets in the back lines, just getting free value damage on the full barrage. And I'm pretty sure if Sanji is just a pixel in, he's going to get 3-shotted if he gets all 3 items. But nevertheless, we're going to be jumping into the decider match. Match point for both of these teams here. This is going to be game 3. Team Liquid PH versus Falcon eSports.
We gotta look at the EXP lane because we saw the early game getting dictated by that. Now this time it's gonna be a Yuzong going up against the Paquito. Yuzong is gonna use the War Cry, so he should have more damage in the Paquito in the early game, especially looking at both of the EXPs. They're going for the Festival of Blood, so they want to make sure that they're able to sustain as long as they can.
Speaking of sustains here, I do see 2 Impure Rages coming up from Falcon Esports, from PX7 as well as Benny, whereas we do see the Lethal Ignition up on Sanford.
Oh, so they want to be able to actually chunk down high HP targets, which is going to be Carl Teasy as well as JP. Okay, at the bottom lane here, Dax finds Carl Teasy. They want to go for this Scuttle Crab. It looks like... No, Carl Teasy still wants it. He just made one big turn. See if that's gonna start it up, but Dax is starting it now.
Yeah, I think now again, you know, this is kind of repeat from game 1, game 2. Falcon as well as Team Liquid PH, they understand that hey, XP lane is gonna be a priority, right? This is something that every single time PX7, they're gonna send out the roamer in the middle lane to try and soak a full creep wave and then send the mage into his XP lane, share it, and then set up for the turtle fight. In this case, first turtle already reviewed yet, but both mages not for anytime soon. Carl TZ getting aggro on dips on the turtle. Meanwhile, Kid X looking for the flank. We do see the divergent play from Sanford. He's looking to try and catch PX7, and yes, he will fight him. And here he comes, first blood for Sanford. Falcon not able to do much here. Royal Milk trying to go for a steal here. Dax was able to secure this fight, but Royal Milk, he tries to run, but Sanford runs him down. He gets another one, and now with the Matilda from Kid X, gets it on the safety. Zanji catches the midway, but Sanford is not close enough to intercept, but he still got 2 kills.
Dax is low. He still wants to continue his farm. That was a bit of a mistake coming in from Royal Milk, where he used his Petrify a little bit early when Dax was not in position to actually use the Retribution on the turtle. Dax still got the turtle anyway, so it's not that big of a deal, but he had to trade a lot of HP because it was a little bit delayed. But either ways, props to Team Liquid PH, especially for Sanford, able to get 2.
Oh, full barrage comes in. Benny QT taking a little bit too much damage. Benny just getting free value damage across with no contest. Turtle in the hands of Falcon. This time, but Team Liquid, they have to play it safe.
That's a big lead. Level 6 onto level 4. Royal Milk is going to hit level 5 off of this minion wave, but still a very big lead generated by Sanford off of those 2 kills. And looking at his itemization, looks like he is going for a Hunter Strike first item, so not going to opt for a Sky Piercer just yet.
Yeah, but the top side here, we do see Benny. You know, he's going to be able to steal the cold crab away. He's still 1 level ahead of Benny QT, so that's a good sign for Falcon on this gold lane. Meanwhile, the XP, not so much for Falcon. Kautizi looking for the flanks. He's going to try and find something, but again, seems like both teams right now are a little bit more respectful compared to how Game 1 and Game 2 went.
I guess they're just going to fight around the turtle because they understand fighting around the lanes, even if they do get an advantage, it doesn't translate too much. So they want to make sure that whenever they do get a win, they can do something about it. Sanford almost gets 1v1 against Royal Milk.
Oh, Petrify missing the mark here. Sanford is able to sidestep that, so that's going to be a big battle spell used in. But Sanford is going to try and cancel the recall. Is he? No, he's going to check it as well. Royal Milk is going to waste so much time. He actually makes the attempt at Sanford. He takes him down. Royal Milk out of the question. Now Turtle Dance coming in. Falcon will not have the dragon protection this time, and Team Liquid, they have to rush this. Where is Sanford? Guess what? Divergent from the back lines. He's looking for Kid X and PX7. And here comes Sanji looking for the place here. Kid X needs to make a run for it as well. They are zoning the back line. Dex is all by himself. Full barrage comes in from Benny. They secure the turtle for Falcon, but can they get a kill? Falcon, they have to scare off Team Liquid. Team Liquid looking for the back lines here. Dex, he's getting hit with the Divergent here. JP, they want to finish one, but the guiding win once again saves the day. And Falcon, they get the turtle, they get the escape, and they are going to be fine. But unless Benny Cutie, he goes for the entropy, circling you next on 3. Kid X still holding on, buying time. Guess what, Dex? Look at this. He's so low. He still gets the play, but the Divergent from Sanford! They did not expect this. I don't think they realized, but they go in for the kill, the destruction. Falcon, they tried their best, but Team Liquid's attack just a little bit too much.
That's good coming in from Sanji, because when you use the diversion outside of the map, you don't see it. So even if they were in the bush, they weren't aware that the diversion was being channeled. And by the time they see the members of Team Liquid BH, it was already too late. Falcon could not respond and damage leaderboard. Whew. Sanford is having a field day with this Paquito. Perhaps this is one of the heroes that they don't want to show, but they respect Falcon. They're like, you know what? We can't keep secrets. We need to show the Paquito now.
Yeah, but now bomb lane, how easy to deploy. So Song comes in. Royal Milk is there, but he's taking a little bit too much damage here from Sanford. Just able to threaten every single one with just one Hunter Strike up on Sanford.
Yeah, that Hunter Strike is big. Looks like the next item is going to be a Dominance Ice. Looking at Royal Milk, his first item should be a War Axe, but with 1.2k gold lead on the Paquito, Paquito is going to have a much easier time completing his items. The Natan as well, 700 gold above of the Ixia. Although to be fair, the Natan's item is much more expensive compared to the Ixia, so perhaps they can finish their third item by roughly the same time.
Yeah, it could happen, but meanwhile, Lord Dance comes in. The Turtle Dance comes in this time. Dex already in position. They don't really see the rest of the members here. Ben and QT showed himself on the top left corner here. Echo finds out Sanford and Sanji. They're waiting for the Divergent, but here he comes. Black Dragon comes in. They are going to try and zone off the back line. Sanford gets sent to the back lines. He's looking for somebody. Guess what? He's focusing on Benny. He's forced to flicker out. Turtle in the hands of Kautizi. Dex left all alone. Sanford can't seem to find off one. He's able to get out with 1 HP. Sanji catches 2, and they find 2. That's going to be double kill for Benny QT as Team Liquid PGH finds another, and no death thus far.
Yeah, this game, Team Liquid BH really has the early game advantage, and they're transitioning into the mid lane advantage. Carl Teasy is going to steal away this purple buff. Dax has arrived, but looks like it's not going to be close enough to really do anything about it. Carl Teasy, Monster 003 start. Benacuti having 5, 2-0 and 3, 5 kill participations, but Sanford 6. Sanford is making a case for him to be the MVP in this game.
Yeah, he might just be as well. Sanji hasn't reviewed himself, recalling back at the base, doesn't want to give information. They get the free tier 1. Royal Milk will be able to check this, but they still have no info of where Sanji is. Has he used his Divergent or not? And you can see in the faces of Falcon eSports, they don't know what is up. And that's a problem for Falcon right now.
Yeah, Carl Teasy can't open a map without having the fear of getting punished in any kind of way because of the lead that they have. 6,000 gold lead for Team Liquid BH. If Falcon wants to make a miracle play, they gotta figure out how to do what Team Liquid BH did just now and try to fight around the Lord and then get a lot of kills. In fact, try to get an entire wipeout. But judging by how Team Liquid BH is playing, they don't seem to be making too costly of a plays. The Diversion is being used in the back.
Okay, JP gonna be the back lines. He's going for the mid-on range. He gets on for everyone. And now they're gonna go for the combo. Tier 1 will fall. Royal Milk still somehow survive. JP Sanford first of all. Falcon is able to punish this over-aggression. Team Liquid now on the backseat made the first mistake.
Yeah, so the Lord is involved somehow because the Lord is going to spawn, and that's a 2,000 gold lead swing because Team Liquid BH were 6,000 ahead, and now they're only 4,000, and that was because of the big shutdown they got from Sanford. So a lot of gold just transferred onto Falcon Esports, and now they can actually contest for this lore, but they don't want to take the risk going up against Carl Teasy. His retribution has been good the entire series.
Yeah, seeing how this play coming in, Team Liquid looks like they're going to try and make another attempt once more. They're sending Sanford to clear the bomb lane, so they have to kind of equalize the economy once again. Check out the lanes before this next commitment. But Falcon, this time, they will have control. But it seems like with the Sky Gunner helmet and the Oracle purchase on Sanford and Kautizi, and it's going to be a big problem here for Falcon.
Yeah, looking at Benny, looks like he is down in gold by a lot compared to Benny QT, where Benny QT has the Holy Crystal. So definitely on Team Liquid BH now, they have a lot of damage. Their comp has reached its highest point. So they're all good. They can commit for a fight. Compared to Falcon Esports, Benny, the Ixia, does not have enough just yet. He only has 2 items where he has the Corrosion Scythe as well as the Sea Halberd.
Yeah,
he hasn't completed the... I believe he wants to go for a Demon Hunter Sword next.
Yeah, he needs at least 2 more items before his full barrage is going to be able to threaten Team Liquid. They sent out Yudong to clear off the bottom lanes for now, but top side, they haven't seen where the box here is from Carl Teasy, so I guess they really want to try and shut down PX7 and Benny. And so far, Falcon, so afraid of taking this Lord fight for themselves just because of not having those information. And guess what? Carl Teasy hasn't shown himself yet. He wants to get on top of someone, and that is probably going to be either Benny or PX7.
I feel like Falcon, they know something is up because the Lord Dance has started and they don't see where Carl Teasy is. Carl Teasy, now they can see him.
Oh no, he's going to back lines as well. He knows exactly where Benny is. He's going to try and flicker out, and he's going to try and go back in. And guess what? He's going to try and commit to the fight. He's getting free value damage as well. Great sidestep from Falcon. They're able to get 1, but Royal Milk, he's looking to back lines. He's got the Petrify, but he can't seem to find a kill. They trade 1 for 1. Royal Milk for Sanford. And Falcon Esports, they lose nothing. They only lose and trade an XP for an XP.
That was good coming in from Falcon because Benny Cutie dived the backlines, but they were all able to avoid the majority of the damage coming in from Benny. But they won PX7, they got PX7.
What? Despite all the efforts that Falcon Esports to try and trade evenly, they lost PX7. That's not good for Falcon. Meanwhile, Dex, he's not shown himself yet. Kid X trying to get information for Falcon, but the rest of Falcon Esports are not prepared, and now they are going to try and dive him. Kid X needs to make a run for it as well. Entropy being used, Lord finally getting mowed down, and Team Liquid will finally take the Lord.
This is a very good spot to be in if you're Team Liquid BH because you're able to get kills. Ben Cutie is able to ramp up even more in 3-0 and 5. He has the Wind of Nature to ensure that if Benny is able to catch him, if Royal Milk is able to catch him, even Dax, if he wants to use his ult onto Benny QE, he can't survive that.
Oh boy, Carl Teasy is gonna try to push the button right now, trying to force something. Entropy being used in, so Falcon Esports, they have to respect this. But again, when do they fight back? Because it seems like they're waiting for a timing, but now with an inhibitor fallen, with a tier 2 fallen and potentially an inhibitor, Falcon Esports might be in some serious trouble right now.
I don't know, I feel like Benny, whether you have enough items or not, kind of doesn't matter at this point. You have to try to deal out as much damage as you can, but for him to do, oh my goodness, PX7!
Ah, PX7 a second time now, 2 times in a row means Team Liquid, it's go time for them to try and force an issue. 4v5, no problem for them. Sanford looking for the flank, but guess what? JP from behind is gonna go in for the clap. Royal Milk first of all. Sanford looking to try and kill Benny, and he is gonna try and drop them down low. Now the crystal being focused down. Team Liquid PH says it's not about the kills, it's all about the crystal. So Team Liquid PH will be the next one to advance as they will be facing off Rebellion Esports for the first ticket for the Challenge Finals.
Look at the San duo. They're both happy that they got a win against Falcon. I believe that they have given a lot of respect to Falcon because Falcon definitely showed a lot in this game, and Team Liquid BH, Sanford has to bring out a Paquito, and I gotta say that Paquito is very scary.
Yeah, that was a very, very sick combo coming from him here. And he's been very, very on point. When you expect him to hit, he hits it. Like, we don't expect him to hit, he goes in for the punch and gets a kill out of there. So the early 2-0 kill coming from him was just so detrimental to his Falcon eSports. There's just nothing much they can do.
Yeah,
it's
and
so
again,
hard.
Sanjay as well on the Louis, exceptional, and Benny Cutie on the Natan. The Natan was picked second, and we saw the burst potential. The moment he has the Holy Crystal, he doesn't hesitate. If he sees a target, he's going to enter forward, not backwards. He's going to make sure that he gets that solo kill. If anyone else is involved, sure. But in terms of damage, he himself is enough.
I think that was a gamble coming from Falcon eSports to bring in the Ixia. We could see a lot of potential that it may have happened, but I like how Team Liquid is able to adapt because of this, right? They're so well guarded in the front lines. They were looking for so many off angles to just punish this, which I think makes Team Liquid so unique compared to the rest of the world.
I guess something that Falcon has to consider now is that even though Team Liquid BH looks like they don't have any divers to go up against an Ixia, you have to consider the Lu Yi using the diversion into a bush behind where the Ixia is at, and then automatically you get a very good flank angle. So this is good coming in from Team Liquid BH, understanding that it doesn't matter what kind of hero that is. As long as Sanford has a good early game, you can use the diversion and let Sanford go through. If Sanford dies, he's going to make sure he takes 1 or 2 guys with him. So it's not over for Falcon just yet, because they are going to the lower bracket. And Team Liquid BH, they're 1 win away from qualifying, but the same can be said for Rebellion.
Yep, it is going to be the fight for the first ticket here right after this, and this is going to be Team Liquid PH fighting off right from the get-go against Rebellion eSports. So that's going to be a little bit information from both sides. Meanwhile, from Falcon, they still have a second shot, but that second shot includes fighting against Evo's Holy. So again, this final 2 tickets is going to be bloody, and these are the 4 teams that I think are the strongest in the LCQs, and it's all fair in games right now, and it could be anyone that actually takes the final 2 slots.
Sanji dealing the highest amount of damage, 3,058 damage per minute. Benny Cutie, highest gold per minute, 888. In this game, I'm worried that Team Liquid BH has shown the strength of Falcon, where if they do have the Fire Mist, it's going to be their game. So I don't think any other team will let the Fire Mist through to give it over to PX7, because PX7 has shown that, yeah, no, even against former world champions, they can do a lot with the Fire Mist.
Yeah, and I think that's something that Falcon eSports needs to adapt a little bit more, right? Like I feel like PX7 on this Novara, he's trying his best to do his own thing. But there's only so much limitation he can do in this fight. Because was there something wrong with this draft? A little bit. It feels like the Ixia was trying to fix something here. They're trying to experiment with the Ixia play. The idea was good. It forces Team Liquid to play in a very, very weird playstyle, which I think if this was not Team Liquid PH, any other team would have struggled against this composition. But Team Liquid, they're just so known to play this kind of off-angle flanks with the Lo Yi. And now with the Lo Yi, it just forces Falcon to not be able to do what they're trying to do.
And we see that this is a very steep graph for Team Liquid BH, where I don't remember where was this. This could be the second turtle where Team Liquid BH just shot up in terms of how much gold as well as experience as they got. And then it slowly plateaued a little bit of increment over time. But it came to a point where Team Liquid BH, they don't have to grow so much anymore. They already got a very good standing going up against Falcon eSports. And the difference between gold laners, Benny as well as Benny Cutie, his items are much more expensive, and he got it way earlier compared to Benny. So yeah, Benny Cutie did amazing in this game.
Yeah. But let's take a look at the MVP for this match here. For who is it going to be? Is it going to be Benny QT or is it going to be Sanford? Because as of yet here, it feels like everyone did their roles really, really well. But MVP is going to be Benny QT with 406 on his Natan. Unkillable, and he's got the lucky number 888 GPM.
Yeah, he got full items by 13 minutes, 14 minutes. So he farmed up very, very fast. But the early game, it's all Sanford, baby. Like, he made sure that he got a lot of kills. He made his impact known. He got a few deaths, but it's because he's just trying to do his job, man.
And even here as well, I think you have to shout out towards Sanji as well with his divergent. It's been on point. Every divergent he's made for Sanford has been so on point. It helped him set up a lot of plays. And yeah, you're right. There are a lot of instances where Sanford wasn't able to get those finishes ever since Falcon eSports is reached a power spike where the Paquito doesn't do enough anymore. Look at how they switch up. They switch up between JP, they switch up between Kautizi as well to try and go for these off angles. But eventually, it's all about the switch ups which forces Falcon eSports to kind of adapt every single time.
Yeah, this is definitely not an easy series for Team Liquid BH. They had to really use all that they have to go up against Falcon eSports. And again, big congratulations to Team Liquid BH. They're really holding their standards as the champion of MPL Philippines to, no matter who they're facing up against, they're able to take down.
Yeah, they're gonna give their all. And in this case, Team Liquid PH just didn't want to risk challenging against an late game Ixia. So well done to Team Liquid PH. They will advance further. However, the journey is not over yet for both of these teams because both teams are going to be playing a minimum of 2 series by the end of today. But nevertheless, now Falcon, they fall down, fighting off against Evo's Holy. Team Liquid PH is going to fight for Rebellion for the first ticket for the Challenge Finals.
Yeah, again, this series went all the way. It went all 3 games. First game, Team Liquid was very dominating. Game 3, they were dominating as well. Game number 2, it was surprising. Falcon eSports did very well. The fact that Team Liquid BH, they could hold off against Falcon and almost got a victory there as well. So even in a losing game, Team Liquid BH, they're still in a good spot to win the game overall.
Yeah, it is all about mental fortitude and stamina, right? Like considering how long and tiring it could have been, you talked about maybe fatigue might kick in game number 3. But the question here is, it is going to affect some of these teams who have to play potentially 3 games by the end of the day. So again, you know, right from the get-go, Team Liquid PH right now, they will advance, but they are going to be facing off against Rebellion. Here's some graphics for you guys to fight for the first ticket to qualify for Challenge Finals. But again, whoever loses between Rebellion as well as Team Liquid PH has to go down into the brackets to face off either Evo's Holy or Falcon. So that's going to be the winner of those series.
Let me just say, Evo's Holy, they will have a difficult time going up against Falcon because Falcon has showed versatility as well going up against Team Liquid BH. And Team Liquid BH going up against Rebellion, this is going to be very interesting because Rebellion has been looking very strong. But going up against Team Liquid BH, this is going to be a real test for them where if Rebellion wins this one, yeah, they definitely deserve to go to the Challenge Finals.
Yeah, if they are able to do so. Again, like you said as well, it is going to be the biggest challenge ever, the biggest obstacle that Rebellion needs to overcome. They've overcome obstacle 1. Evo's Holy, they won. Great. Now obstacle 2 is going to be taking down Team Liquid PH. But of course, even if they lose this series, they still have a second chance down bottom to qualify for the second ticket.
But they definitely don't want that because, again, the less games you play, the less info you give.
True.
Right?
True.
Because going up against Falcon, maybe they want to keep the Paquito a secret. But they're like, okay, you know what? Something's got to give. So let's give the Paquito. And then the Paquito was able to get that big victory. So yeah, less games, less info, better chances at the Challenge Finals and all other tournaments that they'll be joining. So either way, good luck to both Rebellion as well as Team Liquid BH in their upcoming match, which is going to happen very, very soon.
Yep, we don't really have a lot of time for them here, but for now, we're going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we will be bringing up the next match for you guys. So we are going to be closing things out.
Yeah, if there's nothing here, we're going for a short break. After this, it's going to be the game to see which team goes to the Challenge Finals. Is it going to be Team Liquid BH or is it going to be Rebellion?
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always just hit me uninvited. Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness. Faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. Yeah, yeah.
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster,
Welcome back. It is going to be between Rebellion eSports going up against Team Liquid PH, where both teams are 1 win away to get their slot in the Challenge Finals and qualifying to play in Jakarta. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Season 5. My name is Lafel. Alongside with me is ICBB12.
Well, this is going to be the important moment for either of these teams, and this is going to be the crucial moment on who takes the first ticket. Sorry, the first of final 2 tickets coming in towards the Challenge Finals. Is it going to be Rebellion Zion, or is it going to Rebellion Esports, or is it going to be Team Liquid PH? Because it is going to be a very, very important one. But nevertheless, here, if you guys are up for some intense match and great vibes here, you guys can get yourself the tickets by scanning the QR code and get it for only 10,000 IDR at esl.gg/MLBBTix-EN. So be sure to scan it right now. I mean now. Before, okay, it's gone. It's okay. On top of it all, guess what? There's exclusive free chests for you guys for the first 1,000 people who buy the tickets, worth up to 65,000 IDR. That's a lot of bang for buck right there, Lotho. Okay,
you
quick
pay
maths.
10,000 and then you get back 65,000. So yeah, that's a lot. You essentially pay to get paid. That's crazy. It's like
A rebate.
it's like I buy phone credit and I get a phone. What? That is that level of value. It's like
Wow.
I buy a drink and then they give you food for free.
Wow, that's a big percentile difference.
It's like I buy a windshield wiper and they give me a car. That's insane.
Wow. That's very good reference
It's
here.
like buying a boxer and you get an entire suit. What else can be done?
You buy a sock.
It's like buying a door and you get a house.
Whoa!
See? The value is insane.
I know, right? It's crazy. This is, you know,
It's like buying Sky Piercer. That value is insane.
true. 1,500 gold equals to 2 item damage value.
It equals to an execute. An execute is a spell. You have an
know,
item
right?
that gives you 2 spells. You
Yep.
can get a flicker and an execute.
True, fair enough. That's a very, very good observation here. This is why we gotta have Lafel as the analyst, right? That's why it's called Lafel the analyst. So if you guys want a little bit more information, you can also check it out in the patch notes and also visit his YouTube channels, which oftentimes he will talk about it. But now let's talk about the patch here, whose recent changes. Sky Piercer, Lafel, the man, the analyst. What do you think?
Low HP, you're gone. Wishing Lantern, high HP, you're gone. Malefic Gun, you don't like your range, make the range longer. Winter Crown, you can use your freezing effect and your ult, your first skill, your second skill, it will still go through. Clock of Destiny, you want to be tanky, when your HP is half, you want to get a little bit more, that's your item. Having the War Axe, you have now the
Bloodless Axe.
Bloodless Axe as well. I completely erased it from my memory at this point. Glowing Wand plus the Necklace Endurance, Wings, making sure that when you're low HP, you get tankier, you get more damage. The Thunder Belt, you just scale your defenses like crazy every single time
Infinitely.
you hit your enemy. Infinite scaling. But again, the game won't be that long. But yeah, either way, this is one part of the patch where there's multiple parts of the patch as well. You got heroes, you got adjustments to the battlefield, the lore, the minions. So much going on in this game.
You know, if you guys are big Aldos fans, you guys can actually get a first item Thunderbolt. It just scales infinitely as well. It gives you so much sustainability. But on top of it all, we've seen a lot of rebalances, changes, and nerfs into this upcoming patch. All these heroes has been affected, and a new hero going to be dropping by the end of this month, known as Ju Sin. And again, a lot of people has been speculating here, Ju Sin might bring a shakedown because of the new items.
Well, either ways, a lot of heroes that has been buffed haven't been used just yet. These are the heroes. Now let's check out the teams. Let's check out Rebellion Esports. Check out their lineup. You guys have saw it earlier today to reintroduce. It's going to be Cars, Vincent, Suelo, D, and Auditizi.
Well, this is going to be a very, very big match for Rebellion eSports to overcome. They were able to overcome Evo's Holy in the first round, but this time it is going to be against Team Liquid PH, the favorites to take the ticket away. But in case you guys missed out in yesterday's game, this is going to be a little bit of highlights here where Rebellion eSports was able to win Monster Vicious with a 2-0 because of these Moskov. And every single time they made this play here, Monster Vicious was able to try and get a very nice flank, but unfortunately, again, it comes down to unity, right? Together we stand, divided we fall, and that's exactly what Rebellion did. They grouped up together, made sure to pick off every single isolated target from Monster Vicious, and just came out on top.
Yeah, Rebellion also showed an impressive feat, defeating Evo's Holy, which again is the #2 team in MPL ID. So they've definitely improved since their MPL time. And now for the Snapdragon Pro Series, they're here to show that they are one of the best. But going up against them is going to be Team Liquid PH, the champions of MPL PH. It's going to be Sanford, Carl Teasy, Sanji, Benny Cutie, and JP.
Yep, and when it comes to Team Liquid PH, we used guys saw them in the previous series, but of course, it was a very, very close match as well. We saw some really, really insane shots coming in from Benny QT with that Beatrix snipe in game #1. Game 2 was a little bit different as well. It could have gone either ways between both Falcon as well as Team Liquid PH. That was a very, very intense match, but it came down to a moment where Game 3, they were just not playing here. They brought in the Sanford Paquito as well as the Loyi once more to just completely maneuver Falcon Esports on all fronts.
Yeah, and again, Team Liquid PH, they just finished their match, but they're ready for their second one. So have minimum breaks, but this is their life. This is the life of a pro player. You have to always be ready for a match.
Yeah, they have to be prepared. In this case, you can see they're doing their final homeworks here on how they are going to overcome against Rebellion Esports in this upcoming fight. And as you can see, Rebellion is going to be in a situation where they have a lot of information. They have to be worried about the Loyi. They have to worry about the potential Paquito coming from Sanford as well. The San combo has been very, very in unison since Game 1 as well as Game 3. Game 2, it was close. Again, it could have gone either ways between them as well as Falcon. But Rebellion now, they've got 2 clean games. They didn't give a lot of information, but what sticks is they do love those Angela pickups.
Right now, they're looking at the data to understand the kind of matchups that they will be going up against Rebellion, taking this match very, very seriously to understand their opponents before the game even starts. All 3 games, all games throughout, Carl TZ has been using the Baxia, hasn't been forced to use anything else. We gotta look at a hit-to-hit here. Average KDA, Team Liquid PH 5.2 against 4.2 of Rebellion. Looking at the damage numbers, it's more or less the same, but average goal per minute is much higher for Team Liquid PH, and I would say that's mostly because of Benny QD.
Yeah, and even yesterday's game as well, Team Liquid PH, they were able to close out one of the fastest games here in SPS. They were able to finish Game 1 against CFU about 8 minutes into the game. That was a very, very unusual timing, but 8 minutes the game, just closed out the game before the Lord even spawned. So that was a very, very quick game coming from TLPH here. So it pretty much boosted up the overall average GPM. But again, to be able to pull it off, still very, very difficult here. So let's talk about the drafts here. We do see Faramis being a priority coming from Rebellion here. They also lean on towards Angela. But in terms of bans here, Team Liquid PH do focus on that bans the most. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that this is actually a very, very good counter matchup for Rebellion here for Team Liquid PH.
Yeah, I feel like we will not be seeing the Faramis. I feel like Rebellion, they can't afford to ban out the Baxia, so they have to figure out something here. They got to figure out how to handle Carl TZ on this Baxia. We're starting the drafting phase here. Team Liquid PH will be the first pick and instantly banning out the Faramis, and the Rebellion being the second pick.
Yeah, Faramis is gotta go. It's the only hero that gave them the biggest problem here from the previous series. This time, doing the exact same thing. Do they ban the Angela as well, or do they want to prioritize it for themselves? They still have first pick, but at the same time, at the start of today, we talked about Roger being first pick material coming from all these teams here. Evo's Holy was the one that prioritizes that. Didn't really go too well for brands. This game, they banned off the Angela as well, so no healing for Rebellion. A comfort strategy that Rebellion has been using for this past few days.
I feel like Benny Cutie is a much different beast, man. Like the moment he gets the Roger, forget about it. Everyone can do whatever they want. Just let Benny Cutie do everything. Moskov has been banned out by Team Liquid PH, so now it's on Rebellion. Do you ban out the Lu Yi? Do you ban out the Roger? Pick your poison.
Oof.
Or don't ban either of them.
I think this is it comes down to the drafting style of how Team Liquid PH is, right? Like they don't really care if they face off against a Roger. It's more like they want to prioritize the low E. And both games that they got the low E from game 1 as well as game 3 for Falcon, and even in the previous games as well, they've always first picked in Falcon. And this is first pick the low E, and this is kind of recurring as well during MPL PH days. Their playoffs in general as well, they always prioritize the low E in this upcoming patch. So Rebellion, they have to take this read. Ban the low E, let them take the Roger and play something else. But again, like you said as well, it's going to be picking your poison. Do they ban it? Yes, they do. So Team Liquid PH, they are going to be picking the Roger themselves.
Yeah, and you know that the Sky Piercer is going to be the first item. So Rebellion, they don't have a healing mechanism here unless they pick up the Matilda or the Rafaela. So Sky Piercer is going to be pretty strong. They got to pick up, well, the Paramus is not there anymore, so pick up a Valentina perhaps. Valentina, Baxia, Valentina, Fredrin.
Baxia is something that I think Team Liquid PH isn't
Team
that
Liquid
worried
PH keeps
about.
on take it, yeah.
Yeah, they always take the Baxia as well, so Rebellion may consider taking them themselves. But again, you talk about healing, right? I think the good shout here is going to be the Florin, because if Team Liquid PH decides to go for the Baxia pickup, the Florin does have a immunity for those kind of anti-heals coming in. So nope, not gonna happen. They will take the Yuzhong, but Baxia is still in the hands of Team Liquid.
Now Team Liquid PH, they have the majority of the firepower. Oh, they're picking up the
Farsa.
Okay. Interesting, considering that you see the Yuzhong on the other side. Perhaps he feels like he can outplay this Yuzhong. Usually we don't see too much Farsa going up against the Yuzhong, so this is a very interesting pickup that I feel like is targeted towards their gold laner, because they feel like the gold laner is going to use something like an Atan, something that has less mobility, so maybe that's why they pick up the Farsa.
I think having this Farsa is intentional coming from Team Liquid, in a sense where they want to force Rebellion to pick something else rather than a healing composition, right? If they go for Minotaur, if they go for the Florin, they're not going to be able to cut off Farsa really, really well. So if they force a Grok right here, it isn't too bad, but no, Rebellion, they take the export instead. It's something that they ban out a lot, so they are going to be able to get this, but I assume this is a jungle export from Rebellion. They pretty much showed their cards right from the get-go.
Yeah, pretty safe assumption going up against Baxia. You gotta chunk down this tank as fast as you can, and the Baxia has damage reduction, but going up against the export still hurts, especially if the export picks up a War Axe, which most of the time as a jungler he will. And afterwards, perhaps pick up an Ice Queen wand to make sure that the Baxia, once he engages, he can't run away. And Rebellion, they could use the healing, but they ban out the Matilda themselves.
Okay, Export is going to be a good way to deal with Baxia, right? It's just true value damage here. Baxia comes in, he's going to burn them to death. But I feel like maybe, you know, they might consider banning off the Grok just to make sure that Sanji doesn't have a very difficult time, considering that he already has to deal with the dragon, doesn't want to deal with the wall as well, especially with the feathered airstrike. But again, they're used to it, they have got the experience to actually deal with it. But now the question here is, do they want to win the lane matchup? So in this case, I think you talk about Benny QT winning the Roger matchup, Nathan out. They have to ban, I think, the Claude as well. Maybe. It's either Claude, Brody, or Beatrix, but it's most likely going to be the Claude ban coming from TLPH.
Yeah, honestly, Claude, Grok, both are very good bans for Team Liquid PH. Rebellion, they themselves ban out the healers.
The healings, okay, interesting. Do they want to pick the Ruby themselves?
Or maybe just grab a Minotaur so that they have the healing and Team Liquid PH does it. But then Team Liquid PH, they could grab the Grok. I mean, the Grok isn't great going up against the X-Borg. Maybe JP goes for something crazy and pick up something like a Cho or something.
Okay, that's the thing about the Cho, right? Like, it's been integrated in this upcoming patch to focus more on Cho damage, but the Sky Piercer Armor Cho isn't too bad. It's literally one-shot anyone. But again, against a Yu Zhong, that's something that I think Team Liquid might struggle a little bit here, but they can still get the Paquito for themselves. Nope, they're not going to go for Grok. They're not going to go for anything else as they are going to take a safety net, pick the Edith for the roam position.
They have a very tanky lineup here, so I'm guessing their gold lane isn't going to have a lot of mobility. This is one of those games where, yeah, I feel like a Clint could work, a Brody could work. If they want to do a Benny Cutie, they could show off the Beatrix as well. The only thing is the Beatrix is going to have a difficult time going up against the far side. Now having the Paquito, there's a lot of dive coming in from Team Liquid PH, so any kind of marksman doesn't feel super good at this point.
Okay, this is going to be a little bit of a different matchup here. Roamer, final Roamer coming from Team Liquid here. Do they pick the Minotaur again? Yes, they do. There is going to be some sort of a healing here coming in from Team Liquid PH. Rebellion, last pick, Marksman. What's it going to be? Clint, Brody. This is a very awkward situation Rebellion has put themselves in, because yes, Team Liquid, they've shown their cards, but considering the amount of marksmen has been banned here, including the Harith, there's not really a lot of good options here, especially if a Roger jumps in your face.
Usually we see fighters here, but if they do that, they won't have enough damage.
Yeah.
So
like, everyone is a peeling composition, right? But technically, you know, Edith kind of transitioned into as a marksman later stage of the game, but nope, they are going to go for the Beatrix.
And again, I feel like the Farsa was picked to fight against this kind of marksmen, low mobility marksmen. So the Beatrix, we've seen that Benny Cutie can do a lot with this hero. But the Roger going up against the Beatrix, Roger, very popular for popping off in the early stages of the game. And Beatrix requires more items, and the items are very costly. So a different tempo here. Team Liquid PH, they can start things fast. Compared to Rebellion, they got to scale up just a little bit before really committing, before really being able to do anything against Team Liquid PH lineup.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one here, but based on this draft, who do you like more?
I would say Liquid Echo. They got Comfort, they got a Paquito, they got the Boxia as well as Benecutie on this Roger. I feel like Benecutie will dictate the pace of the game, so I'm more towards Team Liquid PH.
Yep, I want to see how things go as well. Rebellion Esports, again, the favorites here is going to be Team Liquid PH to actually go and take the ticket. But now Rebellion Esports, they have to prove their worth of fighting the grind here. Ladies and gentlemen, here, we're going to be jumping into the third series for today. It is going to be Team Liquid PH versus Rebellion Esports game number 1. Who's going to come over top? Who's going to set the tempo? And who is going to take first blood?
Carl TZ was able to secure his buff faster compared to Vincent. Even though Vincent had a little bit of help leashing for his buff, they're starting on opposite sides of the map. And looking at Emblem set here, it is going to be the Warcry on the Yuzong as well as on Roger. So we see that Warcry doing a lot for Benecutie, already denying D from a lot of farm.
That's interesting to see Benecutie actually prioritizing on that. Like, is he going to look for the finishers here? Is it used as an execution? But bottom lane, Carr is not having a good lane against Sanford at all. And now Sanji is looking to try and harass him further, denying him XP and space. So this is a lot of pressure down towards the XP lane for Team Liquid PH, where they switch up their focus this game.
Sanford going to hit level 3. Looks like Benecutie again forcing D to stay under his turret. But it doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like Benecutie wants to deny so much minions instead of just
what is this
to get a kill.
Ambush? Did they spot Vincent out? I don't think they did, right?
I think they don't, but I know that there's more than one person there.
Yeah, there's 3 people there, but Sanford, you know, he's playing a little bit safe here. He's still got the XP. He's freezed up in a very awkward position, but again, Turtle's going to spawn in 4 seconds. Eventually, Rebellion has to show themselves here. Vincent took the long route. Sanji still unsure on what's happening. There's 2 guys there, and finally revealed himself. But Audi TZ is taking a bit too much damage here. Better Extra comes in. He predicted Audi TZ the flicker there. Drops the bomb before he gets out. That's gonna be first blood in the hands of Team Liquid.
The Sansan duo has amazing game sense. They just like, I don't know what's going on there, but I know I don't like it.
Oh my goodness, Suelo now with the stolen Minon Rage, but at the same time, JP also has a Minon Rage of his own. So Team Liquid PH does have his advantage right here in this fight. But speaking of which, here, Turtle in the hands of Team Liquid PH. Rebellion eSports now gonna be on the back seat.
Yeah. Rebellion eSports, again, their composition, they want to ramp up a little bit. Even though Swale has the Minnow and Fury, but the engage is not going to be good enough because they don't have the damage. Vincent needs item first. D needs a lot of items. Swalo, if the first item is going to be the Enchanted Talisman, he has damage, sure, but again, it's not going to be enough. So I feel like Rebellion eSports, it's good that they let it go because look at it, even Cars is not doing good.
Yep, oh my goodness, that's a second time now Sanji is able to find a pick off. Rebellion eSports just could not respond to this. Team Liquid just having so much foresight in his plays, and now Baggy QT just got his Sky Piercer on top of this. This is a very, very good start for Team Liquid.
3 minutes in, gets the Sky Piercer, and the Turtle is going to spawn up top.
Oh,
they want to give him kills.
Oh, Firaga
not there.
Down. Vincent is dead. Benny QT, that's going to be first kill on the first stack for him for that Sky Piercer.
And again, after this is go. Oh, before that, they still want to go. D taking a bit of damage, and D has to be forced back a bit. The next item for Benny Cutie is going to be the Wind Talker. So more movement speed, making it so that he can get to his targets much faster.
Yeah, speaking of movement speed right now, like it seems like Rebellion eSports is playing very defensively right now, whereas Team Liquid PH, they're just capitalizing on a lot of all these micro fights rather than just being very, very reactive to this fight. So you can see a lot of micro plays coming in. Again, Kaldizi just is like, you know what, 3 guys coming in, I'm not even afraid. I don't care.
I see something that I don't like here. That spells Rebellion eSports is not able to fight the first 3 turtles. Is that Vincent looks like he's going for it before that car is taking quite a lot of damage.
Okay, Sanford, he's taking a little bit of damage here. He might actually fall to this here. The Residue comes in. Sanford trying to buy Libram one time, eventually gets picked off. He even forced the flicker. He's bought a little bit of space, but the turtle, they have to rush this before Swalo comes in. Vincent is so low. It seems to me this is going to be an easy turtle in the hands of Team Liquid once more.
Again, the reason why I say that is because Vincent, his first item isn't going to be the War Axe. It's going to be the Immortality. So there you go. He just bought the Immortality, meaning that for the lineup of Rebellion eSports, you can only think of damage when you're looking at Swalo. Everyone else, they're not going to be able to do much. So Rebellion eSports, they have to drag this game out for a very long time before this draft gets online.
Speaking of drafts coming up online as well, Rebellion, they're trying to get any sort of resource as much as they can. ODTZ missing 2 spell. JP shows you I don't miss. A little bit of fun interaction here. Rebellion now going to be a Turtle up in tier 1. Feathered Ass trying to use as well. Kaldizi getting focused down. He's done. He's gone. That's the marksman down. But ODTZ comes in. Minor Ray Fury comes in. Connects onto the stolen one to try and counterplay. He's going to pay with his life. But guess what? Kaldizi, he finds a double. Vincent now going to be the next. But he is going to be able to get out with the last Insanity. Team Liquid finds a 2-for-1 trade. Bottom lane though, Cars, he might actually die to this. No, the knockup comes in. Cars, he's able to survive, but Kaldizi says, "What's up, brother? Can you get out?" He sidesteps the dodge, the shield, but it doesn't matter. He's so low. 1 punch is all he needs.
Yeah, this is what worries me, is that Rebellion, they won't have enough damage. Cars just built his Hunter Strike. I don't think he has his first item just yet. Benny Cutie already has 2. So yeah, this is why I kind of don't like Rebellion eSports draft, because it's an okay draft, but it takes way too much time. And against Team Liquid PH that has a draft that can ramp up very fast, I don't know, seems counterproductive or counterintuitive.
It's gonna be very, very difficult this game here. Cars, you know, not able to make the space that he needs to actually fight against Team Liquid here. You can see Purifies from Sanji. Audi trying to go for the catch. Doesn't seem to be able to find Sanji, but they do bait out the Purify. Turtle gets reset. But the Liu King for that engage. Benny QT is finding his engagements as well. They force the Primal Wrath. So much value spells taken away by Rebellion. Feathered airstrike being used from both sides. They're trying to drop the turtle quickly as well. Sanji secures the turtle for the team, but now Rebellion, they have to run. Guess what? Benny QT is looking to finish him off. He's got the double, looking for the triple, but guess what? Everyone is dead. Vincent as well, next to fall. Triple kill for Benny QT in one fell swoop. Everyone is dead.
Yeah, 5 votes ways with the Sky Piercer. So again, Team Liquid BH 7.5k ahead, getting the mid lane turret, getting the bottom tier 2, and the top tier 2 might be the next target as well. The Lord is going to spawn in 82 minutes. Benny QT has to end this battle. And D still has not completed his first item. That's how far ahead Benny QT is. He has 3 items. D doesn't even have 1.
Well, his 3k net worth difference, right? That's so far of a lead that Team Liquid BH has. Is like almost near 10k now. And Rebellion, they've died. Like, look at this, 12-2. What can they do? Even Sanji's 1 feathered airstrike is enough to threaten everyone from inside of Rebellion.
And now we have a visual here. 3 items for Roger, and this is why the Beatrix is ultra late game, because her items are very expensive. Now she has completed the Blade of Despair, so that's 1 item.
Compared to 3.5. Like,
the only good thing is that that's the most expensive item for her build. After this is going to be a little bit easier, a little bit more cheaper. So her ramp is going to be faster. But again, the comparison is too much.
It's still tough because look at this. Benny QT has got 3.5 items. But if you say that's 3.5 items, this Sky Piercer's got 5 stacks. So technically that's a 4.5 item rather than the 3.5 item. Power spike for Benny QT in just, what, 9 minutes into the game. Him alone, he can already 1v3.
This X-Borg is not a factor as well. The Farsa can burst him down very, very fast. Yeah. Sanford, the Paquito is the counter towards an X-Borg. So Team Liquid BH, they just have all the answers to the problems that Rebellion has.
Oh no, D is dead. That's going to be max stack up on Benny QT as well. And this Roger, again, you talked about this, right? Like, give him the Roger, or do you want to deal with the Loyi or deal with the Roger? In this case, Benny QT is going to run rings around roses on Rebellion eSports. And here, again, Vincent, just no space to push out. The idea of having the export is to deal with Carteezy, but he can't even get to Carteezy at all.
Yeah, they haven't even met. Carteezy is just free farming. He just goes into the jungle and outside. Okay, this is mine, this is mine, this is mine. Benny QT's slaying the Lord. I'm guessing Sky Piercer works on that. No, it doesn't, but I'm just saying. He's getting all the last hits here.
But at the same time as well, you have to give credit to Vincent. Despite being a difference of a lead here, he's still somehow able to keep up in terms of level. Like, it's level 12 to level 13, now 14 for Carteezy. But they have to find a way to drag this out, because eventually they are going to get outscaled. It's going to be very, very difficult.
Well, the only way they can clear the waves is with the Beatrix, so hopefully that's going to be enough. Right now, Team Liquid H, they're getting the mid tier 2. They're getting it for free.
Yeah, they're just getting outranged as well. You can see Sanford trying to make a jab onto Sway Low. They have the stolen feathered airstrike up on Sway Low. But again, it's a tall order for Rebellion eSports to fight back here. I don't see any comeback game here. It seems like this is going to be Team Liquid's PH's game to lose if they don't close out this game.
Well, the Lord is there. D is very low. Car says, well, 1 hit away.
Okay, they're able to get a little bit of reset here. Sanji missing the feathered airstrike. No, he does hit the feathered airstrike, but it gets cancelled off. But the Lord still going to be taken down. The inhibitor still falls. Stolen in feathered airstrike from Sway Low. Is able to clear 2 waves of minions. And they somehow still managing to hold on. Team Liquid not coming to this fight unless they fight for this fight. But wait a minute. They find a kill on Sanji down bottom. So that's huge for Rebellion eSports. With the Black Dragon, they're isolated. They find JP. That's the opening that Rebellion eSports needed. That's huge.
That was such a huge shutdown, because out of that kill, D immediately got the second item. He got the Malefic Roar. That's how big the shutdown was. 1 kill, 1 item. That's huge. And now we got to look at the instant replay. Oh, that was a beautiful shot.
Oh my goodness, that was a big shot coming in. JP left isolated as well. They've got so much information, but while this is actually happening as well, guess what? Middle lane, they find Carteezy all by himself. Team Liquid might actually lose another player unless Benny QT is looking for it. He's on a godline. He's looking to try and finish off D. Does he give chase? D is going to be running for his life as well. Vincent, he has immortality. He's going to try and provide a little bit of assistance. They are able to get out. So Rebellion, they may have made a little bit of mistake, Things could have got out of control, but they still backed out safely.
That's why I choose your poison. You want to go up against the Louis or you want to go up against the Roger. Look at that burst damage.
My God.
There's no outplaying that. If he gets there, you get out. You don't entertain the fight anymore. You're like, okay, you know what? My HP is not 100%.
We gotta run.
If it's 90%, I'm uncomfortable.
Well, in this case, Benny QT, he's got Sky Piercer full stacked. That's gonna be so much percentage coming in. Suelo finally having the Divine Glaive, so with the Stolen Feather Airstrike, he can still do something and contribute to this team fights. And I think that's the game plan that Rebellion eSports is looking for. Buy enough time for this Beatrix to get relevant. Buy enough time for this Edith to be able to out-sustain them and contribute in terms of damage as well. And Team Liquid, they have to be careful about this, Karos. It's challenging Sanford, is asking for it as well. But do they go for it? But guess what? Jump onto all DTZ. They've got CC. He's stunning his way through. He goes for the prime round to disengage. Black Dragon comes in to give chase. They find Caldeezy. That's huge. It's going to go down. Meanwhile, Suelo gets picked off by Benny QT. But the stomp from JP to stop D from getting things out of hand. Now, Benny QT looking for the finish. He's got the Maniac on top of it all. What a counterplay by JP to set things up for Benny QT.
Do you rather fight against the Louis or the Roger, man? 11-0-2. Full items build. Blade of Despair there.
Oh my goodness. Last Insanity to try to clear the minions, but it doesn't matter. Team Liquid focuses down the crystal. One game. And they say one more game to go to qualifying. Team Liquid PH now in match point for the first Taken.
Yeah, match point, Rebellion. There were some instances where it looks like they had a shot, right? Where, oh, now they have enough damage, now they can do something about it, but it was a little too late. So I don't know. In the next game, Rebellion, do they switch things up? Do they get a draft that can actually activate much earlier? Congratulations to Team Liquid PH. They're one game away.
Yep, but of course, Rebellion had a little bit of hope, right? Like, they were able to find a little bit of disconnect from Team Liquid PH here. They were forcing a fight up top, forcing a fight bottom, but eventually, they were able to get a little bit of breathing room. But in that final Lord fight there, oh, things could have went disastrous for Team Liquid PH if JP did not cancel off the Beatrix. Oh, that could have gone either ways and went south there. But nevertheless here, shout out to both JP as well as Benny QT because they were the MVPs for me in game one.
Yeah, we got to look at the stats to look at the numbers for both teams because, again, Team Liquid PH, they dominated the game from early up until the end. And even though Team Liquid PH, they overextended, giving away some kills over to Rebellion. Rebellion did well, but again, I kind of feel like you got to play against the tempo of Team Liquid PH. If you're going up against a Roger that has the Sky Piercer, you're going to need ways to dive onto him to make sure that you guys can actually get the kill yourself. The game is 14 minutes, 18 kills to 7. And again, unkillable Benny Cutie on his Roger.
Yeah, unkillable indeed here. The Warcry definitely play a huge factor for this team here. And on top of it all, you have to give credit to Rebellion here. Like, despite the deficit of 10k net worth difference, they're still able to find opportunities to punish Team Liquid PH. So, again, you know, shout out to them. They did their best, but again, you know, it's reset now. They have to fix their draft for game number 2. Game 1, you know, it could have gone either ways. Just Team Liquid just steamrolling every single front because of how Sanji was able to set up a very small ripple, which kind of translates into a tsunami collapsing on every single lanes for Rebellion.
It's so hard going up against Team Liquid PH because imagine you ban out the Louis, you ban out the Roger, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, the Paquito's still here. The Paquito's going to win the EXP, and then Benny Cutie picks up a Beatrix, and he's not going to die. So far, Beatrix might be a Benny Cutie special that he's really saving it for, and D looked okay. But again, Benny Cutie, how fast he farmed, I think you need to farm that fast to be able to use the Beatrix that well.
Yeah, agreed. And of course, let's take a little bit of some stats as well. Highest damage per minute here is going to be Sanji, right? It's like 4,946 damage per minute. He's just chipping away at every single one in that game.
No one else is close.
69,000 is just what? Barely 12 minutes a game, 14 minutes in the game. It's just so much value. And because of just him threatening with the Farsar, you talked about this. Why Farsar to the Yu Zhong? That's exactly why. He shut down the Yu Zhong so early to a point that it allowed him to have this early power spike to just stomp on everyone with his range.
So I guess that's the way you want to play the Farsa into Yuzong. You just kill the Yuzong first, problem solved.
Yeah.
Go to his lane, kill him. This is the good thing about Team Liquid BH. You know Benikudi will have a good time against anyone in lane, so that it opens up Sanji to just go to the EXP lane, where even though Sanford can win that, but it's like, well, your opponent's tankier. You might need a little bit more help. So the fact that they have Benikudi in their lineup makes things much easier. And look at this, a very steep climb. They only dropped off because of the few kills that they gave over to Rebellion Esports, where the shotgun goal was so much, enabling D to get a full item. But again, it wasn't enough for Rebellion Esports to win it out.
Yeah, it's so brutal for a fact that if you are getting so much kills into this fight here, losing one death hurts so much more because of those comeback mechanics, right? So in this case, if Benikudi, he's got 11 kills and he's got 0 death. If he dies one time, that's pretty much almost 1,000 to 2,000 gold net worth bounty for the side of Rebellion Esports, which begs to differ as well. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Bounty Hunter has been reworked as well. So I haven't seen that integration being used in Pro Play.
Either way, our MVP, Benikudi, 11-0-2, 72% kill participation. Again, first item, Sky Piercer, just making sure that he does a lot of damage. And looking at his itemization, he has a lot of movement speed as well. He has the Wind Talker for added movement speed, Endless Battle, added movement speed, Great Dragon Spear, where whenever he's changing forms between a human form and a Lycan form, he will have added movement speed as well. So make sure that he is safe and he is able to engage crazily like this, like no one is able to get away from him. And if he is in a very bad spot, he can run away. So overall, perfect build, but I feel like it is because of how Benikudi plays his lane. He's able to get a lot of farm, harass the opposing laner, and making a difference of 3 items to 1, that's a big difference.
Yeah, and even that fight as well, it looked like D was able to set up a very, very big ultimate setup here to try and zone them off. But again, you know, instantly got cancelled by JB, caught him out of pants as well. Benikudi just ran over and killed everybody as well. You can see they were just trying to pull them in towards a choke spot and just completely wipe them off. So nicely done coming from Team Liquid PH. They are going to be 1 game away from taking the first ticket. 1 step closer. They've shown it. 1 more game is what they need. 1 more game.
Congratulations to Team Liquid BH. Can they actually close this out with a 2-0? Or will Rebellion and come back? We saw Falcon able to do it. Can Rebellion do the same? We'll be going to a short break. After this, we'll be able to see 2-0 or Rebellion equalize 1-1.
Here we go!
Savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was so low. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I'll be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so we're about to go
season. And if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 fast.
Rebellion Esports required a lot of time for the draft to work, and Team Liquid BH just didn't give them enough time. With the Roger Skypiercer, there was no chance. Welcome back. My name is Lofel. Alongside with me is ICBaby12, and for you guys, make sure you guys grab your tickets because again, it's selling out soon. 10,000 IDR. Make sure you guys scan the QR code and go to the website esl.gg/MLBBTix-EN to make sure you guys grab your tickets as fast as you can, because for the first 1,000 of you guys will get 65,000 IDR worth of prizes. So again, make sure you guys get it as quickly as possible, because after the 1,000, you guys aren't going to get it, because one of these teams is going to go to Jakarta. So make sure you guys check this out, because we're going into the draft to see which team is going to qualify for the challenge finals. Rebellion will be the first pick. Team Liquid BH, they'll be the second pick, and looks like Rebellion, they themselves ban out the Xborg as well as the Pyramids. TLPH, they ban out the chips.
Well, we saw the stats earlier as well, right? Rebellion has been prioritizing on banning Xbox throughout the entire SPS journey. So again, now Faram is being banned as well. Team Liquid PH, do they want to just double down, just deny the Angela once more, which is something that I think both sides has prioritized a little bit more. But here's the plot twist right now. Because Rebellion does have first pick, Luoyi was something that they banned themselves to show respect towards Team Liquid PH, right? They had to decide, like you said as well, Luoyi or Roger. And this time, Rebellion has that say to take either or for themselves, which, again, I think Team Liquid PH, they have to deal around it, because Angela is in the pool as well.
Yeah, but again, I feel like Team Liquid PH, because of the dominating performance of Carl TZ on the Baxia, it is one of the heroes that I feel like he's fine to let through.
Okay.
But it looks like Rebellion, they don't want to take the risk. They ban out the Angela, so the Roger is open. TLPH is kind of telling Rebellion, if you don't pick it up, we will pick it up. So Moskov.
This is a comfort for Rebellion, right? They always prioritize those Moskov. It's something that almost every single team, when they play against Rebellion here, they have to respect these Moskov. It's something they're super comfortable with. And I like this from Team Liquid. They gave him an option. Take the Moskov or take the Roger. In this case, comfort picks comes first. Rebellion takes the Moskov, gives Benny QT the Roger once more. Oh my goodness. This is so smart of Team Liquid PH.
Yeah, perhaps they understand that either they feel like the Roger won't be as good as Benny QT, that's why they don't mind leaving it open, or like you said, they just understand that based on the data, whenever these two marksmen are let through, Rebellion will prioritize the Moskov. Now, what else do they prioritize? Do they pick up the Valentina again and eat it? Or this time take away the Mino?
I think Yu Jong again is something that they have to deny away, right? Like Sanford is just playing really well, but okay, good shout there with Minotaur. So Yu Jong is open, but Team Liquid, they don't want to take it. They trust Sanford. He's got to be able to play something else. He's got a Paquito and pull. So keep things open to waste their bans from Rebellion. So I guess that's the option that Team Liquid wants to play with. You talk about Farsa. Okay, repicked again for both sides.
If I was Rebellion, I would just ban out the XP leaders, man. Take out Paquito, take out Yuzong, because that's what TLPH is doing. They take out the Terizla.
But the problem is Sanford can play Benedetta as well.
Play Benedetta, play the CC.
Oh my goodness.
I'm pretty sure he can play the Edith as well. A lot of options.
Ooh, that's a very, very difficult.
Just don't give him a lane bully. I feel like if you allow Cars to have at least a laning phase, it should be okay.
Yeah, but what's Cars gonna play? So far, he's been leaning on Terizla, he's been leaning on Yuzhong a little bit more in terms of comfort pickups. And now with the Xbox also being banned in, I'm also concerned. What is the jungle going to be played from the side of Rebellion, right? ODTZ, Edith is something that's comfortable, but you called it. CC's gone, Fredrin's gone as well. They need a jungler. And does Rebellion go for the Ling, which
It's not bad, but it's very difficult to go up against Baxia. It's a risk. Like, if you're gonna take a risk, might as well. But if you don't want a Ling, you want a little bit faster, the Nolan is open.
Oh yeah.
Nolan, the Hayabusa.
They need a... Do they bring an Arkai jungle for Rebellion?
Akai is also a pretty good option.
Yeah, it's a good way to deal with Feather Astra. It's a good way to kind of isolate Roger. It's a good way to kind of push Baxia away as well. But they still need a tank shredder. In this case, you know, having this Moskov means that if they don't have a pretty decent early to mid game, you are going to be expecting a lot of late armors up on Team Liquid PH. And now depend on the Florin as well. Okay, even more healings getting denied away to make sure that Team Liquid PH doesn't have that heal. This is something that Rebellion has leaned on a little bit more. And because of this, they let the Yuzhong through for Sanford.
I mean, Rebellion, if they want, they can pick up the Paquito for themselves if they have trained with it, because they've shown the Paquito has a very good matchup going up against the Yuzhong, but this is Sanford's Yuzhong. This is not an easy Yuzhong to deal with.
Wait, is this a Julian jungle coming in from
Oh,
Team
actually,
PH?
not a bad shout.
Like, we saw a couple of Julians yesterday's game. Like, this feels like a pretty decent Julian jungle game for Team Liquid PH. Yeah, it's pretty good. Like, you can get the backlines, can one-shot people. Even if Minotaur comes in, he's going to be able to shred people with the Holy Crystal. But no, Rebellion, they bring in the Alpha jungle and the Edith XP. So they have a decent one, but now jungle. But nah, I don't think so. They've got the Baxia here. So what do they need? They need a roamer.
The Matilda is still there.
Yeah, I think safe one coming from Matilda.
If they want to go aggressive, they can go for an Arlet. Arlet, Grok, Cho. Yeah, they go for the Arlet.
Okay, so no Julian for Rebellion. In the previous game, they double down for the Alpha instead. But Team Liquid now with the Arlet pickup. There's so much CC control. I actually like Team Liquid's Wrath.
Yeah, you don't have to ask me for this one. I do prefer TLPH. Something about the Alpha, I'm a little bit turned off by, because we haven't seen good results coming in for the Snapdragon Pro Series, man.
I think you just hate Alpha, and I just hate Chang'e in general.
No, the thing is, I'm okay with Alpha. I even use Alpha in ranked, so I know the Alpha is strong, but it's like in competitive play, he's not there yet. Like, for me personally, I feel like the Alpha, the damage is fine. I feel like you need to buff the Alpha's defense, or maybe give him an additional passive that makes him more tankier after he gets the beta to do extra damage. Then the Alpha can be competitive, because as he is right now, he's not tanky enough.
Get Thunderbelt. Infinite high defense.
Honestly, I'm okay with that. Grab the Thunderbelt. You need a little bit more tankiness, because the damage is okay. You just need to survive longer. Especially going up against Carl Easy with this Baxia. Healing is not enough. You need straight up armor, you need straight up magic resist.
Well, can they drag this into the later stage of the game, or will they get completely steamrolled? Because now it is going to be match point for Team Liquid PH here. This is going to be the third series for today. Rebellion eSports versus Team Liquid PH. Game number 2. And one game away from taking the first ticket here is going to be Team Liquid PH here. And right now they're under fire. JP forced to run away here. Nice sidestep using the creeps there to get out to safety. So JP is able to get the full reset against Rebellion. But they force out the flicker out on Sui Low.
A lot of quantum charge for the side of Rebellion. Looks like the Alpha is going for a fighter emblem with the thrill. I kind of feel like it might be worth it to sacrifice the Veteran Hunter for the for something else. Maybe even a Festival of Blood, just so that you have more combat ability. But then again, you need the farming speed to be fast enough to deal with Carl TZ.
Yeah.
Carl TZ is already level 4. Vincent level 4 now as well, but you want to gank Benny Cutie, but this is Benny Cutie. You might get outplayed.
Yeah, it might happen as well. But he's gonna try and outscale, outrange in terms of the passive abilities coming from Moskov here. He's doing a pretty decent job. But eventually, Rebellion's job here is to try and play this into his later stage game, right? Like I don't see this Alpha just doing a lot of contribution until he reaches the Ultra stage game. But Rebellion, again, exact same strategy from game number 1. They're trying to set up for an XP gang, but again, the San combo, they've seen it before. Game 1 happened. Game 2, guess what? They're not going to overcommit for Sanford once more.
Yeah, maybe this is something that they have learned, that Rebellion, they just do this thing, and Sanford's just like, okay, when the turtle is up, I can get level 4 a little bit late. I don't have to force it out. Now Rebellion, they're actually holding the Pixel Brush. ODTC level 4.
Interesting enough, Suelo's got the Black Dragon here. He's stolen his way as well. JP's going to be first blood. He's going to go down here. Now Team Liquid, they're going to try and commit to the fight. Sanford trying to save the day. Feathered Airstrike getting zoned out by Sway Low, making sure he's the true dragon here, trying to catch up to it. San G. They trade 1 for 1, but Turtle's still in the hands of Team Liquid.
So Alpha got taken down there. Again, Moonson, if you're hearing, buff his defenses and then he will be good. He will be solid. Cutie against D, at least for now, it looks like nothing much is going on, but in the mid lane, Swalo.
Okay, JP forces a fight here, but okay, Flicker preemptively. JP already led through the final slash, but bottom lane, they find cars. A big catch here for KarlTzy and Sanford.
Yeah, Sanford again is winning his lane quite a bit, and I believe KarlTzy was able to steal that away. He's level 6 compared to Vincent, which is level 5. Cutie secures that crab. Cutie is, looks like his first item is going to be the Sky Piercer again. And looking at the lineup for Rebellion Esports, they have a heal from ODTZ, so it's not going to be super easy for him to get those execute kills, but definitely not impossible.
Yep, JP now final slash, gonna try and secure the creep for QT, trying to bait out reactions here. D showed himself, but JP is just gonna ensure this farm here. QT got his Sky Piercer, now he's gonna go for the reset and then clear off and set up for this next fight. So that's gonna be a little bit of a laning micro plays coming from Team Liquid PH for now.
Yeah, Cars and Vincent, looks like a lot of gangs have been set up for the EXP. Sanford is very, very disciplined. Look at the positioning of Sanji as well as KarlTzy. If they're not close to him, he's staying inside the turret. He understands that even though mechanically he's an amazing player, it's very hard for you to go up 1v2. So he plays it very safe the moment the jungler as well as the mid laner is nowhere close to him. He doesn't mind delaying his minion takes. Maybe he doesn't mind even if he sacrifices 1 or 2 minions, as long as he doesn't die. This is very good discipline coming in from Team Liquid PH, where the entire team mechanically is amazing, but they won't take those chances.
Yeah, but now he's able to clear it off as well. He just got his Hunter Strike. So imagine if he died, he wouldn't be able to have that Hunter Strike into this fight. So Sanford, now with the Petrify, he's going to be able to destroy one person in this upcoming fight. Now Black Dragon already expanded as well. Suelo stealing the back dragon instead of the Feathered Airstrike, trying to zone them off. He's trying to find onto his one target here, but now with the Mignon Fury coming in, he's going to collapse onto Team Liquid PH and taking a little bit too much damage here, and they won't fall, but guess what? It's up to QT to save the day. He's going to find a little bit more. Suelo as well, going to be cleaning out the rest members of Team Liquid PH. They're also low, but QT, he's got a double, looking for the triple, and he is going to be all stacked up. He's only got 2 kills, and that's going to be 2 stacks on the Sky Piercer.
Yeah, either way, now they're looking for D, which is KarlTzy. Wait, they want to force this.
I think they have damage as well. QT, he's got the Sky Piercer. Can he get it? Yes, he will. Can he get out to safety? He will sacrifice KarlTzy for the stacks, and QT now 3 kills. Barely 6 minutes into the game.
KarlTzy was laughing. It was like, yeah, I don't care if I die as long as you get stacks.
Vincent. Ooh, okay. Scary moments here. Vincent tried to steal the crap away, but doesn't get the kill.
Sanford again being completely safe. For Rebellion Esports, the draft doesn't really require a lot of ramp. They can start fighting as soon as he gets 3 items. He only has 1. And again, Cutie has his way of getting the items very, very fast. He is 1,000 gold lead above. Again, 3 kills. JP is going to be there making sure that everything is safe. Cutie not going to sacrifice anything. He's very careful making sure that he doesn't get caught.
Yeah, the rest of his team is nowhere to be found, so they're playing a little bit safe. So both sides playing a little bit slow tempo this game. definitely going to be trading 50-50s here. But here's a little bit of damage output leaderboard here. Sanji's top damage here, followed by Sway Low. So Sanford is going to be next as well. So Team Liquid PH, they have two very, very heavy hot hitters before this upcoming fight. And Vincent, he's nowhere close to destroying anyone for Team Liquid PH yet. It's so hard for him to actually like dish out consistent damage considering the amount of CCs that Team Liquid PH is doing the table. You've got Arlet stuns, you've got the Feathered Asteroid, the stuns from far side, you've got Yuzhong as well. It's just so difficult to commit the fight unless they want to try to go for the final slash, but nope, they're not going to take a risk.
This is what we've seen by Alphas, is that they are willing to go in. They can deal the damage, but the moment they go in, they're just going to be CC'd to hell, and then they're just going to get taken out. Now the Black Dragon form tries to clear the way for Kaltizi to secure this turtle for free. Sanford wants to go away, but Rebellion wants to fight.
Oh, Minion Fury comes in, trying to set up the fight. ODTC first of all. Kaltizi is there, but Moscow finally joined the fight as well. D gonna try and clean out as well. He's looking for Kaltizi. He finds the kill, but guess what? He finds another because JP is also gonna fall. Double kill for Rebellion eSports, and Kaltizi, Sanford, JP down for the count. Team Liquid PH, they might have underestimated the Moscow from behind, from downtown. And just like that, in one fell swoop, they may have lost the turtle. They are taking every single objectives. And D, now MediQT, he's not shown himself yet. Not sure if he's going to be able to do anything about this.
Yeah, D, amazing on the Moscow. He has 2 items completed. The only items he is missing is the Demon Hunter Sword. After Demon Hunter Sword, he can't stay in the fight for much longer. Something that we have to take note is that D is being very aggressive. He has the Inspire on the Moskov. When the Inspire is off cooldown, you can expect him to try to 1v9. But the moment it is on cooldown, he won't be able to do much. The only bad thing is that he doesn't have a way to escape. He doesn't have a Purify, he doesn't have a Flicker. So the moment he's in, he's all in. So Rebellion eSports, they gotta make sure that they are able to protect this guy.
Okay. Interesting enough, Rebellion is taking a different approach on how they view this game, right? Normally, we expect Valentina to kind of steal the Feather Asteroid to kind of contribute in terms of damage here, but he opted to steal the Black Dragon to try and zone the backlines, as well as the amount of CCs that ODTZ and also Cards brings to the table. They are kind of trying to make small little pocket spaces to allow Vincent a little bit of breathing room to kind of survive the brutality of what Team Liquid PH can do if they get the big wombo combo.
Rebellion has a goal lead now, and the goal lead is going to increase even more because D is able to get the turret. Vincent now having the Hunter Strike, Sanji now having the Lightning Truncheon, so damage from both parties are going to be quite a lot. The Lord has spawned. Team Liquid PH, they have a draft that can contest for the Lord, but I would say Rebellion eSports, they have the advantage because they have a lot of tanky members as well as healing. So they can actually do this Lord dance as long as ODTZ is there providing the heal, and the moment Team Liquid PH goes in, the Minnow Fury trying to get onto Carl TZ, try to kill Carl TZ as fast as possible, and then actually getting the Lord. Looking at D, he completely understands that his lane is no longer safe. He's backing away. He doesn't mind if Team Liquid PH gets that tower.
Yeah, seems like they're just playing a little bit safer here. They know for a fact that D is always going to be playing a cross-map lane, right? He hasn't missed a single Spear of Destruction. Because imagine if D did not hit it in the previous fight, it would have been a 4v5, and D is nowhere to be found here. So he makes a lot of sense why now he's playing a little bit safe, knowing that Team Liquid PH is going to be focusing on taking him down first before the fight begins. So both sides, at least stalemate, doesn't want to commit to this Lord. And Rebellion now in a situation where I think they're going to try and force the issue here. D not going to be playing crossman play. They are going to try and force the issue here. Yuzhong nowhere to be found. They're going to try and focus down on Carl DZ. Minon Fury comes in. He's going to try and change stun his way through, but from the sides, JP with the final slash and the Lord Storm as well. Carl DZ still the Lord away, but MediQT also in time to save the day to try and force the fight. But D, look at this. He's so healthy. He's got a 2-man stun. He gets a double, and now he's going to look for more. Carl's going to be diving the back line. JP running for his dear life. MediQT doesn't want to waste his stack here. He's getting kind of around. He needs to get out. He needs to maintain the Sky Piercer's stack, but at what cost? They've lost 3, and now Rebellion, they are going to be knocking on some towers as well.
D is amazing, man. Like, again, you have to respect the Inspire. The amount of heal, the amount of attack speed, even though Moscow's attack speed has been nerfed a little bit, with that Inspire, it kind of cancels it out. And this just shows how amazing D is on this Moscow, because ranked games, you can go for the Inspire, but tournament plays, you see people going for the Flickers, going for the Purifies. He is putting himself in danger by having the Inspire, but he's like, it's okay, I can take care of myself, you guys just back me up. And Rebellion eSports have been backing him up very, very well.
Okay, Zenji dropped half HP, forces the ultimate, the spear, Alpha Spear coming from Vincent right now. But again, it feels like right now, Rebellion eSports has got a little bit more tempo to work with, right? Like they've got a big problem where Team Liquid PH can't out macro Rebellion eSports because of their hero innate kit, right? Like, so if you have D on the crossmap plays, you have two options. You focus on D or you commit to the fight. But in this case, if you commit to the fight, D, if he hits the spear, everyone is there. So if they try and focus on D, well, they are just gonna rush an objective themselves for Rebellion.
Yeah. Oh, look at mid.
Oh, better air strike being used as well. Cars drop the Primal Wrap, trying to force an issue. Sanji forced to Purify out to safety. So he's gonna be losing a battle spell as contrast to a ultimate from Sway Low, which I think has a relatively lower cooldown compared to Purify.
Yeah, I feel like most of the damage came from the Primal Wrath coming in from Cars. So it's something that Team Liquid PH does respect. Right now, Benny still hasn't died yet. Sanford 2-3-3, JP 0-3-5. I feel like JP is having a difficult time trying to catch on to D. I feel like he's tried quite a few times, but the protection coming in from Rebellion, because look at all the multiple angles that Rebellion can protect D. The healing coming in from AudiTZ, the knock up, the Terrify coming in from Suelo, and Karos as well, having a lot. Oh, but before that,
Oh boy.
JP missing his final flash.
Oh, Black Dragon, he's gonna focus down on D! He's gonna be first one to die here, Team Liquid! But at the same time, they're getting chain stunned as well. Here comes the stolen Black Dragon from Sway Low to finish mob. They lose Sanji, they lose Kao DZ. Meanwhile, Vincent and Audi TZ will be able to pick off the back lines. Benny QT nowhere and says, guys, I'm not joining the fight. I don't want to lose my stack. But guess what? They killed D, but everyone has been blown to smithereens. Rebellion eSports might be able to hold on and drag this to game 3. It's only Benny QT left. He needs to buy time. Sanji, 6 seconds left. They are going to try and focus him down. He's going to show his body. He's going to go down. And Rebellion eSports, they might have done it. That's right. It's too late. We're seeing game 3. Rebellion eSports' hope of taking the ticket is not over yet. We're seeing the full series.
Rebellion eSports proving that Team Liquid PH can be taken down. Letting the Roger go. D on this Moskov is an absolute monster. I feel like we need to rewatch what happened in the previous team fight, because even though TLPH started the fight, Rebellion's like, oh, no worries, we'll be ending this fight.
Oh boy. This, you talked about hating Alpha, and now guess what? It's not the Alpha, it's the D show. And this is why whenever you face against Rebellion eSports, you gotta respect D's Moskov. This is a comfort here, and you talked about comforts. Who is gonna be the better player? In this case, Benny QT. He played really well with the Roger, but unfortunately, there's only so much he can do with the amount of CCs.
Yeah, even though I was doubtful of the Alpha, but I do have to say, the Alpha in this game, he did pretty well. Not so sure what difference that he made compared to the other Alphas throughout the tournament, but you can definitely see that he doesn't put himself in that dangerous of a position. And there's where we can talk about the draft coming in from Rebellion. They have a lot of crowd control here. Crowd control coming in from the EXP, from the jungle when he has the Spear of Alpha, from your mid. Honestly, even from your gold laner, he has his own way to deal the crowd control. And perhaps that's how they were able to deal with TLPH. They have a lot of crowd control as well, so
yeah.
I don't know, I guess Rebellion just played the team fight much better.
That's the thing about TLPH, right? Like, the idea is to set up for JP and then going for the wombo combo and make a counterplay. But what Rebellion took for me was a little bit eye-opening for me. Was that Suelo prioritized on the Black Dragon over the Feathered Airstrike every single time. So Alpha's got stunned, Edith's got stunned, Valentina's got Terrify, Moskov's got stunned, the Minotaurs also got stunned in all these team fights, which personally I feel like, oh, it could have been 50-50. But because of having this Black Dragon and Suelo isolating two different fights, that means that every single fight Rebellion eSports takes a fight, Team Liquid PH will always be out CC'd.
this is a relatively low damage game because for both teams, no one crossed the 40,000 damage threshold. It's an average of 30,000 damage by almost everyone in this game except for the roamers. So again, TLPH, this is a very comfortable draft for them, but looks like Rebellion, they learned something from game number 1. So will we see a TLPH in game number 3 just coming out with a different draft and then just stomping the competition, because that's what they did going up against Falcon. Look at the graph here where first Rebellion got a spike. They were able to get some advantage, but honestly this just through the laning phase. And then afterwards it's all about Team Liquid PH controlling. But then after one fight, Rebellion eSports, they were able to neutralize first, get an advantage a little bit later. Honestly, once D gets his 2 items, he didn't even wait for 3. He got 2 items and he was like, you know what, this is enough. I'm joining the fight. I'm getting the kills. I'm getting this team ahead.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, like, again, Team Liquid PH here, it seemed like they could have done so much more. Ben QT, he was just so conservative off his I would say Sky Piercer, to a point that he could have just went for a 50-50 risk, but a lot of times he just decided not to, knowing that it's just not worth it, right? Like, think about this, there's so much CCs that they bring to the table. But of course, let's talk about the MVP for the match. It's got to be Suelo, 2-1 and 12 here. He's got 579, 88 kill participation, but on top of it all, he's stealing the Black Dragon, just making things a little bit different here. You can see every single time Sanford tries to kill him, guess what? I'm out of there. You think you've got a dragon? I'm a dragon myself, baby.
Yeah, it's also interesting when he gets the Black Dragon form, he's like, yo, isn't this the counter to Farsa? Let me try. Maybe I can do something with this. And he definitely did a lot with it. So perhaps in his downtime, Suelo is just playing a lot of Yuzong, and it's just like, I know there might be better ults, but trust me on this one. Just give me the Yuzong. And this just shows the Yuzong kit how strong it is. Even when it's taken by a mid laner, the mid laner can do a lot with it. So it's something that Team Liquid PH have to consider after this. Like, if they pick up a Yuzong, they're giving a Yuzong over to Rebellion as well.
Yeah, you can see even in this final fights as well here, he waited for the right moment here. He used it as a counterplay. And what I mean by counterplay is that the moment Team Liquid PH is unable to stop this Yuzong because of the fact that they don't have the tools to burst him down. And I think this is a very, very small microplay, which I think was a mistake coming from Team Liquid PH. They overcommitted to D, allowed a 3-man stomp from RDTZ, allowed Vincent to get so much value in the 3-man punch, and just completely shut them down. So I would say it was just a little bit of a bad call from Team Liquid PH, and a very, very crucial clutch read from Suelo to turn things around for game number 2.
Congratulations to Rebellion. Something that I saw as well when Suelo was using the Black Dragon form, it looked like Betty Cutie didn't want to join the fight.
Yeah.
It's like, if I go in, it's a lot of trouble. But the score now is 1-1. We're going for a short break because both these teams need as much planning time as they need. So by the time you guys see us again, we're going for game number 3 between these two teams.
Here we go!
Keep you up all night, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train, laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your 4-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your 4-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do. I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Powerless to you.
We are now at the final game of this match between Rebellion eSports going up against Team Liquid PH. Where again, Team Liquid PH is unable to close game number 2, and Rebellion, they just open things up now from a best of 3 going back to a best of 1. My name is Lafel. Alongside with me is ICBB12. We're going to be talking about game number 3.
Well, speaking of game number 3 here, the anticipating moment for either of these teams, because to be honest, whoever wins this game pretty much is like, okay, thank God, I've got a ticket. Yes, I'm going to Indo. I'm going to, represent my country. But whoever loses this game number 3, it's more games, more stress, and it's going to be a huge morale downer. And in this case, seeing up on the screen here from the side of Team Liquid,
Team Liquid PH.
I am not liking the vibes here.
Team Liquid PH already played the most games today,
True.
right? Playing 2-1, 2-1s. So if they lose and then they
Oh
play
my
more,
God.
oh my goodness.
That's fatigue right there.
Like imagine even if you lose 2-0, you don't play that much games.
Yeah.
Because in the games that they lose, it's long games.
You can even see the vibes on Rebellion, right? You can see how intense, how important it is coming from them here. They're all so focused. But
Yo.
again, I like these vibes here coming from Rebellion. They're focused. But Team Liquid, it seems like they're just puzzled on what happened in game 2.
Listen to this, right?
Okay.
Rebellion defeated the number 2 team of MPL ID. If they beat the number 1 team in MPL PH, woo! New patch changes things. It does things to you, man. Like,
It's a big statement, right?
I feel like MPL ID fans will scream and shout like, "Yo, Rebellion, where were you?"
To be honest, we haven't seen a dark horse like ever in so many years. Like a real dark horse that just comes in, shut down, being champion slayers, right? Like Rebellion is just one game away from making things happen. Because to be honest, at the start of the game, I didn't believe it. The fans didn't believe it. Guess what? They dragged it to game 3. They bought BTR. They beat BTR. They beat Evo Soli just now. Now, they're looking to beat Team Liquid.
Why did Rebellion ban the Moscow?
And seek your
Their first pick?
Sorry, I think based on the players here, I think Team Liquid is on the left side.
Huh.
Yeah, the pictures are swapped, logos are kind of swapped here.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah,
Team
yeah.
Liquid is
Okay,
on the
okay.
blue side.
Makes sense, makes sense.
And they're
makes sense.
respecting D's Moscow. So
Yeah.
I don't think D will ban his own hero.
Yeah, because I was like, okay, now it makes sense. Edith instantly picked, so do they pick up the Valentina again? I mean, the Valentina worked.
Ooh, that's the thing, right?
And then TLPH picks up the Baxia. And then
Considering that Team Liquid has kind of figured out that the Yuzhong was a big factor, right? The Yuzhong kind of worked against what Sanford was trying to do in this game fight. But now with the Valentina and Pool, they might double down on the CCs here. And it's smart. They switch up. They steal the Minion Fury away. They take the Minotaur away from Rebellion. So that's good. That's actually good.
But the thing is, since you have a Valentina, the Valentina has the Minion Fury as well.
Oh my goodness,
what
you're
if you
right.
What if you just add one more? Maybe you add the Maybe you get the Fredrin and then ban the Baxia, or you pick up a Grok. Like, you can get more CC here and then just ban the Baxia. Or pick up the Baxia for yourself.
I think we have to reference on towards how Game 2 went, coming from Team Liquid PH. Like, the reason why they weren't able to clean up the fights here, because the whole idea of the composition was that to bait out as many spells as possible from Rebellion and allow Benny QT to go in for the finisher. But the fights could not be finished on bait out because of how long the duration of the Black Dragon with the Valentina. So, because of this Valentina from the Black Dragon from this Valentina, it bought so much time to the point that Rebellion always has an uptime with CCs. So I think in this sense here, let go to Yuzhong, it's fine. Now, because now they have a Minotaur in their favor, they can set their tempo in their favor instead.
What if TLPH is like, you know what? It's been a long day. Let's release some stress.
And play more games.
And Carl
have fun.
And Carl TZ picks up a damaged jungler. Rebellion's thinking the same thing. They ban out the Julian.
Oh,
They're
no!
I feel like Rebellion is on the same page as me, because the draft is looking like it enables a damaged jungler.
Yeah.
I'm even thinking something crazy. If they ban Ling, they ban Hayabusa, just pick up a Lancelot.
I don't know what's up, but Rebellion has really put a lot of homework into this fight. Like, they are looking to qualify in their hometown. And I think this Julian pickup here, I brought it on game number 2, but they pretty much locked their Baxia into this game. But I'm pretty sure, like you said as well, they might just ban out Baxia. You know, Kartizi, you've been playing a little bit too much tanky junglers. But again, Fredrin in the pool, Arkai still in the pool as well, which I think both teams kind of ignore and stray away from that path.
When the body suffers.
Oh, okay.
As well. They're trying to force TLPH to use a Paquito or a Yuzong, which I feel like TLPH now they just have to pick up a Paquito because the Benedetta has been banned as well, and maybe they know that Carl TZ has been practicing a Benedetta jungle.
Oh, they finally banned the Grok here to make sure that Sanji is able to drop his Feather Airstrike, so this is a little bit smarter. Coming from Team Liquid PH, they wanted to kind of minimize as much CCs as possible, which is a good thing for them. But my question here is, has Rebellion has good success with this Claude? Because today's games itself, almost every single Claude game has had struggles, completely shut down. Whether it's finding farm, whether it's contributing in terms of damage. But guess what? You want to talk about AoE CCs? Guess what? Everybody is going to be completely linked here. In this case, Rebellion, they bring in the Carmilla, an Indo special.
Maybe Rebellion has the right idea. Playing around the objectives isn't great. Play around the team fights, now we're talking. The question is, where is this Carmilla going? Is it going to the roam? Is it going to the jungle? The Baxia is still open, so TLPH, they can go for a damaged jungler if they don't want it. They can pick up the Baxia again. They pick up the Yuzong. They pick up the Baxia. This is basically the same draft.
Near identical drafts coming in.
I think it is the same draft.
No, I think no. It was the Arlot from the game number 2.
Arlot,
yeah,
correct.
They stole the Minotaur away. Okay, Rebellion, they have almost near drafts, but only difference this time is they don't have the mask off for Rebellion. It's a signature for D, and they are lacking that jungle. Unless could this be a jungle Carmilla?
It could be, and then they could pick up a Matilda, a Florin. It is open. If they don't want it, they just want to straight up. Honestly, maybe even a. Can't I say? But yeah, Matilda's open, Florin's open. They could pick that up.
Paquito against the Arlot. No, unless they want to play Edith XP, which they did. So no, okay. They play the Carmilla jungle, and they bring in the Matilda for this play. This is an Indo special coming from Rebellion. I like this.
Hey, you know what? if Rebellion is able to take down TLPH, they deserve to go to the challenge finals.
Yeah.
But I do have to say, the lineup coming in from Rebellion is a little bit squishier compared to what TLPH has. But the thing is, both teams does have the healing. For both EXP leaders, I feel like they understand that they're going to be the target of a lot of ganks. So Sanford has shown that he can play very disciplined, not going to overextend. We got to see whether Cars can do the same or not. And we have to see Vincent on this Carmilla. How does it look like?
This is going to be a very, very important moment for Rebellion Esports. One game away from taking a ticket. One game away from denying an opportunity from Team Liquid PH to take that slot. In this case, game number 3 is a do or die for Rebellion, or it is going to be the pride coming in from Team Liquid PH. Without further ado, game 3 decider match. First ticket, or in this case, the first of 2 tickets going to the finals here. This is going to be TLPH going up against Rebellion Esports.
Yeah, and it looks like they're both starting on the same side of the map. Carl TZ securing his orange buff, Vincent securing his purple buff. And looking at the lineup here, Benny Cutie should have a good time going up against this D on the Claude. But we do have to see whether he will go for the same idea for the Sky Piercer or not. I feel like the strike still go. Oh, ODTC taking a lot of damage.
Okay, first blood for Team Liquid PH. Gonna try and deny ODTZ here from his over-aggression here. Maybe got in their heads, but this is a good start for Team Liquid PH. And now Sway Low, he's taking a little bit too much damage here. Wait a minute, Sway Low. Getting a little bit of harassment coming in, but Team Liquid PH playing hyper-aggressive here. Kautizi stealing resources away from Vincent. And it seems like Team Liquid PH is looking to shut them down once more.
Yeah, Team Liquid PH is definitely winning in the lanes. Benny Cutie is doing well against D, but I would argue as long as the Claude survives, Claude is actually the one winning because he's the one that wants to scale up. Vincent, even though his cam got stolen, his cam got stolen, he's still primed to get his level 4 quickly. The thing is, Carl TZ is able to get level 5, and I feel like he's going to get level 5 off of this one.
Yeah. And as of yet as well, Team Liquid PH has done this to CFU Gaming, right? Like 2 times in a row, they make sure that the jungle gets out-rotated, out-farmed to a certain degree here. We finally see Kautizi get a little bit aggressive because for the past 2 series, he's not been targeting junglers. In this particular matchup against a Carmilla, he's making sure that he's out-leveling Vincent, knowing that he is going to be able to win those retro battles because of level advantage. Now, Black Dragon comes in, Rebellion Esports, they have to back out. They just lost too much in a span of 2 minutes. Kautizi securing the turtle, and now Rebellion, they just can't do too much. Kautizi, the Zoi's Poisson's getting a little bit aggressive here. Observer is going to be going down as well. They get Sway Low, and now they have to run for their life. And just like that, 2 very, very easy kills, but it's starting to be a little bit of a big lead here, 2 minutes in the game.
Oh, Benny Cutie is actually low going up against D. But again, Team Liquid PH, they're playing much more aggressive this time. 1,720 gold ahead compared to Rebellion Esports, and they're attacking the mid lane, making sure that Swalo as well as ODTZ isn't going to be able to do much. Vincent hasn't been participating as well, understanding that he's under-leveled, so he has to continue farming. Carl TZ is level 6. Vincent just hit level 5.
Oh boy. Now Federate Effort comes in. They're going to try and harass his way through. Guiding Winds will get him out to safety. Team Liquid PH now in a very, very dominant performance this game. It's only 3 minutes of game, 2 kills, it's fine. But look at the economy lead, 1.6k lead. It may not be much in mid to late, but this is 3 minutes. It's a huge lead.
Yeah, I feel like for the early game, it's a huge lead because it's the difference between 1 item and half an item. So it's really big, meaning that Team Liquid PH will have a big advantage comes the second turtle because, D taking a lot of damage, but he's going to be MI out of there.
Oh, now bottom lane, top line, the Sway Low clutching his 1v1s. He's going to be able to kill off Sanji with this Valentina. Yeah, that's going to be the equalizer that they kind of need, but still the lead economically, Team Liquid PH still dominating. In this case, Kautizi is looking to try and shut down Vincent as much as he can. It's only 1 level ahead of Vincent. They're doing a pretty decent job and being the guardians to kind of make sure that Kautizi doesn't get out of control for now.
The impact of having a gold lead right now is that you will have 1 item above your opponent when it comes to the turtle. So the team fight for this one should be going over to Team Liquid BH. But if Vincent has a good Cursed Blood, maybe he can turn this around.
Looking for it as well. He's got two, but guess what? Where's the follow-up as well? Doesn't happen. Mignon Fury comes in. Vincent chain stun all smithereens. Guiding Wing gets him out to safety, but he needs to get the reset here. Turtle still not dropping down anytime soon. Rebellion not looking to commit. They bait out major spells, but they need to get their health up on time, but it's just not enough resets, not enough health pools. That's going to be Team Liquid taking the Turtle. And bottom lane, D gets a huge chunk of gold plating.
Yeah, they were able to take down Vincent quite low, making it so that Vincent can actually contest for anything. Benecutie trying to get his stacks of Warcry to go all in onto D. D, even though Warcry is a new mechanic in the game, D is playing well to make sure that he doesn't get caught by Benecutie getting maximum stacks on the Warcry. Avoiding those stacks is actually very impressive.
Yeah, but speaking of which, right now Rebellion finds a little bit. They find a little bit of breathing room. That's a good sign, right? They didn't die too much here. They try to show presence on Turtle, but as long as they're making space for this Claude, it's great. But again, for how long? Because right now, Team Liquid, they're looking to close out the game. They're not too happy they lost game 2.
Sanji is gonna make himself known here. Carl's taking a little bit of damage. JP finds D. D exits it out. For now, Team Liquid BH has a sizable lead, but the lead hasn't grown since. And this is pretty bad because Rebellion eSports, if they're down by 2,000 gold, they're still fine because D is farming very, very well. Looking at the items here, actually looking at the gold, he's not far off of Benecutie.
That's good. That's actually really, really good for Rebellion eSports here because right now, Team Liquid BH, they're getting so desperate to fight a pickoff or even trying to get early aggression presence here. But the question here is the power spike that Rebellion eSports is looking for is when Vincent drags onto the middle stage of the game, D gets his big 3 items here. And once those happens, a big Cursed Blood can completely swing in Rebellion eSports' favor.
Yeah, right now we're looking at Vincent, and Vincent isn't joining the fight just yet. Looks like he wants to get level 12 first, because at level 12 he will have maximum stacks on the Cursed Blood, so making full use of his ult. But the question is, even when he has his ult, what does he want to combo with? Oh, he's in trouble.
Oh no, he needs to get out. He's going to be able to get out to safety. Feder Extra comes in, but at the last pixel perfect snipes from Sanji takes him out. Everything has gone to hell right now, and now in the turtle pit, 2 dragons showing a little bit of a dance here. Kaldizi, can he secure it? No, he does not. Vincent takes the turtle, but Rebellion, they have to get out. Team Liquid, they've got some stays. They are able to chip away, but Cards, he's looking for the setup for the team. He won't eventually fall, but no, a 3-man petrify into the guiding wind. Sanford is able to find another one. Team Liquid now looking for the finisher. Rebellion, it seemed to be a good fight, but they were out macroed in all these small little micro decisions.
Yeah, I feel like once D gets taken down, it was a good shot for Rebellion eSports to go for the turtle because they know the majority of members for Team Liquid BH is far away from the turtle. Yeah, Team Liquid BH, Sanford played that team fight very, very well, even though Suelo was able to get the Black Dragon form. But again, like I said, Vincent has the Curse of Blood, but the combination is more on the damage, not really on the crowd control. So it's, I don't know. I feel like the potential isn't 100% there. I have to see it first.
Okay, Black Dragon coming in. They are going to set up for this fight as well. Benecutie joining the fight, but at the same time, they're just all out of position. 4-man stun with the Surfing Eagle to go for the counterplay. And here he comes, Rebellion. They're going to try and flip the table, but they're so low. They don't want to risk this. And it seems like the good call here is to back off and scare them off. Team Liquid is not bullying Rebellion this time. And they are going to try and wait for their power spike. And this is good for Rebellion.
He doesn't have the damage just yet. I feel like he needs 4 items to deal with Carl Teasy. He needs the Malefic Roar as well. Because again, the damage coming in from the Claude, you got to consider the passive coming in from Carl Teasy. All this small damage is not going to be doing a lot against him. And now that the damage reduction is even higher, he's not going to be dealing a lot of damage onto Carl Teasy. Carl Teasy doesn't have his blade armor yet. When he does, he's going to have trouble.
Yeah, the guiding wind has been a very, very big problem here for Team Liquid PH to actually deal with those mobility here. Unless Audi now does have the Purify, he's going to be able to get out here. Feather Asher comes in. Does he survive? No, he does not. So that's going to be the first mistake coming from Rebellion here. Curse Blood connects on 3. They need a follow-up, but where's the team of Rebellion here? There's no one there. Cars tries going for the stun. He misses as well. The counter, Minon Fury coming in from Team Liquid PH, trying to set the tempo, but Rebellion has no more steam. They have no choice but to back out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Rebellion eSports because they really mistimed their skills there because they were using their ults when no one is in position to capitalize on it.
Oh, it's so unfortunate here. Tier 1 will fall. Caldeezy now looking to try and set up a couple of fights here. Vincent, does he lose the purple buff? No, he does not. So he's going to be able to secure it for now. But again, it's all about the waiting time. And now Team Liquid, they are in the lead, but it still seems like it looks very 50-50.
Suelo now, this is important. He now has the glowing wand, so the healing from JP will be handled well. Cordis, he doesn't have it, so probably one of the reasons why Team Liquid PH has been winning all of these team fights. D, I feel like he hasn't completed his 3 items yet. He might complete it soon, and now he has the Corrosion Sight, so now he has 3 items. I still feel he needs a Malefic Roar to go up against the Boxia, but everyone else, it's fair game.
Yep, it's a game of healings here. Glowing Wand up on towards Suelo, but the problem here is Sanji does not have a Glowing Wand yet, so might be a little bit of a problem here. Non-Fury being used as well. They are going to focus down on Cars. It's going to be first ball. Blazer comes in. Curse Blood. They get 2. Very cutie. JP down. Now the Sanford with the Black Dragon is trying his best as well. Sanji with the Feather is trying to contribute, but there is no damage. Rebellion flips the table. They were able to find one more. Rebellion eSports, the underdogs. They're trying their best. They're trying to close out the game. And now Caldeezy is still alive here. The Lord is going to be able to secure here. Look at this. They are trying to zone him out. They're not giving him a chance. Vincent secures the Lord, and Rebellion eSports, they're doing it. They're trying to shut down the champions. They're trying to take the tickets, and it might just happen.
Oh, dude, at this point, D2 1-1. He's half an item away. He's getting a lot of gold now. He's gonna be getting the Malefic Roar very soon. So we've seen what Vincent is doing. He's not giving crowd control. He's giving damage. And now they're going for the mid lane, but Sanji already cleared the mid lane minion. Rebellion eSports, they're looking for an avenue for them to start the fight. Lord is coming up top. They're gonna get this their top tier 2 for free. There's a lot of standing objectives for Rebellion eSports.
They're finding an opportunity to make a mark, make a name here against Team Liquid PH. As you can see, they're trying for the big wombo combo. Lord crashing into tier 3, tier 2 still stands in the middle turret. Caldeezy looking for the off angle to try and shut down Suelo, but looks like they have no choice but to play defensively. Very disciplined plays from Team Liquid PH. But a Rebellion now, they finally got back the lead. They finally got the power spike they have been eyeing for the past 10 minutes.
5,000 gold lead from the Lord. That is very impressive. They were able to get 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 turrets off of that Lord alone. And now getting the bottom as well. They might want to try to get this inhibitor, but it's going to be very, very difficult.
They're going to try as well. Tier 3 standing as well. They're trying to look for the counterplay. Guiding Wind gets him out to safety. Cars playing also on the safety nets as well. Rebellion eSports, they may have the lead, but they don't want to troll. And I like this discipline that they're going for right now.
Vincent is 0-0 and 3. And now the Malefic Roar has been built by the Claude. For the first time in this game, he has a gold advantage going up against Belly Cutie. Looking at the items for Vincent, it's all about HP, having some magic resist as well. He's not going for the Tina Shield, he's going for the Radiant Armor to go up against the Sanji on the Farsa. Quite interesting here. Perhaps it is a newer build that is good against the Farsa.
This is weird. Sanji's actually opting to go for the Holy Crystal instead of going for glowing wands here. The heals.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's no one to deal with the heals from Matilda. I was expecting him to rush it, but now it is gonna put Team Liquid in a very awkward position. Yes, they have more heals. Yes, they have the fast Oasis, but they still need to minimize the shields that's coming from the Rebellion eSports.
Now, is it big?
Oh, Feather Dash right? Okay, it's not gonna be stolen.
Is it because Sanford has the dominance eyes? That's why
Is it enough though?
I don't think it's enough, because I feel like Sanji is attacking different targets, and I feel like Sanford is attacking different targets. So it's always safe to have a minimum of 2 entity-heals. One for your roam, one for your EXP. Or in this case, your EXP as well as your mid, because of the changes of glowing wand.
Yeah, but at the same time, Joel Cars, doing a decent job to try and out-sustain those team fights. Vincent as well trying to get as much stolen stacks as possible, right? Once he drops his Curse Blood and he hits multiple targets with his first kill, it's going to be fully stacked out in terms of defense, and that could be a problem for Team Liquid PH to actually shut him down, or even take him down as well. But now, Stolen Feather, that's right, being used by Sway Low, try and zone them off, but the Lord Dance comes in. Rebellion, they have to be decisive for what to do next.
They don't see Benacuti. Benacuti is waiting for quite far away. JP, Carl TZ in the same spot. Sanji goes into the bush, very, very safe. Vincent is gonna secure his purple buff first. I'm very sure Rebellion eSports, they really wanted to burst that lore down very, very fast, but they understand it could be the biggest mistake that they could make in this game, so they gotta posture it slowly. Everyone regen back to full HP. Try to get a team fight win over Team Liquid PH, because their draft, having the Carmilla, is going to be good going up for a team fight. They just need to wait for Team Liquid PH to come as a team.
Yeah, this is tough. Like, it's only 1.4k net worth difference as well. BettyQT just got max items as well. So it's going to be a 50-50 coin flip here. So anything they do, they has to be very precise. And Team Liquid, it's all about being patient, and this is something that Team Liquid has been known for, right? If they see you make one small pixel mistake, everything is gonna collapse. You give them an inch, they take them a mile. In this case, Team Liquid is looking for that small inch off Rebellion.
Well, Suelo now has the Black Dragon form. I'm starting to see what Rebellion is trying to do. Get the Lord up to 10 seconds and then reset. Get it up to 10, maybe even like 14, 15 seconds and then reset.
They might need to rush this as well. BettyQT showed himself up top. They are going to try and collapse it as well. They are going to go for it as well. P with the Blazing Sweat, trying to do as much damage. He goes out to safety, but they can't find a pickup at all. BettyQT finally rejoins the fight. They need to take someone out, but Cartesi, he steals the Lord still. And now, BettyQT won't be the ones to wrap up Rebellion eSports. They might have dropped the ball here. They will give him a pinch. They take him out, and it's up to BettyQT to do it. Mega kill for Sanji. Team Liquid PH, a complete wipeout, denying Rebellion eSports the chance. What a catch from Team Liquid PH. What a game.
Rebellion, they knew that going for the Lord would be one of the biggest mistakes that they could ever do, and it definitely was. Team Liquid PH, they are the masters of the Lord Dance. They know how to execute it, and they won this match, going to the Challenge Finals.
At a loss of words, everything could have went right for Rebellion eSports, went absolutely wrong. They saw BettyQT on the other side of the map, but they could not finish the fight in time before he regroups, and BettyQT cleans house. Team Liquid PH will qualify to the Challenge Finals, denying the chance for Rebellion eSports here. What a heartbreaking moment for Rebellion eSports. A could've, would've, shouldn't situation. You give them an inch, they take a mile, and that's exactly what Team Liquid PH did.
Let's just say it wasn't an easy run. Like, all the opponents Team Liquid PH had to take down was very difficult. Like, we saw them celebrating. They're like, thank goodness. Because, they knew if they lost, how many more games were they going to play today? Because we're going to end it by today. So, all the extra matches, everything, today. We're going to end it by today. So, whoo!
I'm not gonna lie. Rebellion, like, who said Rebellion was gonna think? Like, I'm gonna take back my words, because they proved themselves that they are on par. They just need that opportunity.
Rebellion was so close.
It was so good. Like, it could have gone either ways.
It's just one Lord. Just
so
one
unfortunate.
Lord take could have changed things around. This is where TLPH is like, we've done this tango. for years now. You guys are just adapting to it. We invented this style. We know how to do this.
Oh boy, it's so unlucky. But again, they just did not have the damage to do so. And they just needed one more auto attack, maybe one more skill.
I remember it's because Sanji uses the Feather S-Strike and it immediately hit onto D. If it didn't hit D, and D was tanking the Lord. The marksman was tanking the Lord.
We have to take a replay on the final moment, right? Like, it could have gone something right for Rebellion here. They saw that the Benny QT was on top side. They wanted to continue the fight, but it just didn't happen. But Team Liquid PH, they were struggling. It looked bad, but they were able to hold out for Benny QT to save the day. He was the savior. Undeniably the MVP, right? But that I want to see exactly pixel by pixel in that final Lord moment on how things could have gone, because it looked like they should have won. It looked like it could have gone either ways, and it's just I don't know. It's really, really heartbreaking for Indo fans right now.
I mean, like, it's not over for them just yet. They have the lower bracket to play, but like, just imagine being able to say, "Oh, I beat TLPH." Like, that would be huge. But Rebellion will have their opportunity if they continue winning, if they get the second ticket, because the first ticket, it goes over to TLPH. Congratulations to Team Liquid. The second one, Falcon is still in the picture. Evo's Holy is still in the picture. And now Rebellion eSports still in the picture as well.
Yeah.
Rebellion has to play 2 more games where Falcon as well as Evo's Holy, if they win, they have, well, in total, 3 games to play.
Yeah, it is going to be a long journey for some of the teams here. You know, obviously Rebellion Esports, they are going to take a little bit of a 1-game break. But again, it is going to be a long day for Rebellion Esports here. They have been up since morning until night, right? Because Rebellion was the first game they played. Now they're playing the 3rd game, and then they have an in-between break and then play the 5th game because they are in the lower bracket finals. So it's very, very heartbreaking for Rebellion Esports fans, but I hope they are able to reset and try and fight for it here as well, because they could have won this. But the MVP for this match for Team Liquid PH here is gotta be Sanji, the man, still the champions, right? MPL PH champions, they're still there. They're like, this is where they separate themselves between other people, right? Even if it's a small pixel, I'll make sure I'll make it work. And, you know, Team Liquid, they did it.
Yeah, again, Sanji did the most amount of damage, 75% team fight participation. And again, we got to look at the final Lord of the game to see what Sanji did, because Sanji was able to chip off D. I feel this is the final fight.
Yeah, this was the final fight. They were able to isolate fine. They were trying to kill off Sanford for Sway Low, but Kautisi, the moment he stole the Lord, it wasn't decisive. Like, Rebellion Esports, they had to focus on one guy, but they were so split up and focusing on the Lord as well. Like, there was a little bit of a split-second decision, I would say miscommunication, which allowed a little bit space for Team Liquid PH to turn the fights. And Benny QT, again, he was all the way in the top side, so again, that small pixel, like, they should have just decided, Lord or fight.
Congratulations to Team Liquid Philippines for qualifying to the Challenge Finals. And I don't know about you, but today's been a long day, man.
Long is one thing, but I'm glad I was able to cast some interesting games with you today, because today's matches was very, really good. It was amazing.
As a Mobile Legends fan, this is a rewarding day to watch the games.
Yeah.
TLPH is 2-1.
2-1, by the way.
2-1, you know, just
you have to give credit, Rebellion. Yeah. Thank you, Zipper.
It's just to Rama on Rebellion. It's like 2-0. Nah, it's 2-1. We're messing. We like to have fun here, but in the lower bracket, it's gonna be Evo's Holy going up against Falcon, and whoever wins will go up against Rebellion. We gotta remember how Rebellion took down Evo's Holy 2-0. So Evo's Holy, being the number 2 of MPL ID, I'm pretty sure they want to take down Rebellion this time.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, Rebellion, they have to go through all the grind here. But fortunately for them, they have one game break to analyze both Falcon or Evo's Holy before they play the next set, right? Because this game, you can see, is exhausting. It was very tiring as well. Even in game 3 before the screen, you could see so much focus up onto his Rebellion Esports. And to be honest, it's heartbreaking. Please do not drop your morals. It's not over yet.
Next game is going to be Evo's Holy going against Falcon. And That's all for today for me as well as ICBaby12. We'll be continuing with both Gideon as well as Husky to be the other casters to cast the last 2 games. Again, my name is Rafael. This is ICBaby12. We'll be going for a break. We'll see you guys next time.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me 7 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never number around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done.
It's only the beginning here at the SPS. The first LCQ qualifier has already made it. Congratulations to TLPH, but now it's EVOS Holy versus Falcon eSports. Both of these teams have worked very hard to get to this point, but so far, it seems like the LCQ is a bit of a different beast. My name is Getting Q. This is Husky here at the Snapdragon Pro Series for Apex MLBB Season 5. So far, I mean, based off of TLPH's performance, doesn't feel like everybody has gotten a good sense of what the meta is asking of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even for TLPH, they themselves have struggles they need to go through, right? Especially Lord Dancers with the recent Lord change. They had to go through a pretty rough bracket. They played 3 games all the way to qualify, so it was a hard-fought battle. But for the rest of the teams, there's a second chance. We always give it to those who deserve it.
Yeah, and that's why this time around with EVOS Holy up against Falcons, what are we supposed to expect here, right? Because I feel like Falcons overall, very macro-based team, but EVOS Holy, they play around brands more often than not.
Yeah, and I think for the Indonesian fans, they want to see EVOS Holy make it to the challenge stage because that's where it's going to be happening in Jakarta. And for everyone else, you can get your tickets for only 10,000 IDR. And if you can either scan a QR code or go to the website esl.gg/mlbbtix.-en. And if you are the first 1,000 buyers daily, you stand a chance to get rewards up to 65,000 IDR. And if you are even luckier than just that, you might get something worth more than what we've mentioned.
Ooh, you're paying the price of a parking ticket in Jakarta, and you're getting extras on top of that. You might as well pull back, scan that QR code, and save yourself a little bit of time instead of typing out that URL. But come back to this game, right? Overall, I think, you know, most Indonesians are going to be leaning into EVOS Holy for now, but Falcons have definitely put up some pretty good fights here at the SPS alone.
Yeah, they did take a game off of TLPH earlier in the upper bracket, right? Before they kind of ended up here, so they can give their TLPH a good fight. I think this meta really comes down to who is willing to take the risk and who is better at mitigating damages. Because I personally feel like regions they like to start fights, Indonesia, Cambodia, Myanmar, they're gonna love what the patch has to bring.
Yeah, I mean, I think I really want to focus down on the mid laner here because unfortunately, I think that a lot of the items that provide magic damage are just really overpowered as of yet, right? That's as much as I've gotten a feel of the meta. And I think, Clawkun can do a lot of good work, but that's begging on the question of whether Falcons are going to get rid of the support type, utility type mid laners.
Yeah, and I think this also begs the question whether we would see a lot more aggressive assassins, right? And in the gold lane, we have the Roger that has been tearing up the storm. Sky Piercer Roger feels very, very unstoppable. It could just be a Benny QT effect, but who knows, right? Teams are starting to pick it up.
Even Julian as well has been a pretty good shout-out. But EVOS Holy previously, they showed off, especially Annabelle, what Hayabusa with Warcry can do to a game. I think, he ended that game like 14-1 or something like that? Some ridiculous KDA.
Yeah, we have been, even our colleagues have been testing out some pretty interesting mechanics with Warcry. Like Melissa with Warcry, so much easy. So easy to pull off if you have Muddles. But let's take a look at EVOS Holy's lineup. In case you guys don't know who they are, here are the players: Fluffy, Annabelle, Clawkun, Brands, and Dreams.
Now, we've already focused and talked about Clawkun and as well as Brands, but let's not forget about Annabelle and as well as Dreams, right? So far, Dreams has been playing a very team-oriented fight. Oh, I'll give him the Minotaur. He's going to do generally okay. But honestly, I do want to see him back on that Franco.
Yeah, me too. I feel like overall Dreams has, in terms of controlling the tempo, right, with heroes like Franco, like you mentioned, Franco Kaja has been really on the ball, and that's how EVOS Holy, even in certain games that they take losses, you can see Dreams making those initiations.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful thing about this team, right? Initially, especially after the regular season of MPL Indonesia, a lot of questions have been circulating around EVOS Holy. Maybe this is the patch where they really start to pop off. Like Annabelle now doesn't necessarily have to play tank junglers.
And even at the same time, EVOS Holy, they themselves had a pretty historical run in their local league, but they're up against Falcon eSports with Royal Milk, Dax, PX7, Benny, and Kids. I personally have been putting a lot of my attention onto PX7 in that mid lane. I think him against Clawkun is going to be a very interesting matchup to see who has more impact in that early game.
I would pay good money if PX7 just decided to create a workout video purely on a guide of how to play Faramis. This guy's disgusting on it. And I don't know, we're going to have to double check the stats with Zipper here, whether or not he's still 100% win rate on the Faramis, because so far it feels like it's a little unstoppable, but we do see teams like Team Liquid PH, they struggle against it, but they've got a rough idea of how to handle it, and usually it leans in more towards the EXP lane.
And I think if you can shut down the EXP side of Falcon eSports, you do mitigate some of the impact that PX7 brings if it's on that Faramis. But I gotta say, Falcons, they like to fight. This feels like a meta that suits their style. That Faramis is gonna shoot up in popularity on top of having Glowing Wand right now, having the NOD effect.
Yep. With all these item changes, it's difficult for marksmen to get into a position where they can effectively pump out damage. And I think, the beauty of it is that Benny in these types of cases has shown many different types of marksmen. It feels like he's still in the experimental phase at this point in time, which I'm pretty glad to see.
Yeah, and even for marksman, I was expecting maybe the second day into the patch we will see a lot more variety, but teams are still sticking to comfort picks, right?
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of Roger, Harif, at least Claude is getting some airtime. We'll see if more pops up, because I personally feel like it's a breath of fresh air. I believe Ixel was even picked once by Falcons, even though that did not work out.
Agreed. I think maybe there's an opportunity for some of the new items, like the Malefic Gun. We haven't seen anybody touch it just yet, and I think, it's either those first item rushes or like a fourth or fifth situational.
Yeah, I know Lolia has been trying out Malefic Gun, Sky Piercer on his Moskov and carry, and then afterwards he would just sell it because he figured that it's not as good as he thinks. Whereas Benny will have different idea, either him or Brands. But finally, Roger being taken out, this is one of the heroes that I feel like needs attention because of how strong Benny QT make him look like.
Oh yeah, with the new Warcry as well, it just feels like he doesn't lose in lane ever, even when you're up against a Moskov. But even so, we go straight into the draft. We see the Angela, we see the Harith ban for the side of EVOS Holy currently on red side. Falcons holding priority, banning out the Loyi and as well as the Roger. Pretty standard bans.
Yeah, you can, in fact, I think in Falcon's position, you could think of banning Valentina if you really want the Faramis. The chip is still an option, right? So I feel like the onus is on EVOS Holy's side to see what they want to ban. Also for Falcons, they can kind of decide what they want to go for.
I mean, there's a couple of angles that they can go for here. They ban out the Valentina, then it's either they get chip or they get the Faramis. If they ban out the chip, then it's going to be a traditional matchup. Ooh, if they open it all up, it's a little bit more red-sided then.
I think EVOS Holy can also open both, right? I suppose they could ban chip, and then they would still get either Faramis or Valentina. I think Clawkun should be less worried about that first phase. They can take out the chip, so just as predicted. You see Falcon get PX7 his Paramis.
Yeah, and then instantly we do see the Paramis on blue side, then it should be the Valentina and maybe a strong EXP laner that doesn't affect the Farsa later down the line. That's what I'm expecting to see from EVOS Holy. Oh, Moskov!
Throwing a curveball. So you're still opening up the options. This could go towards a Fredrin pick, either Fredrin Baxia. I know TLPH has been leaning towards the Baxia a lot more this patch, especially when you want to Lord Dance. We did see Rebellion eSports go for the Carmilla, but that would be a second phase choice. So Valentina Edith will be the opening.
I like this a lot. It's very flexible. It's expecting of Falcon to actually pick up their comfort heroes, and there's plenty of heal to do so. Yu Song gets locked in just in case they needed some backline access. They pair it up with Fredrin. This might be an assassin angle for EVOS Holy.
Hayabusa, right? Something that you did mention for Annabelle.
Or even Julian. Both of which do pretty well.
They could consider a link. It's always up on the table, but taking the marksman first. So not much risk taken by EVOS Holy in the first phase to pick up the Claude. But this is where you can really start clamping down on PX7's draft, hero pool.
Yeah, and I think it's a good idea to actually, double down on that side of the map. So far, artillery mages don't have a particular answer, and I think that Falcon might just lean into the farmers regardless, but we'll see whether EVOS Holy gives away information. Nope. You're going to completely deny the strat.
Especially when you have Fredrin, Moskov, Yuzhong, a lot of die potential. So Farm is taken out, leaves PX7 with lesser room. No Valentina. I mean, there's Lilia and the artillery mages, which could be good. Farsa now looks pretty juicy to deal with the Claude. They'll opt for the Alpha Band first to protect this Fredrin.
Okay, I think that's totally fine. The Alpha Band situational pick, especially good against these tank-style junglers. Now, EVOS Holy holding the priority so far. What else are they worried about, right? Because even if they do have Farsa, they can go into Grok. There are natural answers to it. And if they're getting rid of the Farmers, it means that they want Dreams in particular to play something that isn't so teamfight-oriented. It might still just be the Minotaur at the end of the day, to be fair.
Yeah. Even the Edith, there is a flex option for EVOS Holy.
We'll see whether...
Looking at a potential Farsa, I suppose. Depends on who they want to protect, right?
That's the thing. Like, as much as I want to see Falcon actually pick up the Farsa for themselves, it might be counterintuitive. We see the Matilda banned out, and I think that EVOS Holy recognize that, right? It's a potential counter pick down the line, especially since you're on red side, you have priority. You can kind of see what else Falcon is going to deploy before you go for that final pick.
You only have so much time to prep for Falcon's match, right? It's been quite a long day for these two teams. I think EVOS Holy got a lot more breathing room, I suppose. Matilda banned out, I think, for Falcons right now. Yep, takeout status, so it could still lean towards a potential Farsa pick just because of the Terizla ban.
Well, this will be interesting to see. Minotaur gets locked in for the side of EVOS Holy, which means that this Edith is going to head over to the EXP lane. Let's see whether it's going to get punished by the side of Falcons.
Wow, they're saving that jungler for last. It could go to the Baxia Akai to deal with Fredrin. We'll see. In Falcon side, it's time for the mid lanes and the Romans. I'm looking at a potential Grok pick. That wouldn't be too bad for Falcons. Aside from that, what else do we have?
I don't think they want to give them any valuable ults for the Valentina, and they need a particular answer to deal with the peel coming in from Edith. Man, this could be tough. Because Loyi is already out of the question, so if we're talking about mid laners, artillery mages might just be the only way that Falcon can actually get relevant magic damage into these fights.
What a Yeve. So they still stick with the Farsa. That's what the Terizla ban is for. Ruby being picked up, so at least you have some sort of crowd control to kind of deal with EVOS Holy. And the Hayabusa shows itself.
That was a good call. Honestly, really good call and really good foresight from Falcon's side. Locking in that Ruby just knows, hey, if EVOS Holy is waiting so long to the final pick to pick their jungler, it's most likely going to be an assassin. As long as we have a way to disrupt and keep him in check, we have an opportunity.
And it's just an extra layer on top of what they already have. You know, Fredrin, even the Moskov himself has some sort of crowd control. So EVOS Holy, it's time they gotta pick their moments to fight. Most important is to get Annabelle ahead as soon as possible. Hit the Sky Piercer timing. Some players, they go for Fury Hammer and then a Sky Piercer just to get the extra oomph. And if he gets to that point, then I think eVo's Holy is going to have a good time.
Personally, for me, I'm one of those Fury Hammer starters into the Sky Piercer because I think that having that component alone gives you a lot of flexibility in that game. If things aren't going well, I'm not going to rush the Sky Piercer. I'm going to finish off the Hunter Strike so I can get out of the situations.
Yep.
But considering how Annabelle played the last time on the Hayabusa, hopefully we get to see that ridiculous KDA at the end of the game.
Yeah, we'll see how fast he can kind of push the tempo with the help of Dream. It's not particularly a draft that can go for the invade. We'll see if eVo's Holy will push the limits. Game 1 to be Falcons against eVo's Holy. Both in the lower bracket. Only one team will make it through to this at the end.
Falcon's going to be on the blue side. eVo's Holy on the red. I want to see how Annabelle approaches these fights, especially the bigger team fights, right? Because we need somebody to threaten PX7. He can't just get away using Feather Airstrike into the middle of eVo's Holy.
It should make life pretty hard. Still go for the Monster Hunter for Annabelle, so clears the way faster. I think we were debating a bit. On Monster Hunter or the Master Assassin, right? Do you want that extra damage on top of Warcry, which I think totals up to 15% on an isolated target? But I think in this case, Annabelle, he just wants to speed up the farm as much as possible. Even mid lane Pryor is back, going a bit more towards eVo's Holy.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Kid X on this Ruby, very, very effective at trading, but unfortunately doesn't have the raw pushing power just yet. He's going to need a couple of levels before he's actually relevant. Plus, he didn't take Concussive Blast. He opted to go for Grave Smite. But in the meantime, down on the bottom side of the map, Brands, he's got to be a little careful, right? Because earlier, we did see that Benny, he's going Common Emblem, same with Brands, and I think both are going for Master Assassin, but we do see Tier 2 boots finished by Brands, and Benny opting to go for the Steel Leggings.
It's going to be control, pull back towards the flicker away. So that's crucial resources out of Dreams for Falcons. They're leaving Royal Milk on an island. There's really nothing much that he can do. The wave was frozen by Fluffy early on, and with Annabelle hovering there, you don't want this user to go down.
It kind of looks like eVo's Holy is opting to skip an early level 4 for their mid laners, right? It feels like Annabelle doesn't want to be part of the turtle fight at all. It's better for him to scale and actually invade his opponents now that the 2-minute mark is over. Maybe he might get an isolated pick.
And with Royal Milk slowed down, I think eVo's Holy would feel a lot more comfortable if they want to consider any sort of contest. Fluffy will go back to lane just to hit the 4. Clockwork joining just in time, so the timing for eVo's Holy is already on point. Kid X doesn't have 4, neither does PX7, so this is not an easy turtle fighting. Gotta let it go.
The level difference, 5-4, and Falcons, it took way too long. They didn't rush it down, and now they back away. This is great for eVo's Holy. That slight gold lead is really coming in from Annabelle power farming.
He's gonna hit 6, so a constant level and a half ahead of Dax. See Dream starting to pull the turtle a little bit just to set it up for Annabelle. It's gonna be a tough one. I mean, even for PX7, yes, we hit level 4, but Dreams has a way to cancel it. No flicker on Dreams could make the difference.
This is gonna make a difference. Oh wait, hold on.
Pull back, PX7 needs to wait for the timing. Annabelle now shows up. Instant dive to the back. Fluffy cancels the ultimate. Black Dragon forms into a Petrify onto Dreams. Fluffy still has the Retribution, wins it with a level advantage, and gets a Sky Piercer right after that. First blood for Annabelle, and eVo's Holy picks up 2 more in the process. It's gonna be Kid X and Dax to fall.
Insane. Really great mechanics coming in from Annabelle. Takes the caution. Wait, hold on, Brands. He's in trouble. PX lands the stun.
Oh, purified. Yeah, extra shield from Blazing Duet.
Nicely done. Nicely done from Brands. Unless PX7 gets his ult here, right now, that should be a kill. He's out of the lane. He's out of the lane.
Yep.
Great game sense coming in from Brands. Great game sense. So far, I think, Annabelle, he's played this really well. He's a full level ahead. He's found the picks that he wanted to. Hit Sky Piercer at a pretty early time to take out Royal Milk initially, but it just goes to show, this Warcry emblem, it's so easy to proc.
Does it count kills or takedowns? Takedowns, right, on Sky Piercer?
Sky Piercer, yes,
yeah,
takedowns.
If that's the case, then he just got 30 stacks from that one sequence.
Wait, 30 stacks would mean 3%.
3%, yeah.
So
the wording is a bit...
Yeah, well, don't worry, guys. We'll do the math for you. So currently, he's at 9% for execution rate.
Yeah.
So that's what we need to see. Anybody below 9% will instantly die to anything that Annabelle throws at them. But more so, just the fact that the Warcry triggers so early on, and I think this might have to be nerfed later down the line. I think the 6-second duration after you trigger the Warcry is a little too much.
Even the conditions for Annabelle to proc is easy, right? Your quad shadows, if it sticks onto someone, that's 1 stack. Your quad shadows, for those who might not be familiar, does deal damage. So you follow up, auto attack, throw some shurikens, and that's it, Warcry.
Oh, buying daggers. Is he looking to get some anti-heal? Well, it doesn't matter with Benny already dead. This means that Brands is going to have a successful laning phase.
Trees kind of placed plants into the wall, but I feel like he's gonna be safe. Falcon shows up, even has the I'm offended. So Evo's Holy, so far, clean game. 3,000 gold lead already.
Slowly choking out their opponents, but the worst part about this is that they're in the exact same position like they were not too long ago, like 2 minutes ago with this turtle.
PX7, yep, not gonna reset in time. Spear destruction missed, so no follow-up. They even commit the Black Dragon from afar. And Royal Milk is gonna be forced to go back into the lane to deal with Brands, who has already went for the lane swap.
Honestly, really good decision-making coming in from Annabelle. He could have honestly probably one-shot Kid X off.
Yeah, it's a bait.
It's a bait. Not worth it. Not worth it. You got to be real careful. And I think Annabelle is also hyper-aware that at any point of time, if he gets locked down even once, it's going to be donezo for him.
Yeah, and Benny can't even stay in the lane because of Annabelle. And they can try and get Fluffy, but Fluffy should still have the primal wrap. Wait, it's on cooldown. It's going to flicker. Rest of the team shows up. Annabelle instantly finds the backline. They're going to control him, but not enough damage to take him out in the end. Kid X is the first casualty, and the second one goes over to Clockwood, who did have the Feather airstrike.
Oh, I'm surprised that Annabelle managed to walk out of there. I think he was perma-CC'd for so long. The Feather airstrike just doesn't have enough damage as of right now, and they didn't commit all of the shots to him.
And X still wants to fight this. Royal Milk, he had to walk from top to bottom, and for the second time, there's nothing for him.
He's not getting this very effective rotation so far, but I mean, during these neutrals, he's trying to get into position, but it feels like Evo's Holy, with Annabelle already so far ahead, like he is keeping up with Brands of all people in this game.
Even Clockwood is a full level ahead of PX7, so Evo's Holy, they will be sitting at the 5.2k goal advantage, and Royal Milk will eat the entire OD Shadow kill. It's not enough from Annabelle just yet, but it's sufficient pressure for Evo's Holy to take control of this top side.
This is starting to look interesting because now Evo's Holy, their tempo is increasing so fast. Whenever Falcon eSports wants to reset, go back into the lanes to catch a wave, that's when you see Evo's Holy make the attempt, because it's the only few times that we expect Falcon eSports to not be clumped in as 4 or 5 people.
Annabelle just got the had the Hunter Strike, so Hunter Strike, Sky Piercer, third turtle on the board right now. Evo's Holy, they can let Falcon start this and not worry at all. Annabelle will be almost 3 levels ahead of Dax.
Yeah, and that's not great for Dax. I mean, he will scale harder towards the later stages of the game, but can he protect his backline in the meantime? These neutrals are possible to walk up to.
Not sure if Dax even wants to attempt. We'll try, but it's going to be a mistake. He's not even going to hit the timing for the retribution. So turtle for Evo's Holy, and Dax ends up going down.
Yeah, they have to call it quits at some point. There's just too much CC to deal with, right? With Fluffy, with the Earth Shatter, with the knockups coming in from Dreams as well. Worst comes to worst, like even Clockwood with the Terrify, there's just too many ways for them. Spirit Disruption actually connects onto Annabelle. I don't think he's going to be taking that, but finding these picks are so important for Falcon to keep themselves competitive against Evo's Holy.
It's a shutdown as well. Falcon did have a bounty on his head. That one went over to PX7, who desperately needed, because he is, what, 1.5 items behind Falcon at this point. Blood Wings first item just because of Annabelle's presence.
How long can they get away with this? The item this one more time. Wow, Bladed Despair Rush coming in from Annabelle.
I don't think it's too big of a problem, right? He's so far ahead. Another better airstrike to push Brands out. It's all about defending this mid turret. Annabelle will not take that. Not into 4 members of Falcons. I think as long as this mid turret stands, I think Falcon will have a bit of an easier time playing against Evo's Holy.
Yeah, and I think once that Blade of Despair as well gets completed, Annabelle, he's already maxed stacks on that Sky Piercer. That's 12% that he's trying to hit. That's the threshold that he's looking for. And I think that Falcons are playing a very smart game, making sure that nobody is left behind.
Evo's Holy now could probably just try and make space for Benny and either that, go for pickoffs, and wait for the next objective. Brands, he really wants this tier 2. Not going to get it just yet, but with the rest of Evo's Holy showing up, this could spell death. Royal Milk can't even fly away. It's Clockwood to find a top tier 2 falls. I mean, Falcon trades a tier 1 bottom, but that's all they get.
Poor guy melted. He didn't even stand a chance. Even with the steel leggings, it's just not enough to deal with the raw damage coming out from everybody of Evo's Holy. This team is too far behind to really contest with these upcoming Lord, and I think maybe even the second Lord to a degree.
I agree. Annabelle is 4 levels ahead of Dax. have to have some really crazy trigger fingers to even win this. 3 levels down. Still, Dax is the only one in that area.
I think Dax has got to give
he's
this
dead.
up. No red tree.
I think you just chase him, right?
Yep.
So Dax falls. Lord for Evo's Holy. This lead is not stopping. It's continuing to increase Evo's Holy's favor.
Man, this is really painful to see, right? Dax just having no impact in this game whatsoever. And as hard as Falcon eSports is trying to get to the later stages of the game to actually scale PX7 and also Benny, they are the catch-up gold is not going to be enough. Even if they take a full fight against Evo's Holy and completely wipe them, it's just not enough gold to put themselves in a comfortable position for the upcoming Lord.
That first Lord also means that Falcon, they will have to give up on the outer tier. And mid lane is going to be exposed, so Falcon's only way to stay in the game, or at least the most effective one, is going to be eliminated.
You think they're actually going to get an inhibitor off of this? I feel like if Evo's Holy gets an inhibitor, it's checkmate angle.
I feel like Dreams can try, right? They all have Flicker ultimate. Dreams feels good about himself, chunking down the members of Falcon. Golden Feather S, right? That's PX7. He's going to stand there. He's going to eat Clockwood's damage. And Annabelle almost finding the kill with the shurikens. So inhibitors still stand thanks to the turret shield, but Evo's Holy is still continuing to do damage.
Oh, do they have another wave after this, or was that already the second wave? I'm pretty sure they have one more wave to work with, and they've already chunked it down. Looking at the minions, yeah. They've got one more Lord-empowered wave, but it's kind of staggered, right? The wave down bot side slows down, and it's not in sync with the top side, so they're not going to have a simultaneous push.
Evo's Holy actually didn't even use much. Just the Stolen Feather airstrike. Didn't really have to commit. Just played slow and steady. They are almost 10,000 ahead of Falcon at 12 minutes.
Yep, this is the checkmate angle.
Oh, the Fluffy finding a catch. Royal Milk doesn't get to move at all. Had to Furious die. So there's another Feather airstrike forced out from PX7. A necessary defense mechanism. Annabelle finds Benny. They try to split the damage on the Shadow Kill and they will be successful. So Benny gets escorted out.
Good dash, a good flicker coming out from Benny. Times it just right to make sure as soon as the Oki Shadow Kill tick happens off of him and moves to the next target, he's out of there to not give him the extra range. But still though, it is still a 9.5k lead for the side of Evo's Holy, getting 3.7k gold difference off of that Lord advantage alone. I mean, we're not even talking about the EXP at this point because it's not worth mentioning. A majority of the members from Evo's Holy is about to hit 15.
Even if Falcon wins the next Lord fight and wipes Evo's Holy, it probably would not even equalize the net worth.
That would put them at like what, 42 to 36, so that means one more. Unless it happens like at the 50-second mark of Lord spawning, then sure. But other than that, it's 15 seconds until the next spawn. So Evo's Holy, they're going to take their time. They can honestly say, hey, Falcons, you can take position first because we don't want a Lord dance. It's better for us to let you sit on top of it.
Right now, with this new patch, the Lord can be weaponized. 10 seconds after aggroing, he starts dealing true damage, and there's really nothing much you can do about it. Pretty beefy. So Falcons, they've exposed 3 of their members, and Evo's Holy, they can start taking position at the Lord pit.
Yep, and they also know that PX7 doesn't have that Feather airstrike, so with the information in hand, Evo's Holy can really take their time with this.
Feather airstrike just to clear the bush. Evo's Holy surely will get the Lord at this point. Falcons will just have to give it up. It's not even an attempt. They try with the Black Dragon form, but Dax isn't even near. Royal Milk not able to get much out of that.
Perfectly played by Evo's Holy. The most that they lost was a flicker from Dreams, but with the lead that they have, they don't even need a clean engage at this point, right? It can be messy as long as they knock up the correct targets, which is PX7, and if they're lucky, Benny.
They can be a lot more generous with their skills also.
Oh, for sure.
So 11,000 gold advantage, and just in time for the Luminous Lord to spawn. 30% max HP increase for the Lord in this patch after summoning. That means if you are snowballing already, it's going to get harder to find Fluffy. They'll pull him back. First damage. It's not enough still. Fluffy didn't even have to use the ultimate.
Okay, that's not too bad. That means he can pop the ult a little earlier for this upcoming siege if necessary, but he's just sticking with the Minotaur, with the Minoan Fury. Sorry, not Minoan Fury. Motivational Roar. He's popping himself up.
Did use the Minoan Fury from Dream. Right, Morab, another two-man pull from Kid X. That is the angle for Benny to find a kill. Ogi Shadow Kill on the Kid X. They're gonna split the damage. Sky Piercer execution does not trigger, so Kid X gets to walk away. In Evo's Holy, they only get one inhibitor.
honestly, really good play coming in from KidX especially. He knows for a fact that Fluffy does not have his flicker. So if he walks up forward and it comes too close together with his targets, that's an instant punish here. I think that EVOS Holy, unfortunately, that checkmate angle didn't come into position just yet. They didn't get enough kills to really seal the deal.
Yeah, that's the defense of the Crystal successful for the first big siege.
Oh my god. It's a 12,000 gold. 12,000 gold on Hayabusa compared to 6,600. Nearly double his farm. Oh yeah, no, he's clearly double his farm.
He's maxed out, right? Endless Battle, BOD, Malefic Roar, Sky Piercer. Wouldn't be surprised if he gives up that boot soon.
Oh boy, it's not looking good, but at the very least, Benny is full items. Wait, actually no, he doesn't have the Malefic Roar, but he does, in matter of fact, the Winds of Nature. Hopefully that's going to be enough to keep him alive in these types of fights, but at the same time...
Benny, Winds of Nature had to be used. Benny will just heal all the way back up. Annabelle, it's going to be taunted. Here's the burst, Annabelle needs to go, and they'll find it. Benny finds the kill.
That's it.
And that's Malefic Roar.
Yeah, that's a huge shutdown in a matter of fact, right? And with that being said, with that Malefic Roar, now the frontliners have to be a little more careful approaching these fights. They cannot just get free hit by Benny.
Hitting frontlines is definitely something that Benny does not mind. We have a concealed KidX starting to take up space with Dax. I think Falcon eSports recognizing that we now can slowly go for the pickoffs. We need map control for the next Lord.
Ah, man, it's so unfortunate, right? Because Falcon eSports, instead of saying, hey, I'm going to approach this Lord, I'm going to give you a free fight, instead, they've been targeting the frontliners, the heavy engagers, whether it be Fluffy or even Dreams. Get some flickers, get some resources out of them.
They did find Dreams, and that's his flicker as well. So Lord spawning top side, I assume Falcons would probably send Royal Milk to deal with that wave. But Lord is very, very important for EVOS Holy.
So far, EVOS Holy has not been able to isolate or really focus down on a singular target. I think KidX has been taking the majority of that damage, but he flickers out of there just in time to save his life. And right now, EVOS Holy really need to double down on targeting one person at a time rather than the entirety of Falcon eSports.
Wait, so Annabelle just went back for Hunter Strike, so at some point he did sell an item, but not sure where that was.
I'm pretty sure he sold his dagger initially, right? No, he sold dagger for Malefic Roar.
Yeah.
So Hunter Strike for Wind of Nature, maybe?
I suppose.
I didn't see it pop up, though.
Yeah.
Oh, I might have missed it. Well,
Branch just went for the Windtalker, so that's Boots sold. Sky Piercer for Benny. I mean, the shutdown did accelerate his item power spike.
That's true. See how valuable it's going to get as this fight is about to begin here. Falcons don't want to sit on top of the Lord first, but they've got an encroaching position. Like, KidX can go for the flank.
Pretty risky for Dax, so might have to eventually let out the aggro.
I mean, if for Fredrin, like Lord Dancing, not that bad, right? At least with his passive and absorbing those energy crystals, he's able to get his HP back up to full whenever necessary, so he can basically do this forever.
Falcons set up a slow push down bot. They have PX7 to deal with mid and Benny top. The waves managed pretty well by Falcon eSports. The KidX is literally sitting in that bush on the bottom side for the longest time ever. That's why Falcons eSports can constantly dance. EVOS Holy, they're not in a rush to pull the trigger.
Yep, and that slow push is really taking its time down on bot side. No urgency from EVOS Holy just yet. It's a very, very slow start. But now we're seeing the immortalities come out more often than not, and hopefully we get this. I mean, somebody's got to deal with these waves, right?
I mean, EVOS Holy, they're still hanging around there. So far, they only see Dax and occasionally Royal Milk on the top side, but even that top wave, it's going to take some time in. So PX7 will use that Feather Airstrike first, just missing the edge of that bush.
It's totally fine. That Feather Airstrike, especially at level 15, with the items that PX7 has, he will get it back real quick. Really, really quick. But they've got Brands down on the bottom side of the map, and now looks like Falcon eSports want to reposition for the encroaching angle, I suppose.
PX7 kind of swap places with KidX. KidX is going to take a more frontal spot just so he could get to the Lord pit faster.
This is what I was worried about with the changes to the Lord, right? When nobody really wants to sit on top of it. Oh, conceal?
Yes, in the bush. He sees Fluffy and Clawfoot. Can't get in range for a pull just yet. It's a good attempt, Falcon eSports, but now information confirmed.
Oh, the rush has begun. Wait, they back away.
They got control over the bush, but KidX needs to get out. Knocked up an Earth Shatter. It's going to be Branks on the corner. KidX flickers to safety. maintains his immortality but has to recall. eVo's Holy now gains momentum over the Lord Pit.
Okay, so they trade. They trade effectively, and Fluffy should be okay.
So loses immortality, perhaps Dreams, Minoan Fury, Benny, dodges that, Fluffy loses that immortality and attempt to steal, but again, unsuccessful. Brands finds the kill onto Royal Milk, eVo's Holy finds Lord Tree.
Does Anavel? I mean, we haven't seen Anavel like really pop off with his ult just yet. He's been really struggling to actually get some relevant damage because of how tightly knit Falcon eSports is so far. And I think with the space that is given for free is on purpose, right? They want them to kind of fall into these pincer maneuvers. They want to fight for position, and more importantly, so whoever uses more resources generally is going to lose that fight. Anavel now switching up the build a little bit more, right? Going for the Blade of Hephaestus to make sure that he has that extra oomph when he dashes in.
Yeah, sold the Sky Piercer for that. And Brands, he used his Winds of Nature, so now it's Winter Crown. Winter Crown, Blazing Duet, eVo's Holy, let's see. They should be able to break all inhibitors. Anavel threatened PX7, the minions will do the work. Benny will have a lot of things, a lot of weight on his shoulders. Full engage, Dax will tank out most of it. Dreams to the back, and that's gonna be Dax down. eVo's Holy just has too much damage. And 20 minutes in, they're going to take game 1 over Falcon eSports.
Nicely done coming on from eVo's Holy. A slow game, and honestly, Falcon had an opportunity to bounce back, but it looks like towards the end, when it comes down to these lore dances, these stalemates, there's just too much at stake. Both sides would rather do nothing and wait for it to slip between their fingers.
Falcons, unfortunately, just did not have the resources to deal with eVo's Holy. You can see eVo's Holy very liberally using their abilities. Even then, they were too strong for Falcon.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It really goes to show that scaling plays a very large part of this game, and also like taking away engagement tools, right? Without those big engagement tools, you can see that eVo's Holy really take a huge step backwards, and I think that's something that Falcon eSports need to note of, right? The next upcoming fight, if we're ever falling back into that situation again, let's target their frontliners, get their flickers out, especially at Minotaur, because Dreams has been particularly annoying for, sorry, not PX7, I was thinking of Dax, because every time he's walking in, he's just gonna Minoan Fury in your face just to not let you take the space.
That and Fluffy, right?
Yeah.
Edith against Fredrin, there's nothing that Fredrin can realistically do, and I think Falcon eSports, they were relying a lot on Kilax to get those isolated targets, but even if he does, there's still the counter engage from eVo's Holy that Falcon had to worry about.
It's tough to actually, it's really tough to approach these types of fights. Maybe they can attack the draft a little bit better here, because again, a lot of their draft was like, oh, I'm worried maybe Anavel might actually play an assassin. We always have to keep that at the back of our mind. But now that we've seen the draft pattern, they're saving it to the very last pick to make sure that Anavel doesn't have too many counters. At least Falcon can prepare for that in the next game.
And if they really want the Faramis, I think you take it first phase, right?
Oh,
because it really felt like Falcon eSports was setting up for Faramis, but they had too many prior picks. Yuzong, Fredrin, Moskov. Faramis was surely going to get taken out. So PX7 didn't really get to do much on the far side. He didn't die, but he also couldn't contribute as much.
Exactly. And especially with both of these teams so focused around that gold lane, that's when you see that a lot of these teams are thinking about like, okay, if we can get a strong gold laner, maybe we have an opportunity. But when we look at the stats, right, it's about everybody else as well. Both Benny and as well as Brands had a pretty stale lane, to be honest, right? Both going back and forth, but no real advantages being created. And then you start looking at the rest of the map, where with the help of Fluffy and as well as Dreams, that's when Dax really started to struggle. Because once we see Fluffy walk out of the lane from Royal Milk after that first kill, that's when instant invades start happening, right? You walk with Anavel, you walk with Clockhood, you start stealing away camps in front of Dax's face.
Even for Royal Milk, he has a lot of decisions that he needed to make. Should I help my team? Do we fight for objectives? And at one point, started falling behind Fluffy in terms of experience. But I also feel like FCon, when it comes to these objective fights, especially for Dax, he realizes that, okay, first turtle, I'm under level. Second turtle, I'm even further behind. But they still try to go for these fights, and that really did help eVo's Holy get a hit.
Yeah, I personally think that at this point in time, Falcon, are they uncomfortable dealing with the assassin? I feel like it's, you know, relearning the things that you were taught in ranked games when you deal with an assassin, right? There are windows of opportunity to which you can actually punch a hole in your enemy's gut. And I think without the lead, it's a bit hard to take away the purple buff, but at the very least, I think that Falcons should be looking for that 7-second window when Anavel goes to that purple buff so that they can actually rush down a neutral.
I think it also starts with getting that mid priority, right?
Oh,
it has always been the most important factor in the first 2 minutes of the game. Now that the minions have lesser resistance, you can see whoever clears mid first, they just gain full control.
Yeah, and that's why I was thinking whether Kid X actually wanted to go for like a concussive blast instead of that Brave Smite in the earlier stages of the game, because you're up against Edith as well as Kalkun on the Valentina. They naturally push faster, but you want to minimize that time of who leaves the lane first.
I mean, with if Dreams has the concussive blast, then the lane is pretty much donezo, right? Like the Frosta doesn't get to move out anytime soon. So hopefully next game, I mean, Arlott could be a good substitute, something that FCON did ban out in game 1, despite having first pick. It could indicate that they are not too comfortable with it. This draft basically shows how dominant EVOS Holy was.
Yeah, I mean, as dominant as they were, it doesn't mean they don't have clear weaknesses, right? It feels like EVOS Holy is too within protocol, right? They're not willing to, especially with the 10k gold lead, they're not willing to risk it for the biscuit, even though there's like a 70% chance that they walk out with a better trade and an endgame angle, right? Which happens towards the 15th minute of the game. Afterwards, we see Falcon eSports catch back up off of a single, like honestly, just 1 or 2 picks. So it just goes to show that if Falcon eSports, they bring the fight to EVOS Holy, then EVOS Holy naturally will pull back unless they can guarantee something to happen.
I think one of the points that EVOS Holy could have potentially pushed their lead even more was after the first Lord, right? They had resources to go for the siege, but protocol says that we do not need to take those risks. They used nothing, and inhibitors didn't go down. I think that could have been a turning point. Maybe they just felt like if we give an inch, FCON might strike back. Either way, Dreams will be the MVP for game 1. 1-0-9 on this Minotaur. Just the bulkiest support you can ask for.
Yeah, bulkiest support, also is able to heal you on top of that, has like an insane team fight ult. It's just ridiculous to deal with, right? And every single time he is nearby, you can see that Falcon eSports are very wary of his position, and more importantly, really keeping it into account when his battle spell is up. If he's flickering, hey, people are already typing in the in-game chat what time it's going to come back up.
Yeah, and I think it's also very, you can see FCON feels a bit disconnected in these early objective fights, right? It really feels like they don't want to do it, but you know, someone is committing, we gotta help, and they just started trickling back to the grave. This was probably the best that Falcon could have gotten. They got a shutdown on the Annabelle, they were able to get a pick off, I believe, onto Fluffy in their own base, but afterwards, they just did not have the output.
Yeah, and I think this is the worst angle possible, right? Once EVOS Holy is deep in your crystal, they just know what to do. They're looking to rush it down. They've got minions on their sides, and Falcon, honestly, they had to take a 50-50. They had to roll the dice against EVOS Holy, and we need to see that happen more often in the early game.
And Lord is so much stronger in the early phase, right? It makes it even scarier. Now the first Lord itself is already deadly, because back then, first Lord doesn't feel too much, but with the increase in the HP, you have to think twice if you're getting snowballed on.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's real difficult, but I think that Falcon eSports, they might want to consider going on. Actually, no. I feel like Falcon should stay on the blue side, right? Now that these other, well, I wouldn't even say unorthodox, previously good, now even better, the Harith as well as the Roger, both sides so focused around that gold lane, that's a guaranteed permaban on blue and red. So technically they're working with only 2 bans.
Yeah, I agree. I think even if they end on red side, perhaps you want to look at the Faramis, right? You could consider skipping the Fredrin, but we'll leave the teams to deliberate on that. We'll take a short break and we will come back for game 2 between EVOS Holy and Falcon eSports.
Here we go!
Always get what you want, alright, alright. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do, I know that you want to.
And we're already back here at the SPS one more time with EVOS Holy currently at match point up against Falcon eSports. And honestly, that previous game, Falcon eSports looking to play that late game, but honestly, after 20 minutes of it, it still felt like the comms like, guys, we still got late game.
Yeah, they have the lead, very technical, no flashy plays, but the W is a W. But you know what does not take as long as 20 minutes?
What?
Buying tickets to Jakarta for our finals, our challenge finals. You just have to spend maybe a minute or two at max if your internet isn't as fast. 10,000 IDR, grab yourself a ticket, scan the QR code, or use the link esl.gg/MLBB-tix-en, and you can get yourself one, or maybe two for your partner, or maybe three for your partner and her pet.
If they have a big family, maybe even 1,000 for the first play.
Yes.
That's how they claim the whole thing. But let's jump into the draft here. It's currently match point with EVOS Holy, who is opting to be on the red side. Yes, Falcon, they stay on the blue side. Now, here's a couple of things that we need to worry about, right? From both sides, there are some must bans. In Harith, I'm hoping that EVOS Holy is going to ban it out. Chip is another red side ban that you need to get rid of. Loyi, and as well as the Roger for blue.
So Valentina ban out, this makes the intention from Falcon even clearer. I feel like Faramis is definitely on the board. And EVOS Holy, they are willing to let it through because they are still prio picks, right? Like Moskov, Claude, Natan. I feel like right now, you probably don't need to prioritize marksman too much unless it's a Roger Harris.
Every other matchup is pretty even overall. I mean, yeah, unless you're like real good at a hero, like
Unless
Super
you're
Marco.
like D?
Yeah, you're D playing Moskov, or you're like Super Marco playing Claude. Like for some reason, they're just made to play those heroes. But Farm is first pick for the side of Falcons. Now EVOS Holy have to respond with 2 picks of their own.
They could go, I mean, there's an Arlet angle now that it's opened up, or they can just take the Moskov Edith again. Something that they did show in the previous game. We've seen Fluffy on the Edith, but it doesn't rule out that it cannot be flexed.
I think this is totally fine here. I think now it's about how do they scale towards the later stages of the game. They've got Moskov, but most teams like to have a secondary win condition in these types of situations. And I think that Farsa does a really good job, especially when we're thinking about like, how do we deal, how exactly, we don't have the Valentina, so we don't have the Farmis ult. How exactly do we deal with it? Just blow it up. Just blow it up with a Feathered Airstrike.
Yeah, plenty of options, honestly. X-Borg is also one.
Terizla.
Which was a hero that Falcon banned in game 1, but towards the second phase, they did prioritize the Yuzhong and Fredrin, but in this case, they might want to look at their own marksman. So they take the Terizla and the Baxia for themselves.
Okay, that's totally fine here. That's totally fine. The real question is whether Anavel is going to get a jungler this time, or are they just going to be like, he's got a huge hero pool, let's not worry about it, let's start focusing on what we want to bring to the mid lane, or even better yet, just lock in, just keep that double flex up possible.
So it could be a mid lane, right? It has to be a mid lane.
Bumblebee reporting for duty.
Okay, so they take the X-Borg. So it doesn't put Fluffy on the X-Borg yet, right? Because still a flex pick for EVOS.
The double flex pick is always good. I was thinking whether or not they wanted to go for the Arla instead, because it's like, oh, you want to clump up really, really close to each other, that's totally fine. Even better when you're playing the Arla to like sweep you, guarantee a nasty final slash. Oh, interesting Brody ban coming up for the side of EVOS Holy.
This time is they want to give brands a good lane, right? They want to get dominated by a Brody. I heard Brody Warcry is obnoxious. I'm not sure how true that is.
Is it that good? Wait, let me think about it. I
you
never
can
put
proc
too
it
much
pretty
thought.
easily, right? Your first ability, second ability, auto attack, ult.
So you have to be in range of the second ability to guarantee the Warcry trigger. Okay, I could see that happening.
Or you just hit the person twice.
Oh, you're right. But then, like, you're wasting 6 seconds worth of extra damage here. I think it's interesting, right? Because a lot of these laning phases come down to, do you want a prolonged trade or do you just want, like, instant value? If you're looking for instant value, I mean, Quantum Charge is always good. Impure Rage, another one. Ooh, Heave Novaria banned for the side of Falcons. Brodian as well as the Matilda for the side of EVOS Holy. Kind of interesting.
And it makes it even better for Farsa, right? No Matilda to save your team. You ban out the Eve and Novaria to protect Faramis, but still, there's not enough bans to account for Farsa. There's 4 mid laners banned out by FCon just in this game.
I think this could just be like a, honestly, a Glock pick. Xavier! Oh, dude, even nastier. Okay. I have a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect for EVOS Holy because now with the changes currently to that to Xavier, you can literally, at level 12, you can sit by the creep. I think you have to have like 20% CDR if I remember correctly. I could be wrong about this, right? You sit in front of a creep, you max out your stacks, and then you just spam your ult every 9 seconds.
Yep, and cooldown reduction actually has a lot more value on Xavier in this patch because they did do some number tweaks, I believe to the passive, if I'm not mistaken. So actually that brings a lot more to the Xavier if you invest in the Enchanted Talisman. In this case, it's a good glowing one buy as well.
Yeah, it's going to be so funny. He's going to be like, dawning light, 9 seconds later, dawning light, 9 seconds later, dawning light. It's like, stop it. And he can also like spam the gates as well. So it's a really good way to actually manage the farmist, right? Because if you want to stick together, Xavier's just going to get even more value and most likely he's going to poke you out.
You just take Minotaur at this point, might as well go full AoE.
Oh, that's a good
Or,
point.
wait, yeah, Hayabusa works, right? I was thinking export jungle so you can go Minotaur, but either way, Annabelle gets the Hayabusa again.
I love this draft coming out for EVO's Holy because now it's very much answering the request of the current patch, which is like, make plays, big damage, and we're going to cut through all your utility.
So LaFell did mention that if you pick an enchanted support before seeing if the enemy has an assassin on their side, usually life becomes very, very hard, right? Because Assassin would just look to dive you. In this case, Florian makes a very, very juicy target for Annabelle.
I mean, I would say that Floret, just keep your eyes on Floret and her pathing throughout the jungle, right? If they have no information on Hayabusa, then it's a little dangerous. With information, you can play a little bit more aggressively sometimes.
I'm expecting the dude to go over to PX7 first, help him get the lane prio, and probably you switch it between PX7 and Dax. I don't think Benny needs it that early on. We'll see though, this game 2, it could be lights out for Falcons if they lose this.
I think... Oh, does he actually want to stick around the mid lane? Well, we'll find out once we jump into the game. Falcons on the blue side with EVOS Holy on the red side. It's going to be same start on the top side of the map as they make their way down towards the gold lane afterwards. We'll see where the supports are going to be so far because at least we'll get an idea of where they want to put pressure.
Yeah, so the one challenge that FCON ran into in game 1 was it's very hard to play for objectives because it feels like we have a support system, but we can't play together because the enemy has so much crowd control. In this case, they're relying a lot on Dax and Royal Milk, but at least you have PX7 constantly kind of dart in and out of these fights. Information is confirmed though, they saw the jungle pathing for Falcon towards bot side.
Ooh, okay, Master Assassin coming in from Brands. He wants to dominate this lane, and even Benny wants to be able to punish Brands in a 2v1 type situation with the weakness finder, right? Slow him down, don't give him much opportunities, but a very early invade from EVOS Holy.
Right, he's gonna try and contest this. Red trees the camp. PX7 finds the pool, and Dream actually will flicker to safety. Annabelle also makes it out, but at least it's a flicker.
Well, it's not bad. They get slightly ahead here, but still, it's level 4 to level 3.
Dax has to be very careful. Especially I mean, Xavier damage early on, not too much, but still, it can stack up if you give him the passive. I'm more worried about the crowd control in these upcoming fights.
I agree, same. Might have to, Annabelle might have to Oki Shadow Kill at some point of time, but looks like he wants to hold on to that ult for as long as possible, considering that Brand's got a really good trade against Benny at this point in time. That being said, topside basically has been left unattended to for a very long time with the Lord, sorry, not Lord, but the Turtle about to spawn in 5 seconds. Yep, both mid laners already on their way to try and hit level 4 early.
It's very imperative for Royal Milk to not lose too much of his health before the Lord spawns. And Fluffy, he has the Impure Rage, and again, max HP damage right now, so it does hurt a lot more, I guess, especially in Terizla, a matchup that naturally favors the export. The Turtle starting to fall down low, that can flip. Crowd control not really there, Penalty don't use. Annabelle finds the Turtle again, and last time he follow up, it will be First Blood going over to EVO's Holy as Dax falls, but this time PX7 finds the trade onto Dream.
Yep. Oh, you can just see how much damage Kwakun is able to apply onto Kid X, right? Kid X basically has no defenses against the magic damage for now. And even Brands, he's got to respect the damage coming up for Benny, especially when the entropy is out. It may have been nerfed, but in the earlier stages of the game, the extra auto attacks really stack up.
Even with the weakness finder, right? So Brands can't just stand there and man fight him. With the reduction, Kwakun did get an XP advantage thanks to the early Turtle. In this scenario, I believe Annabelle won the Turtle fight same level, and actually gets stunned by Dax as he shadows in.
honestly really good read coming in from Dax, right? Making sure that there's no way to actually punish or force out an early Netherrealm coming in from PX7. It's still currently on cooldown, but hey, man, that could have been dangerous. But Sky Piercer already purchased by Annabelle. He is currently 0-0-1, so therefore he doesn't have any stacks just yet.
Dreams found info again. Knows where Dax is. This destruction attempted steal from Branks.
It's starting to look like TLPH just now. It's just you find information, Spirit Destruction.
You know, see this trade.
Oh, the mid lane, the mid lane. Wait, what's happening? What's happening to PX7? He's forced to use his ult super early on as soon as they realized that Falcon Esports had multiple members down by the bot side.
This is not good news. Not good news for Falcon. It should be back up by the time the turtle spawns, or at least within that 15 seconds after the spawn. But still, Annabelle showing his presence already, and we haven't even seen a full-blown team fight from both teams. Royal Milk, now he's going to be the one in danger. Annabelle just dancing around, proccing the war cry, making sure Terizla is not going to have a good time.
I don't, even with the Sky Piercer, I don't think Annabelle has enough damage to take out Royal Milk and underneath his turret, even with the Oki Shadow Kill and War Cry. I think he would just make it out with like a sliver of HP. That being said, Turtle now being rushed. They're not making the same mistake as game one.
And he tries to break the Firaga armor with the entropy. The Firaga armor will be used. eVo's on his side. Go for the fight. Spirit Destruction connects onto Kid X Brand. He's just going to show up. Annabelle finds the turtle again. Royal Milk finds himself isolated. The joint Dax in the grave. Annabelle finds 3 stacks. 3% increase for the Sky Piercer threshold.
I know I've been talking about Annabelle all this time, but holy cow, Clockman is just making Dax's life like so difficult. Look at this!
He's back!
Hey, look at this! As long as he maintains his passive, right? Benny gets hit. Wait for it. 3, 2, 1. Is he gonna use his ultimate? No, ran out of the passive. Okay.
Yeah, so he had the Enchanted Talisman. He bought extra cooldowns with his boots. That's how much? That's 25?
25%, this including his emblems, right? Oh my goodness.
He went for the mage emblem, so that's another. He's almost maxed out.
He's very close to maxing out. I think he gets the Ooh, would you opt to go for a Lightning Truncheon, or would you prefer Bloodwings in this situation? It's a tough call, honestly.
If I'm snowballing, I would go Lightning.
Lightning? I'm thinking that as well, but there is a situation where Benny like entropy's on top of you, or maybe Royal Milk like gets on top of you with penalty zone. Then again, he has the flicker, so we'll see. We'll see what he decides to go with.
Next, well, they found an X-Borg this time, no penalty zone. They pull him up though, Retribution slow him down. Flicker not enough this time, some punish. Benny getting fluffy.
Yup. Just the Enchanted Talisman, just not enough damage to really cut through everybody on Falcon's side. These interactions have been fairly short, unable to disengage them, but I like where Falcon's head is at, right? Cut off the supply lines, start taking away structures.
I think another item that Clawkun might go for, I feel like both mid laners will have the same item choices. Glowing Wand, it's not too bad as well for Clawkun, especially if you are hitting multiple targets on Falcon, you're going to severely reduce what Kid X can do.
With basically a global ultimate as well, like you guarantee so much burn. Yeah, I think the Glowing Wand is definitely going to be an item that's going to be picked up by both sides. I think they're building towards it right now, in a matter of fact. But then again, we haven't been able to see the EXP laners really make the difference here just yet. Even Fluffy's initial engage with the 3 assists, it looks good, but they were already winning.
All good to be pulled back, but no follow-up Falcons. As Sandy uses a follow-up damage. Good heal from Kid X. Loom saves him. Better destruction used. Brank decides to join the fight. Can't find much. Royal Milk still has the ult. This could be a doable angle. He's trapped though. Drop it back. Primal Wrath versus here. Dawning Light, and somehow Dax gets the turtle. And then around to save his teammate. And it's gonna be Benny to pick up Fluffy. Another last Sandy. Fluffy wants a lot more. The first is dead. Kid X falls to Benny. The ricochet, not enough! And Clockwood turns around and blasts him in the face. And still Falcon Esports this time finally going down. Annabelle executes all of them. It's a wipeout for eVo's Holy.
Beautiful stuff coming up from eVo's Holy. They know that as much as Falcon Esports wants a prolonged trade, eVo's Holy does it even better as long as Clockwood is alive. How many times did you see Falcon Esports getting stopped by those open gates? Every single time they get into a advantageous position.
That was the best case scenario for Falcons, and it was not enough. I believe Fluffy had 2 ultimates that fight.
He had to. Actually, technically, he would have had 3 if he used the dawning light just a little bit earlier. But still, regardless, right? Annabelle currently with 5 kills. That puts him at what? 11%?
12. He had 1 takedown. Wait, no, 11%, right?
11. Yeah. The assist doesn't count because he got it at 0-1. Yeah. As long as we remember what his KDA was when he purchased the Skypiercer, we can math this out.
So he's 11%. That was the best case scenario for Falcons, and yet could not make it work. And I suppose at least Benny got a kill and they got the turtle. The goal advantage still very manageable. Just, you know, mere 3,000 plus.
I think right now, EVOS Holy, main objective besides the neutrals, take out that mid-tier.
Whoa! Annabelle goes to the shadow, kill the bloom. Kid X survives with the bloom, but they're gonna chase him down. He flickers. Good destruction connects. That's gonna be Branch's call. Doesn't even need to arrive. Dreams finds it.
Is that nuts or what? Is that disgustingly good or what? Annabelle, level 13 against Dax at level 9. He has doubled his farm speed. He has 3 full components. Sorry, 3 full items compared to 2 components from the side of Dax.
Dax is probably considering going for a Garden Helmet next. So it's just gonna be scraps. He won't have much physical defense though. It's primarily focused on just magic resist, tough boots, the mantle, molten core, and some extra HP.
Yeah, I think, you know, doubling down on the HP is a smarter option for Dax rather than thinking about getting an anti-cuirass this early on, because the main issue is really the magic damage coming in from Clawhood, right? He can't seem to just shake him off, and if he engages too hard, then he has to deal with both Dreams and Fluffy.
It's gonna be such a tough dance. Falcons, they are willing to do it, but they need info, right? I feel like they are thinking of the rush.
I think they should. Personally, I think that Falcons should rush this, right? Every single time, they always need to pose a threat to this Lord and force Annabelle to come down to the situation before Falcons kind of split off.
Every reset just feels a lot worse because Dax lost half his HP just now to reset the Lord. Another big burst onto Benny. That's half his health bar.
Both mages with glowing wand and Clawhood, he can just keep farming the stacks off of the Lord.
It's always risky to kind of walk up, right?
Dude, this is so painful. Look at this! Look at this! And then Clawhood goes back into the mid lane. It's like, okay, reset the stacks, walk over to the Lord, reset the stacks. Boy.
And Royal Mick has lost so much of his health. I don't think it's doable. You might want to consider just have Benny clear the wave top first.
Dude, this sucks! Falcons eSports are like, okay, we're gonna ban out the Novario so we can't get poked out, and EVOS Holy is like, don't worry, we have more tools.
We have another global ult.
Oh, this is so painful to watch.
It's in a dangerous zone though, and Dax is not looking too healthy. They gotta try and get rid of the Braga armor. Royal Milk also, he's gonna use the Panty Zone, and so late. Does lock down Clawhood, Netherrealm saves Dax, but the Primal Wrath from Dreams will give him the extra oomph that he's looking for. Royal Milk will fall in the process. Dreams sacrificed by EVOS Holy, but it's a 1-for-1, and with Clawhood around, this is just not doable for Falcon.
Yep, rinse, repeat, EVOS Holy. They don't need to rush this if they don't want to, but since they got brands, they can start rushing this down. Dax is going to try once again with Clawhood. Full mana, you know what's going to happen every single time.
It took so long. This dance took so long that the top tier 2 of Falcons got destroyed by the wave.
It just goes to show that minion wave management has been a top priority for EVOS Holy for a majority of it, and they're really good at identifying how quickly a wave is actually going to collapse.
Finally, EVOS Holy gets the Lord, and Falcon can't really do anything about it. Just have to try and play from behind.
It's about these small victories, really. It's about being on top of your opponent in multiple different areas of the game, right? As long as the chores are being done by the side of EVOS Holy and they hold that much precedence over that Lord, Falcon eSports is between a rock and a hard place every single time they choose to take an engagement.
It's hard to walk up to EVOS Holy with the export already, and then you have a Xavier, and then you have an Edith. Essentially, everyone on the side of EVOS can do damage, right? Even the support, even the Roma is considered a pseudo damage dealer.
All right, I'm looking at both mid laners to see how far ahead they are in this game based off of their item components, and it looks like Clawhood is ever so slightly ahead of PX7 as of right now, as they're both on their way to Holy Crystal. Oh, what? Annabelle so early on, 12 minutes into this game, 4th item, BOD.
Endgame item. BOD, Annabelle, Holy Crystal soon for Clawhood.
Siege!
It's so hard to walk up, right? I feel like only Dax and Royal Milk can afford to tank it, but then you need Kid X to walk up to heal his teammate up.
Look at Dax lost 50% of his HP off of that.
They should be able to get an inhib at this point. You see eVo's Holy sieging mid as Branch taking down the structure, Sandy into Dawning Light, Betty forced away. That's Doom used by Falcon. Will make sure that the Lord goes down. They want to commit for more, and Clockwood stops the engage. There's no follow-up from Falcons because of that. And now Dax, he's going to be rooted in place. Branch just wails on him with the piercing arrows. Clockwood again, just doing too much work for Falcons to handle. They will catch Annabelle down bot, but damage has been done. And Fluffy once more with the last Sandy flicker finds himself a double kill, doesn't even go down. And Royal Milk, he is just controlled for days on end, pushed away from his crystal by Branch. This should be GG. eVo's Holy just absolutely dancing on the graves of Falcon eSports. It's PX7 to go down last, and eVo's Holy have eliminated Falcon eSports from the LCQ. They move on to face off against Rebellion eSports.
That's game! GG, well played to eVo's Holy with the new tech here, and now we're seeing that Xavier, just the ultimate way to deal with this Farmus. Holy cow, this was such a one-sided game from eVo's Holy. It felt like they were the only ones having fun.
Yeah, so much faster compared to game one. This time, just with the first Lord that took the 2 minutes to dance around.
Yeah!
They get the Lord and they're willing to pull the trigger. That's all eVo's Holy needed. One step closer to challenge finals, and the opponent that stands in front of them is from their own region is Rebellion.
I swear to God, I can't wait for MSC now. With all this new science and tech, like it was too much. It was too much for FCON to actually deal with. And I'm surprised how effective Clockwood was in this game. I would have thought that, maybe the traditional EXP experiences, target down, maybe the marksman if you're lucky, but Brands is hard to catch. But let's go for the other guy, Clockwood. And I only saw Terizla, Royal Milk in this case, be able to get on top of Xavier one time at the cost of his flicker, which inevitably got him killed because Clockwood still had his flicker.
And I agree. I was looking at maybe the XP laners are going to have the most impact, right? What is the Terizla going to bring? But it was just Clockwood. Even that last sequence, Falcons, it felt like they found an opening to go for a fight, and then Clockwood stopped them dead in their tracks.
It was just a really rough game, right? I think, they had him beat in the draft alone. There's just too much peel for this composition. And more so much damage and ways to kind of slow down the enemy aggression. Not to mention for the fact that they've got some really good matchups. Like this X-Borg pick as a double flex really shook things up for Falcon eSports, thinking that maybe it's going to go into the jungle. And guess what? It doesn't. May finds an exact counter to both Royal Milk and as well as Dax. You could just see that Fluffy, even though he doesn't have the highest KDA, those 12 assists is just him melting away with the War Axe, plus having the Brute Force Breastplate to make sure that he sticks like super glue.
That's also a product of how FCON was drafting, right? Their drafting sequence, revealing the Terizla in the first 3 picks, just gives eVo's Holy a better time deciding on that X-Borg. Numbers, this is not as dominant as game 1 in terms of, the statistics, but you look at the overall delivery from eVo's Holy, this was definitely a lot more decisive.
Yeah, absolutely, right? It felt like they were more inclined to chunk out their opponents because that's what their comp is supposed to do, right? As much as your cooldowns need to be on rotation based on your CDs and CD reduction, at the very least, you kind of want to make sure that they're coming straight at you rather than getting these flank angles. That's why you can see that Clockwood and as well as Brands and Dreams, they position themselves in a triangular shape to make sure that they have the most amount of coverage, while Dreams needs to make sure that people like Royal Milk, like Dax, and especially if Benny decides to entropy forwards, that he is a legitimate threat of the onward.
At least it's a game where Annabelle can take a back seat. Didn't have to do too much. He did have a lot more fun this game, ended the game with 5 kills and a death at the end, but still, Clockwood takes the cake. Even when you look at the Carnage section, he dealt like what, 5,437 damage per minute on a Xavier.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem here between the junglers, I don't think Dax is a bad jungler. I just think that eVo's Holy, the way that they manage the new version of this Lord dance, they don't mind if Dax sits on top of it for as long as possible. As long as they have some relative presence, right? They push, below 50%, let's start moving up, taking ground. Oh, Dax has to back away. That's perfect. In that time, Annabelle is just power farming the entirety of the top side and even getting a split push at the same time.
Yeah, I think, with this new update, the Lord says that no one is in control of him. No one owns him anymore. You can't just pull him and have him dance for you for a full minute. It doesn't work.
Lord, breaker of chains, first of his name. He's sick. He's sick of it, right? Everybody was not threatened by the Lord, and the only person who gets the hand of the Lord really is the Fredrin. Everybody else just will get melted down eventually.
And especially when you're playing Assassins, that's where you wait for the perfect opportunity to strike. This one, it's not even a chance for Falcons to curve that graph back up. It was just EVOS Holy slowly bleeding out Falcon.
Yeah, just nothing they can really do about this, right? There's nothing much we need to go over for the golden EXP graph. You can just see that it's becoming a deeper and deeper ravine for Falcons esports. But let's go over to our MVP of this game. Because personally for me, there are a lot of good plays that have been made, but overall, I'm leaning into the peel. Who did the most amount of peel in that game? Who made sure that Royal Milk, Dax, and as well as Kid X could not walk up? It's Fluffy.
I was thinking of Clawkun, but yes, I agree. Fluffy on this X-Borg, impenetrable bulwark. There's just no way you can walk through him, right? I mean, he can be aggressive. We look back at the Lord Dance, which I believe will show up soon. He's just standing in front.
That's the beauty of it, right? Because he knows that Clawkun is a full stop. Clawkun, whenever he opens up those gates and locks people down, that's the big full stop. But the tempo setter is Fluffy, because the longer this fight actually goes, that max heat stacks really start to affect the tank junglers, or just overall the tanks in this game.
And even if Falcons wants to go on to him, they just don't feel good enough, right? They have tried it multiple times. This one was basically the deal breaker when EVOS Holy found the wipe. The rest was history. Falcon esports lost control of the game, and Fluffy is just annoying.
Yeah, once Fluffy got that immortality, I think the game was already over at that point. Because Falcon esports, like, as much as they want to deal with Fluffy, it just takes way too long, right? And Clawkun can just poke them out. And once they're below 50, Annabelle, he's like, I'm just waiting for you to get peeled away. Lose more HP, please.
I mean, look at Fluffy. Doesn't even die in the sequence.
Yeah, look, he's so confident. And I love that level of confidence, but I also love the overall draft coming up for EVOS Holy. Round of applause for them. 2-0 clean sweep against Falcon esports with some new tech this time round. Hopefully, people are adapting to the meta a little bit faster.
Yeah, and hopefully they have kind of seen through what teams prefer to go for, right? Assassin Junglers was kind of the main focus, I think, when this patch was dropped, but also affecting the macro of whether you want to dance around objectives, right? Lord takes now have higher risk. The reward in terms of gold and XP feels lower, but the increased beefiness of the Lord is a pretty good payoff. Let's take a look at the updated brackets after that series. In the LCQ, early on we had TLPH being the first team to advance to the Challenge Finals. FCON have been eliminated officially. We have one more best of 3, the most important one. In fact, Rebellion Esports will take on EVOS Holy to see who gets the last slot to qualify to Challenge Finals.
And it's going to be a tight matchup between the two. Both have been born, raised, and bred in MPL Indonesia, one of the toughest landscapes we've seen so far in the MLBB scene. Obviously, we're not discounting MPL PH, but man, MPL ID, considering their regular season, it was a very tight season for everybody. I think that Rebellion has probably learned a lot since that time.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the progression of the results in the group stage, right? Teams that made it to the top, sometimes they fell in the playoffs pretty early. Bigatron Alpha, right? They kind of disappear into the wind very quickly, and then you have Geek Fam, then you have EVOS Holy, so many different storylines. But this is a rematch. And early on, Rebellion did a 2-0 EVOS Holy. We'll see if they can do it again.
Yep, hopefully they've got the strats, because so far, I think that EVOS Holy is a little bit ahead of the meta as of yet, but nobody's really challenged them as hard just yet, other than Rebellion. And I think that Rebellion might have a pretty decent matchup overall, because they play very similarly, right? It's going to be D versus Brands all over again, and then we'll see whether the mid laners can make a difference.
And I think for Rebellion, they have shown that they can play a very messy but also technical game, right? Drive in the chaos. That's how they kind of took down TLPH. Even until their last breath, they were taking the fight to TLPH in the earlier series. So this one is going to be very, very exciting, not just for the teams, but also I think for the Indonesian fans. Both teams have a lot to prove.
Yeah. With that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we're going to see which one of these teams in a best of 3 will come up on our top and qualify for the Challenge Finals.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. Say that
why? Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the final BO3 to close out the last chance qualifiers? Only one of these teams will make it to the challenge finals. It's Rebellion Esports up against EVOS Holy. Keeping it on home soil, Indonesians will fight.
Absolutely, and this is also a very poetic best of 3 because it is a rematch from the upper bracket where Rebellion Esports 2-0 EVOS Holy and forced them to run the gauntlet. But fate has it, they will have to battle it out one last time. Only one will go through.
My name's Getting Q. This is Husky here at the desk to keep you guys accompanied for this best of 3. A very final one to see who makes it to the challenge finals. But keep in mind that if you are a fan of one of these teams, show some real support in the chat, and as well as buy these tickets as well to watch them live in Jakarta to play out the challenge finals. Each ticket is only 10,000 IDR. It's like paying for parking. So scan that QR code or type in the URL. Either or is totally fine. But let's not forget about the first 1,000 people who actually purchase those tickets because they get some extra prizes worth up to 65,000 IDR if you just type in that URL right now and buy those tickets.
And if it's not enticing enough, you might be an even luckier person to get something worth more than 65,000 IDR. In fact, if you can afford to pay for diesel in Malaysia, you can afford to pay for ticket to Jakarta.
So buy your tickets early. Anybody who has their honeymoons in Jakarta, whoever is moving over to study there, good time to buy those tickets right now. But we gotta talk about this upcoming game, right? Rebellion versus EVOS Holy. Previously, EVOS Holy losing 2-0 against Rebellion initially, but now we're seeing some new tech in the draft. Is that going to make a difference here?
I feel like it definitely would in terms of priorities. I think hero priorities from EVOS Holy has been pretty interesting, right? They were prioritizing the Edith a lot. We've seen Annabelle on the Hayabusa 2 games in a row. On Red side, it really feels like EVOS are very comfortable putting Annabelle at the last pick.
It really begs the question whether or not Rebellion is going to change their overall playstyle, right? Because they play very similarly if we were comparing their history so far at the SPS. Whether it's through the groupings or even the LCQ, they generally play around their marksman player. This is one of the very few times in the previous matchup that we saw that EVOS Holy wasn't necessarily have to play around Brands. He gets ahead, but he's not the main damage dealer at that point.
Nice. And I think you can say the same for Annabelle. It's not revolving around Annabelle completely, and the fact that they have an option to not go for tank junglers like every other team, I feel like could benefit them, right?
It's definitely an all-for-one versus a one-for-all situation type thing, right? And I think that Rebellion, until we see them have multiple win conditions or maybe not have a utility mid laner, maybe Suelo might have an opportunity here.
I think Valentina, these kind of heroes are going to be a lot more prominent. I know Xavier now, so far, exclusive to Claw Kun, and at least for Rebellion, I know they love the Moskov a lot, right? Perhaps that could be something that they are looking forward to. The Yuzong as well has been prioritized quite a lot for Car. If we are still going down that pattern for Rebellion, we might see a more active series between these two.
I do want it to be an active series, but I do hope to see whether or not D is going to be brave enough to bring out the Inspire on Moskov again, or just take a respectful battle spell. You know, it's hard to say, but let's have a look at the full lineups of both of these competitors here. Starting off with Rebellion Esports. We got Cars, Vincent, Suelo, D, and Audi TZ.
I'll say D has been stealing the spotlight with how aggressive it is on that marksman, especially when he gets his hand on the Moskov. Inspire or no Inspire, he has made a splash. But a hidden hero, I feel, is Audi TZ on the support, right? Grok, Minotaur, you want a playmaker, Audi TZ is that man.
And if you really have to push into his limits, he can still pick up an Angela every once in a while if he's got some really confident laners in either Carl's, maybe even in Vincent. Of course, without any disrespect, of course, D.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see if Vincent would even pivot towards Assassin, right? Considering that he also has a repertoire, but we have to look at their opponents. We've seen them earlier just now, but just to give you guys a quick rehash, it is EVOS Holy on the other side of the ring, Fluffy, Annabelle, Claw Kun, Brands, and Dreams.
Now, honestly, I think they are pretty warmed up after their previous matchup, so we generally know the type of plays that we're expected to see from EVOS Holy's side. The real question is whether or not the pre-preparation coming into this game, right? Against Falcons, it's very clear that they had a draft set up against PX7's Farmers comp, but now, against Rebellion, is that going to change?
And is Rebellion, then does Rebellion have enough time to prep for this version of EVOS Holy? Of course, Rebellion, they're still coming off hot from that earlier series against TLPH. A bit of a break in between, but for EVOS Holy, they have been warmed up since the very start of the days. This is going to be the conclusion for both teams. I think for EVOS Holy, if they get that red side again, I think Annabelle probably will get a lot more of that leeway in terms of what heroes he gets.
Yep, and it looks like EVOS Holy is going to be on that red side once again. Rebellion, based off of the last game, banning out the X-Borg early on to make sure that their tanks aren't going to get melted down. But now you're forced to get rid of lane priority heroes. Things like the Loyi as well as the Roger for blue side, Chip, and as well as Harith for red side.
One thing that we noticed from Rebellion when they went up against TLPH is that Roger is not on their prior list, right? They've been giving it free to Benny QT whenever it is open, so for them, they don't feel like it's important. That Ling is going to get banned out instead.
Yeah, I think that Rebellion want to go for a double util style of composition, high sustainability. Ooh, ban out the boss comp as well. Force Rebellion into something more volatile.
That's a respect ban for sure. Do you want that Roger opener for Rebellion eSports, right? Now you have some important decisions you have to make, especially in this case, do you want to still prioritize these heroes?
I would agree with that as well. I think that at this point, might be worth taking, but Rebellion looks like first pick farm is here. We've seen EVOS Holy prepare drafts against them. The real question is whether or not they're going to be locking in that Xavier within this first rotation, or by now, we don't have to show the Xavier. Might as well get what we know. Let's get the Edith first, and then maybe we go for a double flex pick.
Let's get the Edith and perhaps our Marksman. They have done it. Marksman's second or third pick on their red side, but Edith has been the constant for EVOS Holy. Such a valuable flex pick for them. They could also get their hands on the Roger, considering right now mid lane is either Valentina, or if they want to go down the route just now, Xavier is possible. But looking at the Roger,
I think both are okay, right? Whether it be Roger or Claude, both is pretty suitable for EVOS Holy to actually deal with the Netherrealm. Oh,
wow.
Interesting! So they're going with a different... Alright. So now with the Edith and as well as the Angela, this kind of changes the dynamic, right? With this double flex pick, EVOS Holy are saying, hey, Rebellion, you cannot just play a double sustain. You cannot just play pure utility to play around D. We are going to be the ones who are going to try and out-sustain you.
I think the advantage that flex picks, especially multiple flex picks, have for a team is the fact that you now threaten your opponents if they want to opt for linear, one-dimensional team comp, something that we saw from FCON early on, which was easily answered by EVOS Holy. I think Rebellion, it feels like there is not really a clear win situation, right? No matter what heroes you give them, you still cannot fully grasp where the Edith and Angela are going to go.
I totally agree with that one, right? But the previous draft, we saw alpha bans come through. I'm curious to see whether EVOS Holy is going to take advantage of the alpha in this situation. I mean, we see the Natan, we also see the Minotaur. Team fight, double util as expected from Rebellion. We'll see whether EVOS Holy has a direct answer to this.
There's a case to be made that they pick their Marksman right now just to save the Edith and Angela for later on. So that could be an option. The Roger is still up on the tables, or they could fall back to Claude, which has been popping up in popularity.
I think that Claude in this type of matchup is generally okay and has a pretty good laning phase against the Natan if he takes Master Assassin. But wow! An early first rotation for Annabelle. They're going to give him the Hayabusa super early on.
That's a boost in confidence for sure. After winning 2 games in a row on Hayabusa last pick, now they just straight up review it and go for the jungle ban. Start to lock out Vincent from the tank junglers. Baxia banned out.
I like this a lot, right? Because they don't have a tank buster as of right now. And if they want to get a tank buster, these mid laners, they need some time to actually scale in this game. I think that the Xavier is on the back foot for now. They might still pull it off later down the line. We're just going to have to wait and see who is going to be the priority EXP laner, because that's the only real advantage that EVOS could make happen to walk around or at least control some part of the turtle pit.
I think there is also a chance that depending on what Rebellion eSports banned out, now that Roger has been taken out, and they pick that marksman first, right? If you pick an XP lane right now, I think it completely reveals where this Edith and Angela will go. They take out the Arlet, make sure that Cars does not have a way to set up for his team. It does open the Yuzhong though for Rebellion, which is a hero that they do pick up a lot.
Yeah, but no real reason to pick it up as right now, right? There's a lot of question marks in the air. Let's see what this next ban is going to be, and I'm guessing it's going to be the Claude, right? For the side of Rebellion, because they don't mind dealing with the carry because she's so short range, and maybe there's an opportunity to punish there.
Yeah, short range, and there's just very little way to rip through the Netherrealm. I think, so they banned the CC, so Claude is still up on the table. This could just go over to Evo's Holy at its 4th pick.
What's actually worthwhile going here for Evo's Holy? I mean, they could go for the Trizla. I feel like as much as you want to go have Yuzong as well as Angela as a natural combination, that's also a nice synergy if they really want to make that work. But it does kind of tell you straight away what the mid laner is going to be, right? So they're going to go with the Claude first. There we go. We still don't know who's going mid just yet.
They want to see, like, they know the mid matchup is going to be a Faramis for sure, but they also want to see what Rebellion have for the full comp to decide whether it's worth putting this Edith in that XP lane. They want the Edith to have a good matchup.
Let's find out. Rebellion, they got to finish off their draft as of right now. In terms of tanks, Fredrin is still a viable option here. They probably don't want the Barats. There's nothing really that they really care about, and worse yet, is pretty susceptible to if they get a scaling mid laner like Xavier or even Farsa.
Julian?
Julian is actually a pretty good shout here. Oh, but does Julian do well enough? I mean, he does have iframes with the enhanced sword, so there is counterplay ability against the Oki Shadow Kill.
It's either that or you just go back to the Fredrin. So we'll see. So they take the Alpha for themselves, and then you have the Ruby. So it's going to be a Ruby XP.
Huh, rather interesting. So the only hard guard targets you have is on Brands or on Anavel as of yet. Let's see how Evo's Holy completes their composition. Well, I personally don't like seeing Angela as your dedicated mid lane and more so as a support, but you're up against a Ruby technically, so shift the Angela into the support position?
I was thinking the opposite. I think put Angela mid, and then you have a strong XP laner that can work with the Edith's role.
It's tough though, because you're gonna get sandbagged pretty hard by the Ruby. There's no like easy matchup, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, now the CC is banned out as well.
Yeah. Huh. I mean, they could go for like a Barats or something if they just focus on wave clear. Yep, there we go. The Trizla finally comes in, and they're gonna get locked into combat, but at the very least, Trizla can wave clear just a wee bit faster in the early game.
Considering that the enemy has the Faramis, inevitably they would want to clump up together, right? So there is incentive for these AoE engages. If Cars wants to sandbag you, I might as well pick a hero that can deal with that.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting, right? Because Anavel, he's going to have a lot of work. In the previous game, he was already struggling to find these isolated targets. I think even more so against Rebellion with the lineup that they have, I don't see them splitting up too much.
And comparing the draft of Rebellion to what FCON had in Game 2 against Evo's Holy, it's not like Evo's Holy has the damage that they had in the Xavier draft, right? To break through the Netherrealm fast. This one takes a lot more effort, takes a lot more work, so they have to be more aware on the timings of Rebellion eSports.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking at Anavel, right? If he can force out Netherrealms early on, if he's able to maintain a high level of pressure throughout the next 12 minutes of this game, Evo's Holy will be able to creep out and etch out on top if we're talking about a pure war of attrition, right? So as we get into this game, let's see how the starts are going to go for both Rebellion currently on the blue side up against Evo's Holy in our final best of 3 here at the SPS LCQ.
According to the power ranking based off of both teams' battle records, it's easy to say that Rebellion has the upper hand, but like we both saw early on against FCON, Evo's Holy have brought out something new, and right off the bat, Dreams is doing the same thing again, finding info on where Vincent is.
And Vincent opting to go with the quantum charge here instead of going for Warcry, right? It just means that he wants that extra level of maneuverability in this match rather than just the raw true damage that he's going to get from his passive. Looking at the rest of the emblems, very defensive, right? No Master, Assassin, and double the armor and MR emblems for the side of D.
That mid lane priority is also important, despite having the Angela Edith not doesn't look as one-sided as you'd think it would be. The Concussive Blast on this Minotaur is really helping out Rebellion.
Yeah, and Annabelle just way faster at hitting level 4 in comparison to Vincent. He's cutting down a lot of time with the extra maneuverability from the quad shadows. But in the meantime, it looks like nothing much is really happening in this game, like as expected of the early game from both of these teams. They're waiting for that level 4.
Listen, we jumped on for an alpha. Annabelle doesn't see an angle just yet. Gotta be very careful. This alpha can fight back, especially when Clockwood hasn't hit 4 yet. That is priority for EVO's Holy. And Clockwood, he's not gonna get that liberty at least to hit 4 as early as he wanted to. Now racing towards the top side, but that wave hasn't crashed yet.
Very smart of Fluffy to hold this wave, right? Just to make sure that Clockwood can speed up at getting level 4. But they also want to try and chunk out cars. Maybe if they're lucky, sway low too if they walk up too close.
Would need Vincent to be there. It seems like that would be the case. So both XP and mid laners will hit that 4. So will the Roamers.
Okay.
This could be a full-blown turtle fight.
Now, this turtle fight, it's going to be interesting, right? Because we've seen many teams kind of hover around the turtle, others holding on to priority of the turtle while the junglers go off and do their own thing. And Annabelle taking full advantage of his maneuverability. Every second that he saved allows him to get a free level against Vincent. Currently a full level ahead of him. And now, really good at adaptations, right? Oh.
He clears the wave, and even Clockwood leashes the camp for him, but Fluffy is already down to 50%. And with Vincent around the corner, EVO's Holy will have to make a decision soon.
Skypiercer already finished by Annabelle. This is really good timing.
He's hitting Skypiercer timing before 3 minutes, always around the 2 minutes 45 seconds. The pace that EVO's Holy is playing at is always the boost straight into the Skypiercer.
Really begs the question, how many scrims has Annabelle played Hayabusa in to get to this like level of play, right? He is not wasting any time whatsoever. His efficiency allows him to be a full level ahead of Vincent, despite the fact that they have the same number of camps.
D is walking onto the turtle already. He shoved away the first of Rebellion. They're waiting for backup to arrive, potentially to arrive. See, they want to take this fight. Even Vincent has moved down to the bottom. Take the Wanderer.
Oh, they're giving this up, right? Yeah, they're giving this up. They did spot him.
Not gonna make it there in time. So Annabelle takes a free turtle. Hard guard onto Fluffy. I don't think Rebellion can do anything.
Yeah, this is perfect, right? Because now, as a response, they use the hard guard to guarantee that there's going to be no trades across the map. The score still 0-0.
I think Rebellion made a good call as well. D had the idea, but they realized that it's just not worth it. We're trying to push Brands out of the lane, but he is the Claude. So far, stalemate between these two teams.
Yeah, and I mean, between both D and as well as Brands, both sides actually giving a lot of respect to each other, right? Highly defensive emblems, making sure that they're not overextending in these types of fights. And more importantly, D, he is trying to catch up in terms of EXP to Brands. It looks like he has a slight deficit in that area, but in terms of gold, he is ahead.
I feel like if you are Rebellion, you probably feel okay. Because Annabelle isn't getting much done, right? He's not getting kills, he's not getting the snowball rolling. So Rebellion, they are fine playing a slower paced game. D is going to naturally scale up. Cars is just sandbagging the lane. It's quite hard to take him down. And while that was happening, as much as Vincent is falling behind in terms of experience and goal, he is still able to get his core items, and that's what they want. They want this alpha to be strong.
Yeah, and I think that Rebellion is making some hard reads on the situation, right? They have a lot of members down by the bot side of the map just to make sure if Annabelle wants to hit anybody, his prime target is going to be D. So that's why they are making sure that the river is clear, making sure that supply lines to that bottom side is going to be safe.
In response, Dream is just mirroring all TZ. As long as he sees the Minotaur,
wait, this is an angle.
Okay.
Oh, he's dead here.
Yeah, he has entropy, but yep, too late. The Shadow connects. Hard guard is gonna be prompted on Annabelle, but they don't need it. First blood for him.
Great timing coming in from EVO's Holy. They noticed everybody moving towards mid lane. 2 people showed up, and the bottom side had already been cleared by Vincent. So at that point, they can roughly judge where most of the members are from Rebellion eSports.
And Dream basically giving info, right? Knowing where the main front lines of Rebellion are at. Second turtle of the game, EVO's Holy did get the first. But that bottom tier 1 is going to fall thanks to the early first blood. Annabelle pull in, but Dreams cancels the follow-up.
That could have been, honestly, that could have been really, really big if their composition wasn't using Clockwood on an Angela, right? Oh, I can imagine the damage he would be doing on anything else, but for now, this is working very much in favor of EVOS Holy. They don't need to do this turtle. They don't need to rush it. At the end of the day, they're waiting for Brands to hit that 3-item power spike before they really speed up that tempo. And Annabelle, he doesn't mind scaling as well.
EVOS Holy, they are fine giving up the turtle. Dreams will make it hard for them though. Annabelle shows up. The Alpha in the 5 Fluffy 3-man penalty zone. Annabelle shows up, loses the turtle, but the nether realm has been destroyed. Fluffy losing his health slowly but surely, still being healed up, finally flickers away. EVOS Holy disengaged.
Yep, but they take another tier 1 on the top side, and now they're pushing in middle as well.
So, you know, he's not going to give up the tempo. There's a burst damage. Annabelle this time will not go away.
Oh, he's given 0 frames to work with. He wanted to Oki Shadow kill. He wanted a quad shadow away, not given the opportunity to do so whatsoever.
Fluffy might get punished though. He is so far up. Wants to outplay D, but he has the entropy, and D finds the kill, and Clawcoon just has to back off.
At that point, do you flicker in for it? I don't think so. Especially when Suelo is so nearby, you might as well just maintain the same level of farm that you always had. Top side gonna get shoved in pretty hard by Vincent, who's now caught up with Annabelle because of that one death. Unfortunately for Annabelle, he's not getting any value from the Sky Piercer so far.
He got the kill, but and then he lost the stack, right? Because ended up going down. So very unfortunate. It's probably the preparation that Rebellion has made. As long as Annabelle doesn't get too far ahead of himself, we should be able to take the fight straight to EVOS Holy. To their credit, they survive a full hard guard duration on a Terizla engage.
Yeah, and they also won the 50-50 on the turtle itself, right? So then again, it really comes down to who's got better timing on these retries. They're utilizing their whole team. You can see like everybody is throwing spells at the turtle when the time comes.
I just noticed that the turtle fights, especially the first turtle dance, took so long that we only get 2 this game.
Because both these teams, they don't care about that turtle. They care about the kills, the people who's guarding that turtle. So if you prioritize it even more, by all means, take it. Go. Show yourself. Be around the pit.
EVOS Holy are definitely a lot more comfortable kind of playing the lanes, right? If Hayabusa on one side, Claude on the other, and then you have Angela that can show up any time as an insurance policy. So this first Lord up, EVOS Holy. They're going to be looking at the Lord very, very closely.
Yep, and D currently already finishing that Starlium site. He is a legitimate threat in this upcoming fight here. In comparison to Grant, oh no.
And Sophie is just getting pulled in, and now Clawcoon didn't even bother using the hard guard. It's not worth it.
I mean, if you're gonna die anyways, I was thinking whether or not to try and force out the Nether Realm. But then again, conceal.
A few ready, I suppose. Getting some more Primal Wrath already. Wants to fighting Cars, but Cars just pushes it back in. There's just too much damage from the Alpha. Lazy to wet Annabelle. Finds the back.
No.
They did get rid of the Nether Realm, but Annabelle is now stuck. Had to use the Shadow to retreat. Suelo is not going to let him get away. He pulls him back with the Stampede. Annabelle goes into the ultimate fight. The execution on 2 of them. And Annabelle strikes back. Vincent will get the Lord, but EVOS Holy are not going to go down without a fight. Annabelle dancing around this Alpha. Annabelle finds a triple execution.
What a play. I mean, honestly, there was a lot. Wait, hold on. It's not done yet. Clawcoon ends up going down, but he might just die to the trade.
Suelo has to back off. I feel like Brand's just going to man-fight him, right, Brand? It's a wipeout for EVOS.
Wow. Okay, nicely done from EVOS. Very scrappy situation to be in, and honestly, Annabelle could have died a multitude of times, but is extremely patient and very trigger disciplined on that Oki Shadow kill. With that being said, finally EVOS Holy finds some ground as they were winning on the structures, but may not have won the retry battle.
Completely negating this Lord advantage, and AudiTZ realizes that jumping in is no longer an option against Brands, who is like 3-0 and 4. So he's working towards the winds of nature. Annabelle has just got 3 core items. Could be Malefic Roy, even a BOD coming up next.
Yeah, look at him. He skyrockets in terms of farm. Now 2K ahead of D, which is the majority of EVOS Holy's gold lead at this point. Now, a couple of things to consider, right? Because at the end of the day, EVOS Holy, technically, when the hard guard happens, they're a man down. And I think that Rebellion eSports, in terms of anti-heal, we're not seeing a lot of it just yet. The most that we are seeing is the Glowing Wand, right, from Suelo.
The EVOS Holy, we were just talking about how Annabelle is not having a fast game, but he just caught back up. Fluffy, penalty zone engaged. That's an early Nether Realm forced out already. EVOS Holy ready to fight to the death. AudiTZ trying to keep everyone at bay, but they have managed to take out Brands at the cost of D and AudiTZ. The shutdown going over to Cars, but Cars himself himself will go down. Clawkun finds the third kill, and Dreams, he's not done just yet. Finds the flip, sway low, dodges the Earth Shatter, but gets punched down.
Hey, why are they, do they not want to hand over the kill over to Annabelle? I guess he doesn't care for the extra 1% at that point. I mean, Dreams had already committed pretty hard. Let the man have his meal. Oh!
Annabelle is just busy escorting the wave. I don't think they can kill Dreams. I mean, Dreams doesn't die. Vincent in execution range. Annabelle finds a solo kill, and mid tier 2 goes down to Evo's Holy.
I feel like everybody holds their breath when the Oki shadow kill from Annabelle happens, right? I mean, let's look at the instant replay one more time. And look at Brand just stand in front of them instantly. Oh, knock up Purified straight away. Maintain those golden staff stacks for as long as possible. And while all of this was happening, a split push down on the bottom side from Annabelle, forcing Alpha away from that fight. I mean, the interception from Annabelle to clean up everybody else would have been perfect enough, but Evo's Holy really maximizing the situation in a 4v4.
It's the second big team fight that Evo's Holy won. From that, they got a slight lead, just 2.2k. Branch just hit his Rose Gold Media, deciding that Winds of Nature is not the problem. It's the Rose Gold Media. It's not like they need Winds of Nature, now that I think about it.
Not going to need it for now. But man, this is not easy. This is not easy for Rebellion Esports. But now D, finally with the Holy Crystal, he is a legitimate threat now. And I think everybody, in terms of MR, we have a Radiant Armor on Fluffy, Rose Gold Meteor, and another Radiant Armor on Dreams. So yes, they do have some form of defense.
Forced away, and Annabelle's around the corner. Level 15, Vincent the same level as him, so it's a even fight. Entry used. Dreams will use the Primal Wrap, and Brent shows up with Clawkun by his side. The hard guard, Rebellion Esports now wait out that ultimate. No idea where Annabelle is.
That's not good. That means Rebellion can actually start threatening this right now. I mean, the worst part about it is even if they wait it out, Vincent still has to win out this 50-50 against Annabelle. And the worst part about it is that he can't lock him down, because the Oki, you can still use a Reggie the Oki Shadow kill.
So they just biding their time, waiting for the perfect moment. Cars had to aggro this, he'll take a lot of damage, gets the pull on the Dreams instantly, and a penalty zone for Fluffy on the tree. Annabelle still waiting for the nether round to go down. And Brand has done the work. Round 1 laid out, Annabelle now shows up, tries to find some sort of kill with a shadow kill.
No!
Has complete dispersed into the win. Annabelle tries to juke it all out. The lore will be reset, but Annabelle sent on the run, and this time he will not get away. Shut down by Suelo.
And he runs the wrong direction because the mid lane was already getting shoved in. They're going to get destroyed, but the mid lane inhibitor falls down.
Evo's Holy just stretching Rebellion Esports as thin as humanly possible. But it would mean lesser if Brands doesn't get out of this.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Brand's main win condition, right? You can see that Annabelle really struggles to get in on this fight, and he's waiting for all of these different resources from Rebellion Esports to time out before he can actually jump in. If not, as you saw just now, a lot of that ult is just wasted upon random things like Lord or multiple unimportant members like Audi TZ and sometimes even Cars.
How they wish they had the hard guard in that situation, right? Rebellion Esports played it very patiently. And now Cars is also a big threat. I'm offended pool. It's caused a lot of problems with Evo's Holy. He's gonna try again, this time on the Fluffy. They were trying to melt it down. Fluffy counter engages with the penalty zone. Clawkun to help him out. They get the knockout, but Cars does end up going down. Annabelle instantly just explodes. And Rebellion still 5 men strong with Vincent destroying that bottom inhibitor. Brands and Clawkun will get a kill. Vincent working on the crystal already as we speak. Cars another pull on the Brands. This time Brands BMI to get away. Trying to find safety. Light steal up, but Rebellion just mows down the crystal to find the first game in this LCQ.
GG, well played. Cars. My guy on the Ruby. So disgusting. Really abusing the cooldowns here. And most importantly, finding the prime. Not even, you know what? The prime targets here against Evo's Holy.
I think it feels very bad when you use the Ogi Shadow Q on another realm, because if the 10 HP times out, there's technically no targets. So Annabelle came out of it and just got deleted.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate, right? With so much on the line here, 14 minutes and 43 seconds, that game ends. It doesn't extend further than that, luckily for Rebellion, because so far, like in terms of the way that the comp actually plays out, it looks like they've done significant homework against a lot of the movements from Evo's Holy, right? They recognize, hey, if we're missing a couple of people here, this is what they're going to do. And the same can be said about Evo's Holy with the way that Annabelle was able to sneak through to get that initial kill onto D.
Yeah, and they also figured out that they are key conditions for Evo Solid to take fights. First of all,
Yeah.
Clockwood needs to have his ult, and as the game progressed, we realized that Rebellion, they're pushing the tempo just more and more with every passing moment, and Clockwood, he's deliberating whether he needs to use that ultimate or not, because Rebellion played them once and played them to a T.
Yep, it's difficult. I think it's real difficult with this type of sustained compositions, right? The Minotaur as well as the Pharmist, just they work so well in tandem with each other. It's a soft synergy overall, not a hard synergy. But let's have a look at the stats, right, and see where a majority of these numbers are going to be leaning in towards. Because I'm expecting Brands to be at the top of the charts, and of course, he is at the top of the charts.
Just with the most net worth, even at the end of the game, right? Only going down once at the very... Didn't even go down at the very end, I think. He went down at the fight in the top of jungle, but still, Rebellion pulling out the stops at the very end, winning both Lord fights. The second Lord, though, was kind of what allowed them to end the game.
And for me, I think that it really just boils down to Clockwood having been given this Angela. This Angela does not do enough in these types of situations, especially if you have like no clear targets to use it on. As much as they're waiting for Brands to hit that timing, with a full hard guard, you could see that even with a pretty much a full tank build other than the War Axe from Cars, he is very susceptible to dying to just random chip damage from Swalo, sometimes even D, and even ODTZ gets into the mix.
Yeah, and even for Fluffy on the other hand, the fact that Clockwood is on an Angela means that you're putting that weight on someone else. I feel like Fluffy, he has been given the short end of the stick. A lot of times he is forced to make that counter engage with the penalty zone, and it's up to Evo Solid to decide whether to give him away to Rebellion eSports or to kind of fight for the win. And unfortunately, it's just not enough to win. You know, Fluffy ends up going down, and Evo Solid could not put up a fight.
Yeah, all thanks to just Cars just pulling them out of position with the I'm Offended, right? Some really good I'm Offendeds change the game, especially when you have Flicker, and when you're good at that one mechanic, you've basically mastered the hero.
At least for Brands, he still earns a spot on that Hall of Fame. Highest GPM, highest damage per minute, and then ODTZ on the other hand, just the most resilient guy, and also with the most assists.
Yep. No surprises here. 12 to 14. A very tight game between the two. The damage dealt. Oh, only differential is going to be about like 20. That's. So that's 22,000 damage worth of differential between the two in favor of EVOS Holy. But in terms of damage taken, we're getting completely separate numbers.
Even D didn't really have the best time as well, right? Getting first blooded by Annabelle in the early game and becoming prime target for Brands in that mid game. Overall, you look at the tower damage, it's very apparent that Annabelle and Brands had the same idea. While losing a fight, we start taking structures, but he just couldn't set it up well enough thanks to losing the Lord.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, some really scrappy situations. It's really coming down to the micro between these two teams because they play so similarly against each other. And you can see how reactive they are to certain signals across the map. Someone shows mid, oh, we got to start moving up towards the top side of the map and give up Bot's pressure down by Bot River. And now we look at the gold graph in EXP, and this tells us a bit of a different story, right? It shows us that EVOS Holy was maintaining this lead for a long period of time, but could never break that 10K mark, right? The most that they ever got was roughly around 4,000, barely breaking 5.
Yeah, and that 4,000 came from that very first Lord fight. Lost the objective, got a team wipe, but they could not push it forward. We even see a dip about kind of an ascension just a little bit back towards EVO's Holy side, and I think that is enough to give, not EVO's Holy, Rebellion eSports side. And that gave Rebellion eSports kind of better confidence to kind of push on forward. MVP for game 1 is going to be D, this time on the Natan, 2, 3, and 9. Very defensive build, but just hung on long enough to scale.
Hey man, he respects Brands as a laner, he respects him as a marksman, but at the end of the day, it's about who scales harder, and unfortunately, it's going to be Natan in this case, right? Especially once he has that Divine Glaive, all these Radiant Armors don't mean much to him. He can burst anybody down when he has Entropy available, and that's the only condition, right? As long as Rebellion Esports can wait out that hard guard, then he doesn't have to expand that many auto attacks to find the kills.
Yeah, if D is the first person to fire, you basically die.
Yep. I mean, look at this, right? D is able, with the help of the Netherrealm, he's able to stand in people's faces and dish out a good amount of damage, right, on the hit forward as well as when the auto attack pulls back. But still, I do feel like Vincent in this game, his job was basically to play like Annabelle, like an assassin, right?
Yeah, and if the moment they get engaged, he just follows up, right? You get the perfect lockdown. If you catch Annabelle in the mix, Annabelle just straight up dies.
Yes, that is very, very true. Very, very true. And I think that even for Annabelle, right, his Hayabusa didn't have as much impact in this game as he wanted to. There was a good situation up on the top side lower of the pit where they found that initial lead. But afterwards, you see him in this clip, right? It's just, what is he supposed to do with 4 people all on top of each other? 5 people even.
The Lord tanked up half his ultimate as well.
Yeah.
So really unfortunate for Annabelle. And at that point, this is where I think Brands made the decision. They took the mid inhibitor. It was the right call. But unfortunately, this one, Fluffy, thinking that maybe they could turn it around. The Hard God committed fully onto Brands, thinking that he is the linchpin. But I feel like Fluffy needed to stay alive instead of Brands.
I mean, even Annabelle making a mistake as well, right? He quad shadows forward, gets hit by the top by cars, ends up dying because of it. So that's just a 1-0 victory for the side of Rebellion. We still have one more game to go. And I mean, it's tough to say, right? Who's going to win this one? I mean, even in that very first match, it was already pretty 50-50 between the two. But now, after seeing everything that has kind of been put on the table, it feels like Rebellion might have the advantage.
I think Rebellion eSports, I think the fans, especially, they're going to have champagnes in their hand, ready to pop it to celebrate. This is sweet, sweet revenge for what happened in the regular season. But we're going to go for a short break, give in the regular season. But we're going to go for a short break, give these two teams a break. When we come back, it will be Game 2 between Rebellion eSports and EVOS Holy.
Here we go!
Powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we don't. Say that we don't. Powerless to you. Powerless to you. Say that we don't. I know that you want me back. I know that you want me. Know that you want me.
It's match point, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Season 5 with me, getting Q in as well as Husky here. Guys, this match, it's going to be tight, right? EVOS Holy, they've taken a very marginal loss against Rebellion, considering how close the match was. It was 12-14 as a final kill score.
Could be a minor bump down in terms of the morale for EVOS Holy, considering that they had successful games on Hayabusa, and then the first game they picked it third. That didn't work out. So we'll see if there's going to be some adjustments. For the first time today, EVOS Holy will be on that blue side. We'll see what changes would that be. First of all, no more Angela.
Yep, I love it. Unlock Claw Kun. Don't let him play a utility mage. Make him play a scaling mage. Allow him to make the plays, but they got to think about the Roger and as well as the Harith. Interestingly enough, Rebellion, last time they only banned the Roger in the second phase. So keep that in mind because EVOS Holy, they can first pick this.
Even EVOS Holy, they themselves banned out the Faramis, right, which was a hero that Rebellion did take first pick in the previous game. But now that they're on that blue side, that immediate priority, I think, will be shifted a little bit. You don't really not much teams go for an Edith first pick on the blue side.
Is this a Moskov ban coming up for EVOS Holy so that Rebellion is forced to ban out the Roger, or do they not care, or do they like, you know what, Brands? You're kind of okay on the Roger at best.
Unless Brands takes the Natan instead.
I'll show you how to really play Natan this time. I've been nerfed to the ground, but I can still make it work. 33 more seconds before Rebellion needs to make a decision here, and I think a lot of tough decisions to honestly make, because as much as you want to give a lane advantage to D, there's so many other areas of the draft that you have to worry about.
It could be an Arlet ban or I think for EVOS Holy, who has been really flexing that draft.
Yeah.
It might not be too bad of a choice, so Loi has to go.
Yeah, I was about to mention it. I was looking through the previous bans and I noticed that the Loi hasn't been touched on that blue side, surprisingly enough. So this is a pretty good setup for EVOS Holy if they wanted that first pick for the Roger.
Yeah, plenty of options. I mean, Roger, Arlet, what else do we have? Valentina,
yeah. A lot of good stuff here. A lot of good stuff. But I think for me, what I'm most curious about is whether or not we're going to see a Carmilla show up for Rebellion.
I think they did pick it up once, right?
Against TLPH.
THPL,
yeah. And they put it in the jungle as well. I don't know if that's going to come out again considering the performance on that game, but there's definitely a lot of use cases there.
Yeah. They paired it up with a Claude that game as well, right? To kind of make use of the Curse of Blood. It could be an option, but it also comes down to where this Roger goes. It still could be Annabelle.
Yeah, it's true. It still could be Annabelle, right? See that Rebellion, they're really taking their time on this one. There's too many things to worry about, really. But now that at least they know that EVOS Holy is going to be playing towards the gold side of the map, they could get a Swiss Army knife in the gold lane as well. Edith, Valentina, really good start coming in for Rebellion. They can set up for a double flex pick.
Yeah. Take EVOS Holy's comfort hero away, and at the same time solve a Faramis problem if EVOS Holy wants to opt for the dive, right? And in fact, now EVOS Holy doesn't feel too good about having a NetherRealm on their side because it hinders the Roger in fights. Oh wait, Faramis actually banned out.
Yeah, as much as we want to theory craft more about this Faramis, even when FCAP isn't playing, sorry, FCON isn't playing, it still feels like PX7 is watching us.
Yeah.
Just through the walls, he's like, oh, go sleep, boy.
This changes it. What they did. So no Angela as well, no Edith.
Oh wait, was there? Yeah, the Xborg ban did come from Rebellion initially as their final ban of the first phase. Did you want to pick it up early for EVOS Holy? I feel like there's no reason to just yet. Yeah, no, the Novaria and as well as the Minotaur, much better options.
Unlocking Claw Kun, give him utility, give him damage. It's the best of both worlds. And also overloading Suelo with ultimates. Like, what do you want to take?
Which begs the question whether or not Arlet might be the pickup here. It's scary though. It's quite scary to give it over to EVOS Holy. Then again,
or you could pick Natan here because if there's no Arlet, there's still Ruby to find pickoffs.
That's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about maybe the Ruby at some point of time, but considering the previous draft pattern, yeah, I think the Natan is going to be the option for Rebellion. We've got 10 more seconds. It looks like they're discussing the rest of the draft. Oh, Xborg.
So basically taking a page out of EVOS' Holy playbook.
I like this. I
double
like this
flex.
a lot. Yeah, double flex it. We're not sure where exactly this jungler is going. Potential jungler, potential EXP laner. Regardless, as long as you're tanky, we will melt you down.
Start locking Annabelle out of Assassin. So Nolan, first to go. The Link was banned out in game 1 by Rebellion. Yeah.
They get rid of the Link, force him back on Hayabusa, pick up the Ruby, and then after that, you predetermine what it is after the ban phase?
I suppose, yeah, even when they pick up the Ruby, you still don't know which is which.
Yeah.
Oh, well, actually, I mean, unless they play a Ruby gold lane.
Well,
I don't think it's an MPL. At least not in the new meta.
Well,
haven't discovered that tech yet.
Who knows? Who knows? You never really know some of these professional players, right? Sometimes gold laners get bored of playing the traditional marksmen. It's like, give me Ruby, right? Just sandbag them.
That could be true. You know, EVOS Holy, they are starting to ban out the utility roamers. Interesting enough, they banned out the Florian, so probably will want to kind of mitigate the regen that Rebellion has. I mean, this draft could start running at them.
It definitely could. I think EVOS Holy needs to take away more scaling from Rebellion, right? Like, it makes sense if they want to ban out Natan. Yep, as expected, Rebellion get rid of the Ling. They want, because High Boost is just way more punishable in these cases. I think that EVOS Holy, if they ban on the Natan, it's really going to pinch down on the Marksman draft. But they instead get rid of the Matilda. Are they expecting fast rotations from Rebellion side? I mean, this draft doesn't really reveal too much based on their first 3 picks.
EVOS Holy has a leverage with the Roger pick. If this is going to be a Claude pick for Rebellion, then there's incentive to put Roger in the gold lane, right? Just run the Benny QT, Sky Piercer, Warcry build. The moment you tag the Claude once, the lane is basically over.
Yeah, 20 more seconds. And it looks like they're going to go with the carry on this one. I respect it, right? Because they're expecting EVOS Holy to maybe consider picking up some of the thicker tanks, because right now there's not many, like, value targets. Like, as much as you want to believe that this X-Borg is going to go into the jungle, there's a good chance that he doesn't.
It's a double layer defense,
right?
Honestly. If you pick tank junglers, then there's X-Borg. But if you don't, then it's okay. I mean, Rebellion, they can still pick up the jungle last.
Is it worth even going for something like Famos in this case, just so you can like frontline and have some form of control over the EXP lane?
CC?
CC, Benedetta even arguably would be not that bad as well.
Or you could play the other role. You play the Paquito, right? Paquito, Benedetta.
Right, you're right.
To prep for a potential X-Borg or Edith lane. And take the Claw. So it's the Annabelle Roger, and they take the Ruby.
Okay, just to make sure that they can at least not worry about the disruption coming in from cars. I respect it a lot. And now Rebellion, final pick, just to kind of complete the composition so far. Yuzong. All right, so it's going to be... Oh man, it's going to be the X-Borg jungle here. Oh no, they're switching around? Okay.
Surely, so
for a moment, I thought like AudiTZ is going to go nuts on this X-Borg robe. But yeah, no, as expected, right? This Faraga armor is going to be quite a problem for the side of EVOS Holy. So now it's all about, can they break that Faraga armor before Cars reaches the back line with AudiTZ?
And also, Cars, he's going to have Petrify. So it's another layer that both Annabelle and Brands have to be aware of. You don't want to get caught by the Yuzong. But at least you have Fluffy to sandbag the lane, right? That's kind of the bare minimum. Depending on what Cars takes for the emblems, I know a lot of Yuzong now has been going for the Warcry just for the early lane dominance.
Because it's so free. As long as you you proc your Shah residue as well as the Warcry, you're getting an extra 6% of damage from like DOTing them, DOTing and regenerating at the same time. So it's just pure value. There's nothing wrong with it.
So second game, Rebellion eSports. If they can take down EVOS Holy once more, they're going to go straight to challenge final. So EVOS Holy needs to win this to force a game 3. This time they're going to be on the blue side for once with Rebellion eSports on red.
All right, let's see how both of these teams are going to do it. Annabelle going to be starting off on his purple, while Vincent is going to be on his orange. They're on mirrored sides of the map and will end up on 2 opposite sides. They're not. It's kind of interesting to see because they have so much faith that Brand is going to be walking away from this lane okay, especially since, as expected, Master Assassin already picked up by D.
But not forgetting to have the firmness just in case any trace come in. You still need to be careful of a potential Roger making that rotation. But EVOS Holy, they are babysitting Annabelle as much as possible, leashing his camps, making sure that he hits that timing. This probably is not a Sky Piercer angle. I don't see him going for the Expert Claw component. He went for the Ogre Tomahawk.
Okay, Ogre Tomahawk's first component built here.
So it's a War Axe build.
Does he really want to go for the War Axe build? Is it valued in this particular matchup in comparison to going for the traditional like Sky Piercer, maybe even like Windtalker? I guess when you do have the War Axe, you are going to be a little bit more relevant from early to mid once you complete the item. But up until that point, you're basically just power farming, right?
I guess also you want to survive a bit longer considering the enemy has Faraga armor on their side.
That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Extended fights, I feel like, would be what EVOS Holy is expecting.
Well, it would be ideal, but we'll see whether or not, like, who makes this first mistake, right? Vincent just sitting in that bush, and it feels like EVOS, they have a hard read on this.
Don't really want to walk up as well. I mean, you see Annabelle so deep in the jungle on Rebellion's orange buff. That means Vincent gets on top of the turtle first, but this is not going to be a fast clear.
I don't think they care about this, right? EVOS Holy, they don't need to fight for this whatsoever. Especially with the Black Dragon form. Yeah, it's just... they're going to back away from this. And you can see how quickly Annabelle is just taking away every single camp on the top side of the map. With that being said, he's just power farming for the most part of the next, I'm going to predict 5 minutes of game.
Yeah, in fact, I think they found Annabelle. He cannot move at all. First blood going over to Suelo. Rotation so fast from Rebellion.
Yep, unfortunate indeed, but that's just how that's how the cookie crumbles, right? Rebellion now should be able to take full gold plating here.
And you see Clockwood, he's moving up as fast as he can. Rebellion eSports, they're going to stand there and take it. It's not like Brands has a lot of damage. In fact, even with their combined efforts, they are the one taking punishment. And the orange buff stolen by Vincent.
All right, that's
Wait,
fine.
did he get it?
No, he's working on it. He's working on it right now. Annabelle already did it to him, so it's only fair that they trade the buffs.
Oh, Dreams got hit.
Huh.
I mean, Vincent didn't have retry. I think he didn't come off cooldown in time.
That's kind of funny, though. But still, regardless, means that Rebellion eSports, their gold lead very minimal here. And it looks like the majority of that gold lead actually coming in from carry. For the most part, because of that gold plating, right? 55 more seconds until we see the next turtle actually spawn, and this is what we were expecting to see. EVOS Holy and Rebellion, early game, just very, very chilled, just playing around the river and giving up and taking space.
Annabelle, he does not have his camps on the bottom side, unfortunately. All taken by Vincent. And that actually does hurt Annabelle a little bit. Thank goodness he's not going for Sky Piercer build in this case.
Yeah. It's good that he's saving that 1,500 gold. 25 seconds until the next turtle spawns, and so far these lanes have been very, very stale from both sides, right? Nobody finding any real advantages. Kaz has a really good freeze in his current. They even make it to the mid wave.
Second turtle up though. Not sure if EVOS Holy wants to consider contesting this. It does feel tough. Clockwood just got his glowing one. There's some damage reduction. Vincent straight up, first item immo.
He doesn't want to be going down anytime soon. But let's see when the Astral Echo is actually going to get laid, when he's going to lay down the carpet for this. Because that gives us an idea of where they want to be. And it looks like Turtle is not where they want to be. Finally, the War Axe completed by Annabelle, and Vincent secures the Turtle.
Yeah, it seems like EVOS Holy don't even want to bother with the objective. They just want Annabelle and Brands to farm and skill up, and then they think about the fight.
Yeah, man, this is a very stale game. Both Fluffy and Cars are just like, man, this is our lives now, huh?
Yeah, can't really blame them.
Yeah.
Especially, they see Export on the map. I'm pretty sure Fluffy called out him with the immortality. They're like, okay, no objective fights, guys, just farm.
Farm, there's no point fighting it.
Even when they skill up, it's still not the easiest fight that they can take, right? Go through Vincent, you have to go through a potential stolen Minoan Fury, a lot of factors that EVOS Holy needs to consider. I suppose the goal lead still below 1,000. That's very manageable for EVOS.
It's a very cold war. Both EVOS Holy as well as Rebellion eSports are playing right now, right? It's all about who has priority, who can clear the waves, and how much information can you get while walking into the river, right?
Yeah. Rebellion definitely has that priority locked down. The only lane that is pushing back is on that bottom side, but that's because Cars purposely freeze the wave in front of his turret. So both top and mid turret have already been chunked, especially the mid one.
I mean, we're already seeing like cracks in the EVOS Holy's play because, oh wait,
wow, that's a long pull. I don't think they can do much. Annabelle dodges the Minoan Fury with the iframe. Cars goes back in with the Petrify. Warcry stacked up. Fluffy continues the fight. They do not have the damage. The attempt was good, but it's just not going to work.
Yeah, it's just not worth the effort, right? They have to start backing off, and it looks like Fluffy is going to go for a very tanky build. No War Axe purchased by Fluffy. Instead, first item, Brute Force Breastplate.
You know, GCC, the purple buff respawn. Annabelle is going to show up. But EVOS Holy making sure that the entire team is on that mid side. Make sure that Annabelle doesn't get disrupted. Third turtle spawning, but I feel like EVOS Holy will probably opt to give it up.
He currently in a good spot, currently Corrosive Siphon as well as the Golden Staff already built, but it looks like EVOS might be able to secure this third objective if they rush it down too late.
Snapdragon used first. Waiting for the TTSD to show up. All the TT is there. Minoan Fury instantly used. Dreams knocks two people up. turtle for Rebellion. Stolen Minoan Fury from Suelo, hits the back instantly, and Brad has to purify out, but Fluffy not so lucky. Rebellion eSports finding 2 kills.
A huge Earth Shatter coming in from AudiTZ, catching 2 people off there, not allowing Fluffy or even Annabelle to get remotely close to the turtle to disrupt it. Some good stuff coming in from Rebellion eSports, right? Small advantages getting stretched a very long way through the mid lane, and now everybody has a lane advantage, right? Suelo currently is up in gold. D is definitely a full level ahead of Brands.
They got a 3,000 go injection just off of that one sequence, and Rebellion eSports now finally in the driver's seat.
Right now, Evil's Holy, they need a tempo breaker. They need to find a significant Minoan Fury coming out from Dreams to really turn the tides. But so far, Rebellion eSports, half these fights are basically done before they even start.
Credit to Suelo. He steals the Minoan Fury, but only uses it after Dreams. So this has become a minor battle, a pseudo battle of who presses that ult first. And most of the time, Evil's Holy are forced to do it.
The sequencing is going to be really, really tough here, especially since everybody's starting to fall behind. I think that Rebellion eSports, their next objective here is just to take away structures. They've already taken tier 1s from top end as well as mid. You might as well break the bottom one while you're at it. Maybe set up an ambush in enemy orange buff jungle just to cut off supply lines.
Winston has the War Axe, so working towards the Brute Force breastplate next. At least for Evil's Holy, Annabelle will be able to get the top tier 1, the first turret of the game. All things considered, Rebellion eSports have basically unlocked the map. All tier 1s on Evil's Holy side down.
Yeah, but they're not really putting Annabelle too far behind because of how the early game actually went. Vincent is level 12 to Annabelle's level 12, despite Annabelle dying 2 times in this game. Just goes to show how much the early game really impacts the later stages.
Where it gets pretty dicey. Rebellion working on the Lord. He's down a half already. Are they going to make it there in time though? It seems like Ping will be out as 4-man detected. Black Dragon Pro will expire in a bit. Rebellion looking to turn. Unfortunately, Cars does not find a mark. This could be a way to fall off. AudiTZ gets the knockup in the flip. They still want to fight this, but Minoan Fury only onto 1, and that's not good enough. Unfortunately for Brass, he got hit by the stolen Minoan Fury on his way in and ended up dying in the process. Rebellion eSports finds 2 kills, and this is Lord for them.
That's really unfortunate. I think Fluffy did not see the angle that he could have flickered forward on top of D, because D was forced to flicker out of there because of the blazing duet from Brands. Had Fluffy just engaged onto D, he was basically going to die anyways. I think he would have been more valued to die in comparison to Brands in this stage. So, tough angle to see with how much chaos is happening across the map, but it just goes to show that Rebellion eSports are the more decisive ones in these fights.
In the sequencing, despite everything, right? The Black Dragon expiring, and props to AudiTZ for making a call to still take on the fight, understanding that they are strong enough. Now, first Lord coming down mid. It's the best case scenario for Rebellion eSports.
Yeah, and man, this is a real tough one, right? Their main win condition in Brands right now, 2,000 gold behind, and they're about to lose every outer tier turret at the same time.
And the bottom one remains. That one will be a slow burn. So Evil's Holy keeps the inhibitors intact, but at the cost of Rebellion eSports basically controlling the entire map.
I'm looking at Clawhood, and I'm thinking whether or not this glowing wand first item might have been a mistake, right? Maybe he should have gone for Enchanted Talisman first, just so that he can like maintain the pressure with the Star Shatters for information. I don't know. It's a very small thing, but it's too late to really consider it impactful factor now that he has both the items.
Surprised that he wasn't considering Lightning Truncheon.
That's what I was thinking as well. That's why I'm really surprised that he opted to go for a build that's definitely like it's slower, of course, and it builds up over time. But wouldn't it be better just to go for the Enchanted Talisman first, just so that you can poke out for information without having to recall as often? Because we saw Clawhood like recall how many times? What, like 2, 3 times? One wasn't his fault. The other 2 he ran out of mana in the first 6 minutes of the game.
There's an interesting solution to that. I think Izanami, he would buy the Elegant Gem and then he would sell it. But I think that slows down your item progression a lot more.
I mean, that does go a little deeper into what the patch offers right now, because Elegant Gem can only build into Clock of Destiny, right?
Yeah.
And not and because they combined Necklace of Durance as well as Golden Staff, we don't have that build order no longer.
The glowing wand.
Yeah, the glowing one. Ah.
Maybe one day we'll have Golden Staff.
One day.
Combine. You know what? Combine the Holy Trinity.
Make it into one
Yes,
item.
make it into one.
One super item.
But it's like 3 times the price. Then it opens up slot for Sky Piercer, you know, crit item, Task Claw. Bring back Scarlet Phantom.
Yeah, bring back Scarlet Phantom, man. We missed that. It was good. It was a fun item when you're ahead. But boy, this is real slow between the two, and Rebellion eSports playing like EVOS Holy, very similarly to how they took out Falcons, right? Nice and slow, build up a lead, hold that lead, and make sure that you keep that gun cocked and loaded.
And stocks are increasing still gradually. Almost hitting the 7k mark. Clockun just got the Divine Glaive. Suelo actually went for 3rd item, Lightning Trunction. I'm expecting a Blood Wings to come out next. But this second Lord, if you're EVOS Holy, how do you deal with this?
I have zero clue, right? You're hoping that Annabelle just is able to out-retry, right? Against Vincent and maybe the last Insanity. There's too many things to consider. And I think the biggest problem initially is Carl's with the Black Dragon form. It looks like the call has been made by EVOS Holy's side. I'm glad that they don't use the in-game chat. They're just like waving over the zipper.
Yeah, I thought it's like they're trying to test the cameras to make sure that it's not like a static image.
They're like, okay, let's get this ready for interviews.
So it's going to be a pause. I assume it's called by EVOS Holy side. Very important pause as well, because this Lord is definitely going over to Rebellion eSports. It could be the one that sends EVOS Holy packing.
It could be. But let's talk about a couple of interesting facts. Number 1, Annabelle opts to go for one of the newer items in the game. Well, has been in the game, but now revamped a little bit. And he's opted to go for Thunderbelt. So what are your thoughts on this? Because right now, with the build that he's going for, it's like, I want to stay in the fight as long as possible, but I also want to have the burst damage. And I feel like it's a little greedy.
Yeah, I think Thunderbelt is more like the longer you get to stay in the fight, the more benefit it gives you. The problem is, Annabelle doesn't get that luxury.
Yeah.
I feel like you jump in, you get hit, and then you just disappear.
And then Suelo is just like, oh, no MR, pew! Just blow you up before you get enough stacks on that Thunderbelt.
She's just not active. You are not allowed to be active enough to benefit from it.
Yeah.
That's why I was looking at like maybe Fredrin, Esmeralda.
That's what I was thinking as well, right? Because those are supposed to be the snowbally type of items for both Esmeralda and as well as Fredrin when they're ahead.
Especially, I mean, you're behind right now. Even the Endless Battle feels bad. And that was the 3rd item. I thought it would be Endless Battle 2nd item, and then he would opt for Sea Halberd or BOD.
Yeah, at this point, you might even consider going for the crit build.
Sure, yeah. You can go for Wind Talker, some best soon. I'm sure you're going to have the luxury though. May hit it down already. There's just no angle. With Floppy, he really wants to go for Pool, but there's no good target. Don't want to go for Vincent. ODTZ has Immortality as his 3rd core item.
And Suelo will make it impossible, right, if you're too deep in.
You pull him, he minimum furies your team, and you could go for Winter Crown, now that I think of it.
Oh, you're right!
Because it goes off.
It will go off 100% in that case. Oh, that's so dirty. Brands with Winter, with Winds of Nature, it's going to be tough still, right? Because Suelo is one of the bigger problems that they haven't been able to access that backline because of the constant fear.
It's 2 inhibitors down already. So EVOS Holy, they only have one last standing structure on the top side. And it's actually the worst case scenario because next Lord is also on top side.
Yep. This is starting to look a pretty unwinnable. Oh, yeah. Really, man? I mean, all right, fine, Vincent. Sure, you already have the War Axe. Get the Ice Queen's Wand on top of it. He's pretty unkillable, but now it's gonna be so much worse for EVOS Holy.
Rebellion eSports still fishing for the coup de grace. Yeah, Fluffy, he was so close. Suelo feels very juicy, but he doesn't feel confident enough. 4-man ping. It's not like they can do much with it though. Black Dragon Form will be committed just to ensure the bottom inhibitor. And he will get it, or the minion will.
Yep, they're just, honestly, they're just playing the war of attrition right now. And Rebellion Esports, they know it. They're like, oh, we got you here. We're so close to this checkmate angle. But EVOS Holy, they just need to make it to the 42K mark. Because if we're talking about brands, the main win condition, he's already completed his main items. Now, it's whether or not Clawkun can actually scale up a little bit faster. He's got the penetration, he's got the poke, the later poke damage, but he doesn't have the raw stats.
I wonder what Clawkun is going to build towards. Is he going to buy a Ice Queen's 1 as well?
I think he might actually. He's going to go with like full utility on this one.
Is it any more worth it to go for Wishing Lantern? I don't know, for the pokes, I suppose.
I don't think so. I don't think you go Wishing Lantern in this case, right? Because there's too many ways. I don't think the damage really sticks on them. Vincent can technically heal back up. Same goes for Cars.
I suppose so. But you do have the glowing 1. The burn does count into it.
You're right. Maybe that might be the option. It's tough to say. It's tough to say. I do think that the Ice Queen's 1 is just a little bit better here, especially on the retreat when Rebellion is going for that big frontal engage.
You know, this Lord Dance, it's more important for EVOS Holy than it is for Rebellion Esports. This dance can only last so long.
No, it can last forever. Vincent with the War Axe fully stacked as well.
Snapdragon bomb, that's a ping onto everyone. Minoan Fury used instantly. They find the bag. The knockup does go through, but a counter knockup again. Lord taken by Vincent, by Swalo. And unfortunately, this is the end of the road for EVOS Holy. Rebellion Esports found the fatal blow. Immortality expended on Naughty TD's side, but Rebellion Esports are more than ready to go for the winner's walk. It's the March of Glory down the middle lane. Vincent to lead the charge. Rebellion Esports close out the series and becomes the final team to advance in the Challenge Finals.
Congratulations to Rebellion Esports, victors against EVOS Holy 2-0. That's why MPLID, they've got some serious competitors in their league. You never know who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, bottom feeders don't stay at the bottom forever. They have overcame EVOS Holy, which was regarded as one of the miracle runners in the MPLID playoffs. Very unfortunate. I mean, they worked so hard through the lower bracket. Knocked down by Rebellion Esports. They were placed in the gauntlet by them, and they were eliminated by them at the end. History sometimes do repeat itself.
It's a game of rock, paper, scissors, right? And it looks like, unfortunately, the counter is Rebellion Esports. Well done once again, and welcome to the Challenge Finals. Man, they played a strong game, and I honestly feel it just came down to the draft, right? As much as we would have loved to see this Roger go on to Brands, there is a mad level of respect between Brands and D.
There is. The whole game, it felt very uninteractive, right?
Super interactive.
You don't even... I didn't even notice D got 4 kills at the end. That's how by textbook, I guess, Rebellion played the game. Though they did use the EVOS Holy trick on them with the Edith Xbox flags.
Yes.
That really threw a wrench into EVOS Holy's plan.
Yep, it really had... basically, with the double flex, they have a way more coverage in terms of what they could potentially throw into the draft in the second half. And I think, you know, it really begs the question whether or not Anavel had enough in the pockets. And it didn't look like he was very comfortable playing Hayabusa again, especially up against the X-Borg. And it's not like he has a lot of free targets. A lot of them have ways to try and outplay, and more so, the Winter Crown is such a big problem. I do think, however, that maybe they should have believed in Brands a little bit more. Give him that Roger, put Anavel on something a little bit more traditional, worst comes to worst.
Yeah, tanks were open, but I guess they were discouraged by Carry and Export, right? There was Baxia, Fredrin, Akai, you name it. I think the Arlet was available, but they were confident with Fluffy on the Ruby. That one also didn't work out. It was just unfortunate. I think EVOS only played a strong game early on against Falcon, but Rebellion, they did enough prep.
Yeah, I think honestly the comp coming in from from EVOS' Holy side is a little bit too many resources are involved for Anavel to actually get him working, right? But let's look at the stats one more time, because here we do see this game pushing over into the 17th minute, and unfortunately the gold lead, the 42K mark that I was talking about, it just got touched by EVOS Holy, and you can see in that final fight how close they were to actually wiping out the whole team of Rebellion.
Everyone on Rebellion's side was literally so low, right? You give Clawkun a few more Star Shadows, that could have turned around instantly. Perfect game for Rebellion Esports, by the way. 9-0.
Yeah, they won on every single front. Every single turtle, they were able to claim every single objective across the map. The only thing that they didn't really care about too much was the orange buff.
That as well. And perhaps the second Lord, right?
Yeah.
Well, second Lord, it was quite a hell of a dance, but somehow Suelo got the Lord.
It's nasty. It's really, really nasty, right? These mid laners, it really just goes to show if you give them anything that allows them to play make, then they are very legitimately dangerous. Like Qualcomm, as much as he wants to scale his pokes, unfortunately did not give enough information to EVOS Holy to make the correct decisions across the map.
Even Dreams, I think, reached a point where I feel like he was trying to go for Winter Crown at one point. Could be wrong. I think it's feels like a Winter Crown.
Yeah, it does.
Didn't get to that point though. He did have to throw his life, and that sacrifice was almost worth it. Just needed a bit more push that they didn't have. I think Fluffy also felt really uncomfortable, right? Not really knowing who to pull. Sometimes it really felt like Rebellion had heroes in range, but didn't feel like the right target for Fluffy to go on.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that Dreams was trying to opt to go for a Flask of the Oasis. Had he completed that, that might have made the difference for Brands to finish off and clean up the rest of that fight. But when we look at the damage dealt, it's actually pretty even between the two. And even so, similarly to damage taken.
Even for damage taken, Rebellion took, I mean, you'd think that with how dominant this game was, Rebellion would have slightly lower damage taken overall, but they were just landing punches. A lot of them soaked up by Vincent.
Yup. He was making sure, especially with the War Axe, right? It does give Vincent a little bit more flexibility in terms of like how he should be playing the export. Last time it's like, oh, you build a bunch of tank items, he becomes really difficult to deal with, and eventually with his max heat, he'll deal true damage. But now, with the War Axe, in tandem with the Brute Force Breastplate, right? You are not only fast, you have plenty of spell vamp, and you start to hurt even from the very beginning of those flame missiles. Fire stokes?
Fire missiles,
Fire missiles, yeah.
Something.
Flame,
Flamethrower.
It's not coming to me right now. It's not coming to me. I'll get back to it in a little bit.
I think the flamethrower is called fire missiles, and then you have the stakes or something.
Yeah, the flame stakes has the second ability.
Yes.
But still, it just goes to show, right? None of this damage really sticks, and that's the biggest problem. Despite having the glowing wand, despite having an enchanted talisman to spam out these abilities coming in from Clockwood, I think it really just comes down to, can you preemptively get a effective Astral Echo across the enemy team?
This was just a gradual descent into defeat for EVOS Holy. Rebellion had the lead the entire time. The only thing that spiked up at the very end was XP, but that's also because Rebellion hit max levels.
Unfortunately for Fluffy, even though he did have a couple of good flicker I'm offended, just not as much as Cars, right? It just goes to show the impact plays from these EXP laners are held in high regard to both of these teams.
And of course, MVP for this game is going to be the 4-0-5 perfect game for the carry. Basically, decked down at the very end. Felt like he was untouched. We mentioned both goal laners give a lot of respect to their lane opponents, but D clearly edging out.
Yep. In these situations, he had way more space to play with, a lot more follow-up to a lot of these fights, and you can just see that Rebellion Esports as 5 have the capabilities with cars on that use Zong to start running down their targets when it turns into a 4v5.
Yeah, this was kind of close to the Hail Mary incident, and we saw Brands, he really was about to make the hero play, just got hit by a Hero Fury and went down.
Yep, I mean, he again, we mimicked the exact same situation once more, maybe from a slightly different angle from Brands, but you can just see how low everybody was, right? Even Clockwood just looking for angles, being chased by Carls the entire time. So many things, so many little things that could have been different to maybe have a different team here. But once again, GG well played to Rebellion Esports.
Yeah, we're going to see them in the Challenge Finals where they have basically entered the arena of the true champions, because that's where 11 other teams will be waiting to take them on. But let's get a recap of today's bracket on the LCQ, because it's a heck of a journey for some of these teams. Team Liquid Philippines, the first one to go through to the Challenge Finals, followed by Rebellion Esports.
Oh boy, both of them, they played such hard games here at the LCQ, but it just goes to show, right? even though you could be coming from the Open Finals, it might not be enough if the brackets are just not in your favor.
Absolutely. I think even a team like Monster Vicious, right, historically the first Malaysian team to make it all the way from Open Finals to here would kind of fell short at the very end. But still, we appreciate the teams that have competed, even though they did not make it. They were what? They gave life to the competition. They gave us the best of the best at the very end, even though it might not be them.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that these teams have shown us really good tech. Personally, for me, I don't enjoy when a patch comes down during a tournament, right?
Yeah,
it always changes too many things for these players who have worked so hard to try and win the tournament. But I think this time around, I'm pretty thankful that this big patch actually dropped down here on the SPS, because we've seen a lot of different techs coming up from each and every region.
That's also, I feel like that's also because a lot of patches don't feel big enough, right? It doesn't feel like the changes, they trickle to towards, well, down to all the elements in the game. But this one affects your macro, affects Lord Dance, new items,
your new item builds,
hero number tweaks. We're seeing people who adapt quicker, who figure out how to play this macro game, generally come on top. And I think TLPH is a very good example, right? They've been struggling with Lord Dancers on the very first day of the new patch, but I think right now they've slowly figured it out. Roger now becomes a staple for them in the gold lane, for example.
Well, we haven't seen teams really like turn a full 180 in terms of like how they should approach this patch. And I think, you know, TLPH, as you mentioned, they are good at adapting their current game plan to what the meta is asking of them. I do think that it's going to start changing towards the later half of the month, when MSC is getting closer and closer, and I think that's when we're going to see a lot more polished techs.
Yeah, I mean, aside from SPS, there are a lot of tournaments that's happening all across the region, right? So I think teams are just going to figure it out eventually. But we're going to take a look at the qualified teams for the Challenge Finals, because this is the final stretch, the Big Boy League, starting with the invited teams where Fnatic Onyx, GigFam Indonesia, Falcons AP Brand, Homeboys, NIP Flash, and See You Soon.
Oh boy, but qualify with them. From the qualified teams, 6 of them, it's RSG Philippines, Yudu Red Giants, Bigatron Beta, Smart Omega, Team Liquid PH, and Rebellion Esports.
Yeah, and of course, Liquid PH and Rebellion Esports coming in from the LCQ, whereas the other 4 came from the Challenge Group stage. Nonetheless, I mean, there's a lot of storylines going on, especially when you look at the invited teams, Homeboys, right? They are champions of their own region back in Season 12, or 2 seasons ago. But we still have to decide who goes up against who in Challenge Finals, and that's why we're going to have a group draw in a bit. Before that, we got to talk about how the draw works.
Now, we've heard all of your complaints online about why the group draws, how do we predetermine it? Don't worry, for the Challenge Finals, here are the rules. Now, for invited teams, there is a country limit rule. So, if 2 of these teams are from the same region, they will be put into a separate group. And remember, there are only 2 groups this time round, A and as well as B. Now, those are for the invited teams. For the Challenge Season teams, they will be drawn after the invited teams, and there is no invited team country limit rule. You can be from the same region, doesn't matter. You can get paired up together.
Yeah, and so you don't have to worry too much, because the only time you have 2 teams from the same region drawn coincidentally into the same group is Fnatic Onyx and GigFam Indonesia. Everyone else is from a different region, so don't get too angsty about it. We are gonna have a fair bracket, but it's more of which team gets paired up with who, right? Are your favorite teams gonna be in the so-called group of death, or do you feel like your teams are gonna have a good time?
I don't know about you, but I think you might want to retract your statement of what team is going to be in which group, because I think that it might not be fair. It might just be like Fnatic Onyx, TLPH in one group, RSGPH, so on and so forth. But here we go. It's time for the group draw. Now, as you can see, Zipper's going to be rolling around these balls to make sure these are all the invited teams. By the way, sorry, a bit of a face change there. Let's come back to our original forms before we go back into that. But once we start these polls, right, it's not going to stop. They're going to be announced in sequence here. Here's the first team.
Yeah. We're going to be looking at Group A first, again, invited team. Only 6 teams are in this pool, so the first one. I personally want to see where NIP Flash ends up in, you know, Singapore region. But we're gonna get GigFam Indonesia as the first team picked up from the pool.
All right, that's a strong start. GigFam. As long, I mean, technically we shouldn't expect to see Fnatic Onyx in that same group. So if they get picked up, they'll be headed straight over into Group B.
So at least we won't get the 2 Titans, right? We
Right.
won't get, you know, Beloyski and Kyrie in the same group. That's way too much. So the first team, again, just to recap, drawn will be GeekFam Indonesia, slotted straight into Group A. Well, this means that if you're in Group A, better be ready to face off some assassin roaming tech. Thank you, Beloyski. Sky Piercer has just been released. Bet he loves that.
I bet he's laughing about
He's
it,
like,
man.
I get Hellcurt and Sky Piercer?
This is great.
This is great.
And I could still run Execute if I wanted to.
That is mad genius.
Oh, it really is. But here comes our second invited team. Going over to Group B, it's going to be See You Soon. And that, I don't know about you, but See You Soon is one of those teams that most people just don't like dealing with. They're really, really aggressive, and they come from a hyper-aggressive region as well.
You know, when you want to farm and then you have people running at you the entire game, it doesn't feel fun. Not for you, but for See You Soon, this is the kind of the environment that they thrive in, right? The more you want to resist fighting them, the happier they are. So See You Soon is going to lead Group B. We're going back to Group A this time and see what the next team is going to be. Now, if it's Fnatic, Onyx, then they go into Group B. But if it's not, then they will be joining GeekFam Indonesia. Let's see, team number 3.
Right. So we're going to take the first look before revealing it. It's the Homeboys from Malaysia going into Group A.
I love this. I love this. Recap of M5 group stage. We've seen Homeboys and GeekFam Indonesia duke it out before. Obviously, the lineup is a bit different, but there is history between these two teams. Of course, Udio is going to be back in home soil. That is going to be spicy as well. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, that's going to be an exciting group to see already. But here comes our next invited team to join up with See You Soon. And this could be a number of options, right? It's Fnatic, Onyx, FCAP, NIP Flash. So many different, again, like if I had to compare them as rock, paper, scissors, it's really tough because there's some good matchups and some plenty of terrible ones.
And it's going to be Fnatic. Onyx has the second team in Group B. I mean, the bottom teams have all been drawn out, so we only have the top column left. Fnatic, Onyx, second team into Group B. They will be with See You Soon. It's going to be very interesting because today, well, just today, in a separate occasion, some of the players of Fnatic, Onyx actually play against almost 80% of YRG's roster, and they just got beaten. So we'll see if this new tech so far, not looking too good for Fnatic Onyx, but I believe things would change in a month.
Yeah, man, anything can happen in the short period of time with how the constant environment, atmosphere of MLBB is changing with these patches. Here comes our next team joining up with Group A. Of course, we have to follow protocol. Zipper, please have a look at it first before showing it to us, just to make sure that everything is set. And it looks like it's going to be NIP Flash.
Wow, Group A is looking so interesting, right? We have NIP Flash, back-to-back MPL Singapore champions, adding Diablo to the roster, no longer crowned as Hades Gaming. Now they're a proper team, but with NIP behind their back, joining Homeboys and GeekFam Indonesia, this is a spicy group.
I mean, we say spicy, but it's only going to start getting really unfair once we get the qualified teams in the mix, right? So we still have a couple of options left. With that being said, Falcons AP brand will be going over into Group B to finish off the invited teams. Now, the top 4 who have qualified from the challenge season, let's see where these boys are going to be laid out. We already have the box ready for you guys. Don't worry, Zipper's got you covered.
Yeah, so we have RG Philippines, Judo Red Giants, Bigatron Beta, and Smart Omega. 4 very distinctly different teams, right? They all have very different identities and playstyle. This one's going to go into Group A. Let's see who the first team's going to be. I mean, Group A is already super spicy.
I'm hoping for Smart Omega. I think that's really going to shake up Group A.
That would be interesting, actually. Even Bigatron Beta would do good. But we get RG Philippines. Wow. So I guess we're going to see Aqua, Light, Demon Kai, the gang, the Raiders, the chess players in Group A.
This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. I mean, I'm looking at Group A, and all I'm thinking about is like, God, all the gold laders are going to have such a interesting time.
I mean, Nets is going to have a fun time as well.
That's
facing
true.
off against, you know, teammates, well, players from his former region. This one's going to go to Group B. So we have YRG, Bigatron Beta, Smart Omega left.
Who's the next team that's going to be joining up against Group B? Is it going to be from the Open Finals, Bigatron Beta, or from the Challenge season, YRG, or even Smart Omega? And it looks like YRG is going to be joining Group B this time around. Wow, that is a pretty stacked group. I told you, man. I told you.
I just talked about the YRG, most of YRG's roster beating Fnatic Onyx roster today, and wow, they're going to get a second chance in that Group B. But this is one of the most talked about teams for the past month or two. Yudo Red Giants winning almost a flawless season in their local region, and right now they're facing off against world champions. They're facing off against the team with the most trophy, and see you soon.
Dude, I feel so bad for any one of these teams who's going to be finally picked to go into Group B. I'm going to be honest, because Group B is now about to turn into the Group of Death once we include the LCQ teams, right? Let's finish this off from the Challenge Season teams. The next one that's going to be joining Group A is going to be Bigatron Beta.
That's the shakeup.
Oh.
That's the shakeup, right? We were looking for Smart Omega, but we got Bigatron Beta. But that means Smart Omega goes to Group B.
Yeah, we get exactly what we want here. And I think that Bigatron Beta might be like wiping the sweat. They're like, thank God we got Group A. Thank God.
So you'd rather deal with... To be fair, I agree.
Right?
I was trying to come up with something, but now that I look at it, Bigatron Beta just breathe a sigh of relief. But with Smart Omega, this is the true test.
Smart Omega really got to show us what they've got here in Group B. But here comes the last two. Dude, at this point, we're already so deep in it. Just put TLPH in Group B. Like,
no, we need to shake up TLPH Group A, and then we put Rebellion in Group B.
Look, there are too many powerhouses in one place. We got to stock all our nuclear missiles in one place.
It's gonna be a lot of fans will be heartbroken, right? Because there's only so many teams that would go through Group B.
That's the problem. I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed.
Oh, let's
oh
see
my
this
God,
one.
please.
Oh.
TLPH in Group A.
Saved.
Oh.
Saved.
Oh.
At least it's sort of saved in a way.
Okay.
This is probably the better outcome.
I think so.
Yeah.
I really think so. Because now we're having some of the top tier teams being reasonably distributed amongst
Wait,
the
no, that's Group B.
Wait,
wait,
it's going to Group B straight away? Oh, you're right, because Smart Omega got put into the next in the sequence.
No, okay,
It's supposed to be.
it's a heart attack.
Gotcha.
Woo!
Thank you, Zipper, playing along with the jokes here.
God dang it.
I bet some of you, I swear some of the Clippers are freaking out. They're like, oh, yes, I really got the clip. Gotcha this time. Those are for the Clippers, but besides that, Group A with TLPH will be going into Group A, and Rebellion eSports from Indonesia going into Group B.
This is the craziest thing is that you have TLPH, current MPLPH champions, former world champions, kind of being at the top of the food chain, just in terms of power rankings, and then you have Group B where everyone else is champions in their own region.
All right, thank you, Zipper, once again. Wave off to him as we come back. Man, what do you think about? I mean, we were already giving a couple of thoughts here, but you think Malaysia can make it out of groups this time?
Do I think? I think. I still stand by what I said before the season started. I think this is our best chance.
I think it's our best chance too, but God, Group B looks stressful.
This is proving grounds, right? This is the actual proving grounds. Like we want a stage where the Malaysian teams can really prove themselves, where YRG can really show that they're not just some local dominators. We got our wish, but it is a dang hard group.
It could have been even harder. And to be fair, this is the same sentiment that we feel about some of the other teams out there, right? Smart Omega, for an example. Bigatron Beta as well. And Rebellion eSports. We're hoping that these teams do well in their groups to really shake it up. But here is the final group listing for the Challenge Finals of Asia Pacific. In Group A, we have Geek Fam, Homeboys from Malaysia, NIP Flash from Singapore, RSG Philippines, as well as Bigatron Beta from Indonesia, TLPH or Team Liquid PH.
Group B, see you soon from Cambodia, Fnatic Onyx from Indonesia, Falcons AP Brand from Philippines, Yudo Red Giants from Malaysia, Smart Omega from Philippines, and Rebellion eSports from Indonesia. I gotta say, Bigatron Beta also made history, right? The first team that went from the Open Finals all the way to Challenge Finals, a feat that has not been done by any teams throughout SPS for MLBB, and at the same time, when people compare, well, people have been comparing Bigatron Alpha and Bigatron Beta, I think right now the spotlight is definitely on BTRB to perform.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, considering previous iterations and previous teams who have attempted to make that run, Game Lab in particular, right, from the Open Finals, they ended up not making it because of Euphoria, who only came in during the challenge season. So, hey man, it's anybody's game. Good luck to all of these teams in Groups A and as well as Groups B. With that being said, that wraps things up here at the ESL studio for the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Gideon. Gideon Q. This is Husky. You can follow us at our social medias individually, and also don't forget to follow ESL, man. The Snapdragon Pro Series cannot have been done without their help for the MLBB of Asia Pacific. With that being said, any final words, Husky, before we close things out?
I mean, MSC is coming up, and right after that is SPS, MLBB action. It's just gonna keep on going. In the new meta, I'm looking forward to see what these teams have to offer.
So keep on grinding out there. Everybody get better and keep your eyes for the competitive scene. We'll see you next time. We're closing it out here at the SPS. See you later.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.